Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to a sunny, I hesitate to say sunny, it is at the moment. It's supposed to be showers a little bit later on, so if you're watching at home, probably the best place to watch, and it might be a long journey for you anyway to get here. But as I say, weather good at the moment here at Snetterton, and hopefully it will stay that way. Welcome along to the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda Finals weekend. We've got 2 days of great racing to bring you on the stream. Predominantly, the clue is in the title, it's Mazdas. We've got lots of Mazdas racing this weekend. We've got the MX-5 Championship, we've got the Clubman's, the SuperCup, and we've got an endurance race at the end of the weekend to look forward to as well, by way of sort of finishing off the season. In addition to that, we've got 2 3-hour C1 races. Now, if you've been on the live streams before, you know that you've probably seen 1 or 2. Maybe you were with us for the 24-hour live stream that we had from Silverstone earlier on the year. More of that, but split into 2 3-hour races, which is going to be absolutely mega. Main commentator, as ever for the weekend, is Scott Woodwis. Hopefully I'll get the name right all the way through, unlike I did at Cadwell Park. And I'll be joining Scott for the C1s, because we've got Mr. C1 himself, Rob Lewis, in pit lane for those 2 races a little bit later on. But to kick off the day, we've got 3 Mazda races. Qualifying has just finished, and if I turn around, I want to put Jeremy into the sun, but I'll look into the sun. You can see here that although things on track at the moment are fairly quiet, I don't know if we can see over the wall, Jeremy, but we've got the Mazda SuperCup cars who have just finished their qualifying, with Ali Bray, who's one of the team bosses, coming out and having a go. We've got quite a few guest drivers in various championships this weekend, and Ali Bray's on pole position. But the key thing about all 3 Mazda competitions is that they're all up for grabs this weekend. So we may or may not see some big celebrations going on over the course of perhaps later today, but certainly tomorrow, which is the, as I say, the big finals day for all 3 championships. We also get the Mark IV Mazdas coming out and having a play in the endurance race. They're normally in the sort of mix and match endurance races that the BRSCC put on, but they're going to be running with the other Mazda runners in that. We're just waiting for the cars to come on the grid for the first race of the day, which is the Mazda Mark 1 Championship, and again I think we've got a guest driver on pole for that, which we'll come to a little bit later on. If you're new to BRSCC, where have you been is the key thing. It's been a big couple of weeks for the club, with some really big news stories coming through. I guess the main story is that the BRSCC are going to be running TCR next year, which is great to welcome TCR back into the BRSCC fold. We're very much looking forward to that one. Several new championships joining the BRSCC roster for next year, including the Classic VWs and the new Audi TT Cup and an electric single-seater formula. So if you want to find out more about that, check out the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. But we can turn around now and see what is going on the grid, and it is going to be an absolutely huge mega grid of Mazda Mark 1s ready for their first race of the weekend. So the cars are pretty much ready. I think we can maybe hand over to Scott, because it's a big grid. He's going to need a few minutes to talk you through the grid and the championship permutations, which need to be explained as we head into what is the first race of the weekend. So once again, welcome along. A very good morning to everybody, and a special good morning to Scott Woodwis, who's in the commentary box.
Everybody, and welcome to a very important part of the BRSC season for 2022. It is finals weekend for the club for most of our championships here. And it's not just Snetterton, but also we're in action at Silverstone, also with British GT at the Donington Park, and we've even got a couple of catering championships finishing off this weekend at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. There's plenty of activity going on across the board for BRSCC. Lots of championships coming to their conclusions this weekend. But for our live coverage here at Snetterton, it is Mazda MX-5s who will be finishing off their 2022 campaign. Been a very popular and successful one all the way through for all 3 championships. The MX-5 Championship that's about to go out here today, as well as the MX-5 SuperCup that's just finished qualifying, and the MX-5 Clubman Championship as well. There are no less than, do my active maths here, 7 different titles to wrap up here, which is 3 main championships in the top classes, 3 Masters Championships, and also we've got the club class in the SuperCup as well. But we'll work out championship connotations as we go. These first races today for the Masters will set the tone for tomorrow, which will essentially give us the competition that we expect for the 2 races for each of for MX-5 Mark 1 Championship and MX-5 Super Cup for today. There will be one Mazda MX-5 title that will be provisionally settled here today, and that is the MX5 Clubman Championship. Both the main and Masters titles will be settled with their final 2 races of 2022 later on today. In fact, the last race of the day after the C1 Endurance race is the second MX5 Clubman Championship race, which by then we should have at least an idea of who needs to do what in that title fight to take the championship. When it comes to the MX5 Championship, there is pretty much a 2-horse race for the title, technically, and it is between long-time race leader and championship leader and multiple-time race winner throughout the season, Fraser Fenwick. He starts 3rd on the grid. We'll go through the grid in a second as we talk about it, but it's between him and technically Steve Foden. There is a gap of 34 points after drop scores. One important rule which we need to make sure we make everyone aware of off the bat is that for these final races of the weekend, they cannot be used as dropped scores. So they can only use drop scores up until the conclusion of the previous rounds at Donington. Every single point and every single result counts from these last 3 races. So if you have a mistake, if you slip up, if you even retire, that's it. It has to go onto your score, whatever your points tally is. If you win, you get the 100 points. If you DNF, you have to take a 0 and you drop back. And it can be the difference between being in the position you want to be in the championship or dropping quite far back if you have problems. So this is going to be really crucial for the drivers out here to understand how they are and where they are in the system. So let's just take you through the grid. We had qualifying earlier on this morning. Very blustery out there here in this late autumnal sunshine. Lots of wind being picked up, so it's a cool but slightly chilly breeze. So the grid for this first of 3 races this weekend is a guest driver on pole position, but a rather formidable one at that. Ben Short took pole position in pole. He's the car on the left-hand side at the front of the grid, the white car with the offset checkered stripe down the drivers left of the car as they head off onto the formation lap, and he set a time in qualifying that was nearly 0.4 of a second quicker than anyone else in the session. Alongside him on the front row was the man who dominated all 3 races at Donington Park, and he's a little bit of an outside bet for the championship provided things go his way results wise, and that's the white and gold car of Steve Foden. He starts on the front row of the grid. So Ben Short and Steve Foden on the front row. Row 2 is our championship leader Fraser Fenwick. He starts alongside a very improved time from Adam Sparrow, who did one of 6 drivers that had times disallowed for track limits. He starts on the second row of the grid, does Adam Sparrow, but a really good improved effort from Adam. Row 3 is Michael Nibbs and Sebastian Fischer, who is very sadly taking a break from Mazda MX-5 racing at the end of this weekend. But hopefully we'll see him back hopefully sooner rather than later. But he's been a very valued member of the grid in his last few seasons that he's run. But I think real world commitments are certainly taking more priority than getting behind the wheel of a race car, which is perfectly understandable. And then it's the row 4 for Thomas Langford, who drove really well here in the Clubman races back at Snetterton when we were here a few months ago. He starts 7th in the MX-5 Championship grid alongside Luke Pullen in car number 27. And then Jason Greatrex, who leads the Masters contest, starts 9th on the 5th row of the grid alongside Michael Green in the 222, one of his best qualifying results. Row 6 is where you find number 69, Brad Jones. He's also one to watch for from 11th on the grid, as is also Callum Greatrex in 12th position. Then it's row 7 for 2 more formidable drivers. Jack Noller, who almost certainly looks like he's going to be going towards Rookie of the Year status because his first season in MX-5s has been an absolute blinder. And he'll start alongside Adam Craig, who really has stepped up his pace so far this year at certain events, and he starts back in 14th, but what's for him to work his way up towards the front of the pack, and he will certainly try to do so from 14th. Ollie Graham a bit off the pace. He starts back in row 8 in 15th on the grid alongside Richard Wootton. Then Bo Parry and Tim Dorr in a pair of AB Motorsport cars. It's then Darryl Radwell and Tom Mallet on the 10th row of the grid to round up the top 20. Slightly surprising off the pace lap time from Courtney Milne. She's had some really strong races in the last few meetings. Back in 21st though, got a lot of work to do back from row 11. She's alongside Kevin Dengate. There's Levi Aisbett and Keith Dalton on the 12th row of the grid. Row 13 is Graham Rumsey and Bryn Griffiths. Ben Manshett and Jonathan Fieldsend are on the 14th row of the grid. And then the top 30 rounded out by Christopher Abbott and Richard Bartlett. Then on the back row of the grid, quite a story here. 31st position, Amy Watts, who is the daughter of former British touring car ace and former Mazda MX-5 champion back in 1990, Patrick Watts, of course, who is here this weekend along with Amy to compete in the final 2 races of the C1 Racing Club. But Amy is having her first proper go in a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. A little bit of a different spec to the Mark 1s which Patrick Watts raced back to the title in 1990 when those cars were first, essentially new cars when they first started. But I'm pretty certain if anyone can give Amy tips on how to race one of these cars effectively, I'm certain it's her old man Patrick. And of course those will be both out later on for their 2 endurance races in the Patrick Watts Racing Citroens 2. Oh, that's a shame. Luke Pullen doesn't even make it to the grid for the first race. His car pulls off right. That's either exiting the Wilson hairpin or just before Williams exiting Oggies, but either way, the number 27 car will not start from 8th on the grid. That car up against the barrier, so he's out of the car. Shouldn't be too much trouble because it is out of harm's way. So they should be able to get this race restarted without too much of a delay, if any at all. So whilst they're just gridding up the last few cars, I will very quickly switch on to what the championship points table looks like coming into this weekend. On drop scores, the gap is around 34 points between Fraser Fenwick and Steve Foden at the head of the table. And with the fact that every single result counts here, it means that essentially Steve has to try and outscore Fraser by around about sort of 11 and a bit points per race on average in order to try and snatch the title away if he can. But of course, if Fraser can just keep himself clean, post the results he needs to, and minimise the deficit, that should be all the more clearer. So 34 points is the gap between Fraser Fenwick and Steve Foden, and then the next highest car in the field is Jason Greatrex with 1,460 points. He is almost 100 points back in third, and he's in the battle for third in the standings with Michael Nibbs on 1,436. So the 5-second board is going up. I think they're going to start them on the Union Jack rather than the lights. So the Union Jack is in hand. So I think rather than the lights, which might have a problem, or it might well be the lights just to see if we can do them. But anyway, red lights are on. So the lights are all good. And we are out for the first race go. Not a great start for Steve Foden. He stutters away from the line for the front row. It's a good start from Ben Short from pole position. But it is a terrible start for Steve Foden, getting swamped as they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. So there's Ben Short leads then. For second, it's Adam Sparrow going round the outside of his teammate. Great start from Adam. And it's now third for Fraser Fenwick, side by side for fourth already between Michael Nibbs and Seb Fisher. And Thomas Langford is just slotting in behind Steve Foden. So Foden down to about 6th position after that really poor start heading up towards Ritchie's. You pile into the hairpin. That's Adam Sparrow with a problem. He's slowing up and pulling off. Oh, so that's another front runner that's having trouble. A couple of cars running slightly wide over the grass, and I think either that was a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete and reset for Adam Sparrow, because that car's got back going again, but he's down to last at about 31st position, so lots of work to do to try and get himself back towards the front. Leaders in towards Agostini for the first time. Ben Short leads, Fraser Fenwick second, Seb Fisher up to third in his final MX5 weekend for a while, and for fourth, recharging back up the order appears to be Steve Foden on the inside of Michael Nibbs. There he is, the gold car, which is the gold car with the white car with the gold stripe. And he's now going to try and get himself back up to fourth, which he has. Also, the two Greatrexes are lining up here. You've got Jason Greatrex in car 33, just ahead of Callum. And then Thomas Langford, who's been a long time BMW Compact Cup racer, but he switched across to Mark 1s and had quite a bit of fun. And if those are fans of the MX5 Championship think that car's familiar, that's because it is indeed the ex-championship winning car from last year of Ollie Allwood. Certainly running well in the hands of Thomas, certainly doing quite well. Just seeing there, just behind him, you've got Jack Noller and Adam Craig and the rest of the pack going through it. There's a bit of brake lights going on there for Adam Craig. Not sure if he got too close to the back of Jack Noller, or there was some shenanigans going on there down towards the complex of Brundtland Nelson. They're squabbling all over places in the bottom of the top 20s. They go all over each other into the complex. 65 there, which is getting quite stuck into the grid at the moment. 65 being 64, 65, which might be Darryl Radwell, one of the two. That's Tim Dorr, in fact, actually, 165. There's Richard Woodson with Michael Green and 178 Kevin Dengate. So plenty of battling going on up and down the field already. But it's Ben Short who leads the way. Now, we should also stress Ben Short is a guest this weekend. So even though he might well win the race and he might get a trophy for first place, he does not score any points. He is invisible for the purpose of point scoring. So in actual fact, when it comes to actual scoring points in the race, Fraser Fenwick, if he stays where he is, will get the 100 points for the win in many cases. It'll then be, at the moment, 98 points for Sebastian Fisher, finishing at second after guest results taken into account. And now, as you see, it could be Steve Foden for third, but he's going around the outside already of Steve Fisher, looking to try and get third on the road. It'll be second for the points he's scoring, and now he's geographically right underneath him. Oh, two cars off. I think one is Bo Parry in the 73, the other is Graham Rumsey, so more trouble going on at the start of lap one. And there's a yellow flag in this zone, so no overtaking. Steve Foden sits back, and there's some other cars that either may or may not have seen that. Richard Woodson has to be careful. Now then, I think that was Ollie Graham. Now, whether did he cross the line ahead or behind Richard Woodson? Let's look at the timing screen if I come across the line here. He crossed the line ahead of him, so they are in the correct order. So I think I would say that's okay for Ollie. And either that's some tyre smoke rubbing, or that's somebody with an engine problem of some kind. There was an MX5 that had quite a bit of smoke coming out the back for a second, but it seems to have cleared. Oh, it's a big lockup for Michael Green up the inside of Brad Jones. There's all sorts going on in these first couple of laps. You can tell it's end of season finals weekend because everyone's kind of pushing the limits just a little bit further than they normally would. And it's quite key for these guys to try and look after themselves on track, particularly when, of course, every single result and every single point counts in these final 3 races for the championship battle. Still watching Tim Dorr here in the 165 car. He had to pick himself up a new car after a couple, I think it's Capel Park, after he had an incident, and he put his hands up and confessed it was his fault. So AB Motorsport managed to source a spare car for him to race, and that's the car he's been running ever since that. Leaders getting back into Brundle and Nelson for the second time. Steve Foden still putting the pressure on Seb Fisher here, who's not in the championship battle, but he won't care about that. He's simply pushing as hard as he dares. Pushing too hard is Jason Greatrex as he runs wide over the curb on the exit of Nelson. The rest of the pack comes streaming through. There goes Brad Jones. 64 behind them is Darryl Radwell, and there is Kevin Dengate. Good to see him doing a proper full season of MX5 racing again. He's got Jay Aisbert, who's chasing after him, and that's over 17th and 18th place. Out of Murray's. See the late morning shadows starting to lengthen as it's now, of course, into autumn. End of the season now. It's been a long slog as Ben Short sets the fastest lap of the race, the first proper flying lap of the race, and he's at least 7/10 quicker than anyone else, because the next best lap was Fraser Fenwick on a 22.6. Everyone else is doing sort of low 223s or high to mid 226s, and wide there on the exit for Michael Nibbs. He was under threat there from both of the Greatrexes, Jason and Callum. And now you see Steve Foden has got past Seb Fisher, and now the 2 championship contenders will go nose to nose and toe to toe for results here. Now, of course, remember where they are in the field at the moment. Fraser Fenwick will outscore Steve Foden by 2 points, because Ben Short is a guest and he's invisible for points. Essentially, second place downwards is where the points total starts. So if Fraser Fenwick stays where he is in second place, he gains 100 points, the equivalent of he would for the win. He's the first non-invitation car home. It would then be Steve Foden finishing third on the road, but for the purposes of moving everyone up, he then scores the points for second in there. So that would mean at the end of this race, Fraser Fenwick, if it stays where it is, will extend his points lead by 2. So essentially, it's not really done until the completion of the third race, because every single result's got to come in to pretty much determine who provisionally takes the title. Of course, all titles that are won this weekend are subject to official confirmation and remain provisional until declared otherwise. But we can at least get the last results on the board and at least provisionally tell you who the champion is going to be by the end of this weekend for all of our 3 Mazda championships. And then the due process will start in order to make sure that everything is good and kosher, and then once it has been declared as final, then there will be official declarations for champions later on in due course. Hopefully fairly swift due course in many cases. So already coming up to 6.5 minutes in this first of the final 3 races of the year for the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's been a very long, tough but competitive season throughout the year. They've been to start at Silverstone International. We're here at Snetterton in April. Then they went to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit as part of the Citroën C1 24-hour weekend, the first one run under the BRSCC after C1's joined in the winter of 2021. And then they headed off to Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, Alton Park International, Capel Park in August, and then last time out at Donington Park just a few weeks ago on the Grand Prix loop. That was where the man challenging for what would be net lead in many cases dominated the way, and Steve Foden blasts his way past Fraser Fenwick and into second place on the road. But again, if he stays where he is, oh, that's a failure on the left front for Jason Greatrex. Off the road he goes. Thankfully, there's plenty of grass and runoff area for him to take full advantage of. Thankfully, he keeps it off the barriers, but that was a full-on left front suspension failure. The wheel was practically coming off the road, off the wheel. I thought the car was about to go straight on, then it saw the left wheel buckle. So unfortunately, that's a premature end to his first race of the weekend. There is 711 on track a little bit further back, and he's behind the recharging Adam Sparrow. So he started on the second row of the grid, got as high as second, and then his car sort of faltered and looked like he had some kind of issue that forced him to switch off and restart the car again, or simply just couldn't find a gear for whatever reason. And he's now having to recharge back through the field. He's currently up into 20th place, so he's made up a few more positions. He's got plenty of time to get himself, possibly, looking at his lap time, somewhere near the top 10, I would have thought, because his last lap time was a 2:23.489, and he's at least second, if not 2 to 3 seconds, in some cases 4 seconds quicker than the cars ahead of him. So he's charging along. Now, most importantly, Steve Foden has taken the fastest lap of the race, which means that he gets, currently, if things stay as they are, the 100 points for the first non-invitation car home, and he also gets the point for the fastest lap as well. So he gets the maximum 101 points should it stay as it is. But of course, Fenwick is staying in the tow here to try and keep as close as possible to try and reclaim the lead back again. And of course, these two have got to think carefully. And if it's not necessary to make a move or take a risk, don't take it. Because, of course, even though Fraser Fenwick stays behind Steve Foden, the lead only diminishes at the moment by 3 points. It goes from 34 down to 31. So even if Fraser Fenwick did this 3 times over the weekend, it would essentially be more than enough to give him the provisional title. As we see here, the rest of the pack making their way through. This is Michael Nibbs and Callum Greatrex. Now, they are one Greatrex down in this race, unfortunately. So they're battling over 5th and 6th position, last top 5 spot. Michael Nibbs, of course, once again doing double duty this weekend. He has done all season, both in Mark 1s and Mark 3s. Good to see him do a full campaign this year after he spent most of last year out of action with an injured wrist and so, after an incident at Silverstone, and missed most of the year. But thankfully, he's been able to get back out and do what a couple of drivers have done in the past before, particularly like George Grant and sometimes Martin Tolley. But Michael Nibbs has done quite a lot of double duty, which means he's probably had more track time than anyone else this year, and making the most of it in both categories. So if anyone knows how to get the most out of his cars in particular, it will certainly be him. A stack up going into the Wilson hairpin here. You've got just behind Michael Nibbs, who's in that grey sort of split red and blue livery. You've got the white and blue sort of historical Mazda livery from the 90s of Thomas Langford, and then behind him is Jack Noller in one of the Go For It racing cars. He's the best placed Go For It racing car. There's Ben Manchett on the screen in car 112. Ben back in 21st position. Should mention Adam Sparrow's up 2 more places to 18th, so he's made it cracked into the top 20 properly. But back to this battle going on here for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. It is, at the moment, Nibbs, Greatrex from Nibbs, from Langford, from Noller, and from then Adam Craig. Ollie Graham runs out the top 10, but he's some 6 seconds back from this group. So not really on the pace here at Snetterton for this final round, which is a shame because Ollie's had some very strong results this year, even a couple of podiums along the way. But he will certainly be looking to round off in some kind of satisfactory style when it comes to a good result or two. Down the Bentley straight then. This is now on lap 5 of this race. Ben Short still leads the way. He's taken the fastest lap back again, although essentially, again, because he is invisible in many cases for any point scoring, technically the fastest lap point will go back to the next fastest lap. So essentially that will go to, as far as I can see, Steve Foden, who on the last lap did set a personal best and is on a 2:21.690. So he's on par pace-wise with Ben Short now. The only other driver that's close to that is also Seb Fisher. The last lap for Fraser Fenwick was his personal best, but he's about half a second off the pace in terms of ultimate fastest lap time. There is Fraser. Just needs to take it steady. He's been quite the man to beat so far in terms of race wins all through the season. They're crossed up there through Murray. You saw the wheel, inside wheel, they're working away. It was twitching around with Callum all arms and elbows through Murray's. Ben Short sets a new fastest lap again. Cross the line, does anyone improve? Fenwick does a 2:21.481, so he goes 3/10 quicker than Foden and matches the pace of Short. So both these two are quicker. What they need is, in order to be involved in any kind of battle, they just essentially need Ben Short to come back towards them. But at the moment, it's pretty much Ben Short's race to lose, and he's doing what I guess any guest driver would do in this situation. He's keeping out of the championship contenders' way, and he's doing that the ultimate way by leading the way. Meanwhile, switch on back again for 5th. That's between... Well, that was between Greatrex and Nibbs. This is further back. This is Kevin Dengate battling with Tim Dorr, 2 of the AB Motorsport. No, this is AB Motorsports versus BC Cars because Kevin Dengate is once of it. No, sorry, Kevin Dengate is AB Motorsport. I was being silly there. That was an inter-team battle. I thought for a second Kevin Dengate was BC Cars, but he's not. Lock up there for Steve Foden into the Agostini hairpin. Seb Fisher's all over the rear bumper of Fraser Fenwick too, so there could be a change on there momentarily, and that will have championship connotations a little bit because it will lose Fraser Fenwick a couple of points. It will put him on to essentially 96 points gained for this race rather than 90. Well, no, it'd be 97 points gained because he has the best lap time of the non-guest drivers. So he will have the fastest lap point at the moment. Time flies when you're having fun. We're only now 6.5 minutes away from the end of our first race of the weekend. We're going into a lunch break after this, then we've got a little bit of work in terms of the rest of the day to come. And as they head back down towards the complex again for the 6th time of asking. Come down towards the end of a lap as they make the sprint towards the bomb hole, one of the corners, of course, which hasn't really changed since Snetterton first came to existence as a racetrack. It's pretty much one of the longest standing corners. To the complex now for the 6th time. Out at Murray's along to the pit straight again, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together. Here's the mob battling over P5 still, with Callum Greatrex ahead of it. And be careful not to run too wide on the exit of that final corner, because as with any other MSV circuit, there are pressure pads on the exit of certain corners, which means that then if any driver is exceeding track limits, which Richard Wood is being warned for, they get an upper picture taken of their car, sent up straight to race control. If they do it several too many times, like Kevin Dengate's just done there, running wide, then it will go. Then they start racking up warning flags and then time penalties for track limits. So very careful not to push too hard when it comes to using the track and a bit more. Further back, this battle continues on. This is still between Tim Dorr, Kevin Dengate and Darryl Radwell. And I think this is a complete... No, because Darryl Radwell's in one of the Mike Comber racing cars. So, although there has been a bit of a link-up this year between Ali Bray and his AB Motorsport squad and Mike Comber's MCR outfit. Those two kind of worked together a little bit this year, and even at one point where Ali Bray's been running Mike Comber's car under his awning with him, so that's one to watch out for. Still the scrap for 5th goes on, still these 5 cars nose to tail. Here's our battle between the championship contenders. Now Foden is ahead, but again, he's only going to gain 1 point on Fenwick, because of course he'll get the win, get the equivalent of 100 points for the win, being the first non-guest driver home. And then Fraser Fenwick, as it currently sits, has the best lap time of all the championship registered and regulation drivers. So he essentially will get 98 points for his 2nd place outside the guest drivers, and it will be another point for the fastest lap. But Ben Short, who has been a regular in the past in the MX-5 Championship, but he's very much been racing MX-5s elsewhere with great success. Him and his team, BS Motorsport, making a cameo appearance in this final round now that the other MX-5 Championships have wrapped up for the season. So he's out for one more blast in his Mark 1. And of course, not being a championship contender and just being here essentially for the enjoyment and the fun and the run out in his car one last time. He is here as a guest driver, which means he, as I say, he scores no points whatsoever. This is the battle we need to watch out for, of course. It is Foden versus Fenwick, the 2 main title contenders going at it, nose to tail. Fenwick is essentially doing everything, well, Foden's doing everything he needs to, which is to try and finish as high as he can. He is essentially going to get the maximum points bar the fastest lap, unless he can go a little bit better than a 2 minutes 21.481 in terms of lap time, which he doesn't manage on that time by. Fenwick was a 10th quicker, and still that personal best lap time for Fraser Fenwick will be good enough for that fastest lap point at the moment. Just over 3 minutes to go, and now the 2 championship contenders might be going into combat a bit more here. But ultimately, both Foden and Fenwick are doing nothing more than everything that they need, which is Foden to try and finish ahead of Fenwick and hope that he hits dramas of some kind and score as many points as possible to try and bring that deficit down. All Fenwick needs to do is simply just keep out of trouble, keep as close to Foden as he can to minimise the points damage, and just keep the car in one piece and bring it home 3 times, and make sure that Foden isn't stealing too many points per race. At the moment, he's only stealing 1, which is essentially close to perfect scenario in that case. Anyway, it could be better as if he finished ahead of Foden on the road, which would gain him a couple more points ahead of him. But at the moment, Fenwick is doing everything he needs to set himself up for 2 more races tomorrow that should provisionally put him as the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship champion. Towards Williams then. Lap 8. You can see a couple of the cars in the background that had the incidents on lap 1. That was Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey having technically one of the best seats in the house, watching trackside at the barriers, but I'm sure they would prefer to be on track with their fellow Mazda racers rather than sat on the sidelines with some cars that need a bit of TLC between now and tomorrow's second race of the weekend. Ben Short's gap is nearly 4 seconds out in front, so his pace is looking pretty comfortable. In terms of pace, both Foden and Fenwick are just about matching it. Fenwick was the fastest out of the top three with a 2:21.7 compared to 2:21.8 for both Foden and Short. It's a very even pace between the top three. There goes Thomas Langford, 7th place in the ex-Ollie Allwood title-winning car. So last year's championship-winning car with a different driver in it is on track, whilst the 2022 contenders still go toe-to-toe out on track. They're going to head on to the start of the last lap of the first race of the weekend here at Snetterton as Ben Short comes across the line. There's a 2:21.7, and what's the gap this time? Is it over 4 seconds in this time by? The answer is no. It's just under 4 seconds still, so it's kept pretty static. But Foden did a 2:21.8, 2:21.9 for Fenwick, so only a 10th gained in terms of lap, but very evenly matched between them. Fisher's been on their tail too. Now, if Fenwick's going to dare attack Foden here on this last lap, he's going to have to do it now and think about it sensibly. But even he knows that all he has to do is keep it smooth, keep it steady, keep it trouble-free, keep his nose clean, and just bank the points that he needs and minimise any damage that Steve Foden's going to do in these last three races. That's exactly what he's doing. So he's essentially driving just as he should to win the championship. As Adam Sparrow, he's risen as high as 14th, so he's made some progress. Meanwhile, scrap here, we've got Kevin Dengate battling with Jay Aisbert in the number 74 car. Up through Ritchie's they go. They're leaving Tim Dorr behind. Also, a little further back is Darryl Radwell in the 64. Rest of the top 10 we should mention. 5th for Jason Greatrex, 6th for Michael Nibbs, 7th for Thomas Langford, 8th for Adam Craig, 9th for Jack Noller, and then quite far back in 10th, some 9 seconds back on that continuous battle for 5th place that's going on, is Ollie Graham. Not the pace he'd like so far this weekend, but he's got some time now between the conclusion of this race, which is imminent, and tomorrow's second race of the weekend, which is with our first race of tomorrow's broadcast, to try and rectify some of the problems alongside Seb, because of course Seb seems to have the pace this weekend so far, with 4th at the moment in this race, and making the most of it here. Meanwhile, making the most of his cameo appearance this weekend so far is Ben Short. He was pretty dominant in qualifying, and certainly carrying that on into the race here at Snetterton. Out of Brundle and Nelson go the leaders, and they head up towards the bomb hole for the last time. And it has been a pretty straightforward race out there for those in the MX5 Championship. It's getting sideways through Corm. You can tell he's either in the lead just having fun or just pushing the car a little bit too hard. Either way, I think knowing Ben Short, that was quite deliberate, knowing that he was in the lead and had a bit of a gap to play with. And as he comes out of Coram sideways, the right way round at Murray's and up towards the checkered flag, is going to be quite the win for guest driver Ben Short. He will come across the line to start his weekend at Snetterton in the best possible way. Short wins. It is second place for Foden, but he takes the 100 points for the win, being the first non-guest driver home. And then Fraser Fenwick comes home, will take, I think, 99 points, because he gets points for second of the non-guest cars. That would be 98. And then he'll get, I think, the best non-guest lap time, which I think will be for him a 2:21, yes, .481. So he should get 99 points. The gap will only shrink between Fenwick and Foden by 1 point. Remember, you cannot drop any rounds here at these final three races. You can't use them as drop scores. They all have to count to your final total. So Short wins, Foden second, Fenwick third, and it's Seb Fisher in 4th place, Jason Greatrex in the top 5, then Michael Nibbs, Thomas Langford, Adam Craig, and then Jack Noller and Ollie Graham rounding out the top 10. The battle that we have between these four concludes in the favour of Kevin Dengate. He's ahead of Jay Aisbert, Tim Dorr and Darryl Radwell. That was a battle that was going on for them between 15th down to 18th, and that's proof that just like many of the championships at the BRSCC, doesn't matter where you are in the pack, whether you're up towards the front, in the middle or towards the rear, you've always got somebody to race with and have a good time with out on track. Here is 5:06. This is Amy Watts, I think. So Amy's going to finish off her first MX5 racing. A quite respectable 22nd place for Go For It Racing. So well done to Amy on her first venture into MX5s. Up to the checkered flag. That's a pretty strong run from the back of the grid. Made it 10 spots. So good run from Amy. 22nd across the line. I'm sure she'll make plenty of improvement with some more sage advice from touring car father Patrick. He knows a thing or two about racing these. We said at the top of the race that Patrick, of course, is a former MX5 champion way back in the days when these Mark 1s were brand new cars back in 1990, and that was before he made his second trip back into the BTCC with Mazda, and of course went forwards with Peugeot, and of course the rest of that is history in terms of his racing career that he's done sporadically since then. So one race in the books then for this weekend. We've got a total of 13 to go, and there's in fact in total for the Mazdas 9, because we've got 2 races for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, 3 for the MX-5 Mark 1 Championship and SuperCup, and there's also a special non-championship end of season Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational, which is a 40-minute shootout for 1 or 2 driver combos, very similar to what we have in Club Sport Trophy, but in many cases that will be something to work on and something to look forward to tomorrow. A couple of penalties coming in late, one being for Jonathan Fieldsend, that was for car 53, for exceeding track limits. He gets a 5-second time penalty, which puts him to, I think that looks like 24th, so as it flashes up on the screen. So just to run through the results then, in case we get a graphic up on the screen, just in case. So Ben Short then takes victory in the first race of the weekend here on finals weekend at Snetterton in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. He wins by 2.6 seconds in the end from Steve Foden, who, as we said, as he is the first non-guest driver and championship registered driver home, he takes the score of 100 points, being that Ben Short is only a guest driver and is invisible to scoring anything this weekend. So Foden gets second and takes the 100 points. Fraser Fenwick gets the best championship registered driver lap time. He gets, I think, 98 points for finishing second out of those drivers, third overall, and he gets the fastest lap. We'll work those connotations out as we keep going. Then it's Sebastian Fisher 4th, followed by Jason Greatrex 5th, Michael Nibbs in 6th, then it's Thomas Langford, Adam Craig, Jack Noller and Ollie Graham. 11th for Michael Green, followed by Brad Jones in 12th, followed by Richard Wootton. Adam Sparrow, who recovered from starting 3rd and dropping back to the back of the pack and up to 14th again. He's one to watch from the second race tomorrow. Kevin Dengate in the top 15, followed by Jay Aisbert, and then we have Tim Dorr, Darryl Radwell, Keith Dalton, and the 56 of Bryn Griffiths. And then the last few cars to run through is Ben Manchett, Amy Watson 22nd after starting 31st. Then it's Bartlett, Fieldston with his 5-second penalty, Privet, Mallet, and then the cars we lost, which is Jason Greatrex with his suspension problem, pulling off the road before the race started, Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey out on lap 1, and also we lost Chris Abbott on top of that as well. Right, lots to unpack from that first race. As for the first time, we can hand into Parc Ferme with our ever-present pit reporter, Richard John Neal, who I'm sure has a very relieved Ben Short after his first race of the weekend.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. Let's grab Ben. So congratulations, Ben. Lovely to meet you. And look like you were off in the distance, mate.
Well, yeah, something happened at the start. I thought possibly someone got third, but apparently it was just wheel spin. I think that kind of caused a bit of a melee behind. Yeah, then I was a bit in the lead, broke the toe, and just had fun driving around, I suppose. What brings you back in the championship? Are you preparing cars in the championship? We were at the beginning of the year, and then it kind of dropped off. We got quite busy in other areas of the business, but we've had a really good year with 750, and really I just wanted to come and see what all the fuss was about. You know, I watch these guys on YouTube and keep up to date with everything that's going on. So just wanted to come back and have a bit of a hack round, really, meet some old friends again. A bit of a hack round. That's so laid back, isn't it? And of course, the great thing is we've got another 2 races to go, so they'll be keeping an eye on you now, won't they? Yeah, absolutely. I hope so. I mean, yeah, that's what we're here for. We're having a good, close, clean race, and yeah, hopefully they'll get off the start a little bit better. I've never actually raced Fraser toe to toe, so it'd be interesting to see that. Again, he looks really quick on YouTube, and Steve Foden and I are old enemies from, or not enemies, but old racers from a couple of years ago, and yeah, I know Steve's always got pace, so yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Brilliant, we're looking forward to that as well. Ben, thanks very much. Well done on the win. Great win for Ben Short. So let's grab Steve Foden. Well done, Steve. How are you doing? Congratulations. I'm very well, thank you. And you've managed to nab a point out of Fraser's lead, but it's how much of a tall order is it? Because there's no drop scores this weekend, which Scott was explaining. So is that a good thing or a bad thing for you?
I mean, personally, I think it's a bit of a stupid rule. I think if you win the championship,
say how you feel it.
Yeah, to be honest, I think they're taking it out for next year. But it does introduce a new bit of fun into it and a bit of excitement for everybody. But at the end of the day, you know, Fraser's worked so hard all year to build that points gap, and he's, you know, driven absolutely fantastically all year. I cannot fault him at all. And you know, if he has a DNF in race 3 and I end up winning it, then it's kind of, you know, it's a bit unfair in my book. But you know, I think in terms of that race, Ben, just, you know, he's a fantastic driver. Ben, I've driven some good races with him over the years, and I was trying to catch up with him using the distant toe and just trying to keep Fraser behind. But Fraser's doing what he needs to do and just sit on my bumper, and he there's all weekend, then we'll win it. So
you're on a good run of form though at the moment, looking back over the last few races.
Yeah, I think we had 2 wins on the road at Alton, we had a win at Cadwell, 3 wins at Donny, so yeah, it's looking good for next season at this point, I think, is where our eyes are now.
That's very good. Okay, we're just going to get Fraser over. Stick around because I might want to try and get the two of you together. Fraser, we'll get you over here. So have a quick Fraser Fenwick moment. Fraser's second position championship points, fastest lap as well, I think, of the registered drivers. So I was just chatting to Steve about the drop scores. There aren't any this weekend. From a commentary point of view, Scott's probably relieved. I would be, because drop scores are a nightmare. I think you have 3 drop scores over the course of a season.
Yeah, the drop scores haven't helped me out much this year just because of how consistent we've been. I think I dropped near 200 points in drop scores because I'm dropping 2 fifths and a fourth. So a lot of points we lose under drop scores. But we came into the championship knowing that you drop points, so we've just got to deal with it now.
Absolutely right. And thoughts on, one DNF this weekend could screw everything, couldn't it?
Yeah, that is it. But we've finished every single race, every single practice session, so I can't have a better team behind me, and all my sponsors. So thank you for them to help with this weekend.
Excellent. Stay here. I'm going to get Steve Foden over because we very rarely get a chance to talk to 2 championship rivals together. And how much discourse do you two have over the course of a season? Is it just literally when the pit lane reporter drags you together, or is it the clerk of the course's office, or how's it been for you this year?
It's, I think me and Fraser have had quite a few battles, quite a few good battles this year. I think particularly at Brands, Cadwell, we've had some good fights. I think the first half of the season I was having some bad luck. This year of the season, Fraser's car's dropped off a little bit, so we've seen less of each other on track. Being off track, we're very friendly with each other, and Fraser's looking to buy his new house. I've just bought my first house last year, so it's something in common there. But yeah, he's a great guy on and off track. I think he's very fair. He's very firm. A few doors involved at times, but I think it's very fair and clean. So he's driven really good all year.
Hey, that's a big one to live up to, isn't it? And your views on Steve?
No, exactly the same. We may not be the nicest out on track, but we're not the meanest to each other. We give each other room when we need to, and we don't when we don't need to. I mean, Cadwell was a brilliant one of them going through Park Corner. Foden was on the grass one lap, I was on the grass the next lap. What I give to him, I get given back. But it's a brilliant rivalry. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
We've enjoyed watching the racing. Cadwell was a mega meeting for me as well, and people say, "Oh, you can't overtake at Cadwell." You flipping well can't you? You guys did. Yeah,
you've got to do it sometimes. You've got to make it exciting, and for yourself driving as well as all the spectators.
Much to do over on the car between the 2 races. First of all, you, Steve?
Probably just put a new set of boots on because we had the worst start of the season then, and just cooked the race. So I think we need some new boots on the rear. But apart from that, car was handling great. Thanks to Rob Oster Racing and the team for delivering me another mint car this weekend. So
excellent. You, Fraser?
Whatever he does.
Okay, we'll round off. Give yourselves a handshake from the 2 guys, the 2 championship contenders. Congratulations, guys. 1 and 2 in the points for that one. Obviously, you got a bit of competition as well with Ben a little bit later on, but good luck for the rest of the races, and thanks for the chat together on the podium. Appreciate that. How about that? Really good to get the first 2 in the championship together down here, and a little bit of banter between the 2 of them. Not the most comfortable thing necessarily to do on a finals day when there's this much at stake and a lot of pressure, as you heard from the guys. 1 DNF and that could be championship over for both of them, but that's what it's about. We're in the nerve-wracking zone of the last race weekend of the season. The nerves get a little bit of a break now, and so do we, because we're heading into a lunch break. It's around about, well, it's going to be less than an hour, about 50 minutes. So check back with us in 45 minutes time. We'll be back with the first race of the day for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman. They've got 2 races today to wrap their championship up. Not with us tomorrow. We've got a guest formula with us tomorrow from the Classic Modern Sports Car Racing Club down in the southeast. So they'll be back with us. So grab yourselves a cup of tea, a bicky or a sarnie or something like that, and we'll see you in around about 45 minutes. So from me and Scott, we'll just have a nice break. See you soon. Welcome back. Glad to see you're back. Unfortunately, the blue skies are disappearing a little bit quickly here, which could make things tricky this afternoon, maybe particularly for the 3-hour Citroën C1 race, which we've got coming up after 2 more Mazda races before that, after our lunch break. The first of which is for the BRSCC Mark 1 Mazda's Clubman's competition. This is effectively the guys that race just one day every race weekend. On pole position, we've got Chris Dawkins, but Declan McDonald leads the championship, lines up P2. His main championship challenger is Harry Story, who's back on P7, which is the 4th row. Do we have a gap there at the moment? I think very possibly. So whether Harry's got a bit of a problem, but Chris Dawkins there in the 22 has done a fair bit of winning this year. He's in the blue Kent MX-5 car, and as I said, Declan McDonough, who I've seen around the racetracks a lot this year, on the front row. So he is in for a good start here. Quick thank you to our BRSCC corporate partners, Run Your Fleet. Big thanks to them, and also Clapham North MOT, who have been big supporters, as have Run Your Fleet. So thank you to them for getting involved and helping with our coverage. Just a quick run through. We've got, after the Clubmans, we've got the Mazda SuperCup runners out for the first of 3 races for them this weekend. Then we go on to the first of the 3-hour Citroën C1 endurance races, and I think, Jeremy, if you look up into the building, you probably can't see it actually, but in race control up there, they're doing a briefing for that just now to get everybody ready. And we've got 3 British Touring Car Championship drivers, including the man who was crowned as champion last weekend, Tom Ingram, in that race, which is going to be absolutely mega. After that, 1 more Mazda race to wrap up the day, the final race of the season for these guys, the Clubman, because they then get the opportunity to go home. And a full day's racing tomorrow with races 2 and 3 for the main Mazda Mark 1 Championship, the Super Cup again, races 2 and 3 for them, the Mazda Endurance race, another C1 race, and the Southeastern Classic Sports and Saloon Car Club coming to race with us as well. So it's a full weekend of action, and it's going to be another set of great racing as we watch these championship finales unfold. The man with all the statistics at his fingertips and the microphone as well, ready to impart all the information from this particular championship, which is very close as we go into the penultimate race of the year, is Scott Woodward. So let's hand you over to Scott.
I've only got GCSE maths, so I might not be able to cope too much, but I'll do my best. Anyway, welcome back to Snetterton for our action here on finals weekend of this one. Now, one thing we should mention, I was about to say, with Harry Storer, he is literally, just as you can see, slotted into 7th on the grid, because he was one of our main championship contenders, which Richard had pointed out was having some kind of an issue. And I did hear at the end of qualifying that that car didn't sound very healthy going into Parc Fermé, but thankfully for the Go For It racing team, he managed to get his car in there. So for the grid for the first of 2 races for the final weekend for the Clubman Championship, it's Chris Dawkins on pole with points leader Declan McDonald alongside him, then John Pethick and Neil Chisnell on the 2nd row. It's an all with Jack Warries in P5 alongside Link Nadoin in P6, and then Harry Storer, defending champion. Can he keep the number 1 on the door by the end of today? He's going to be starting 7th alongside Del Pace in P8 as the cars head off on their formation lap. Rounding out the top 10 is Michael Pearce and Jamie Turner in car number 9. And then heading off onto the formation lap they go. Row 6 is Michael Pearce and Jamie Turner. Sorry, it's Johnny Greensmith. Welcome back to him after he made a one-off cameo at Donington Park. Now he's back at Snetterton. Alongside Alan Hawkins for him. Then it's Kevin Bird and Shay Pearce on the 4th row of the grid. Oak Richardson and Jake Stiles are on the 8th row, followed by row 9, which consists of, as we scroll through, Aaron Danapala and Russell Halley. Then it's Charles Boniface, a little bit off the pace for him. He starts back in 19th on the grid on the 10th row. He starts alongside Robert Greensmith, brother of Johnny. Then it's Graham Rumsey, who hopefully will be on the grid after his incident in the MX-5 Championship race early. He should start 21st if his car's healthy. He has William Bream alongside him. Then it's Tim Storer, who's the father of Harry Storer, defending champion. He's on row 12 alongside Chris Thelwell, followed by Tom Cannon and Peter Williams on row 13. Row 14, and guest driver Guy Studdart. Then it's David Sculler and Peter Bell, another one of our guest drivers this weekend. Then Jason Aisbett, Simon Browning and Simon Privet rounds out the 32-car grid here for this final race weekend of the season for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. There is essentially 4 drivers in contention for the title realistically. Going to the weekend, if you look at the points tally, technically there's 5, although unfortunately we don't have Matthew Fletcher here this weekend, so unfortunately, we can rule him out of any contention. But it now falls realistically between 4 drivers in any real sense, which is Declan McDonald, Harry Storer, John Pethick and Chris Dawkins. So the story going into the weekend is Declan McDonald leads the way with 1,174 points on dropped scores. Now that is a difference of, and I'll get my human calculator out, which is my brain, so that would be a difference of 17 points on drop scores between Declan McDonald and Harry Storer. So that means that Declan McDonald needs to make sure that Harry Storer does not outscore him basically more than 18 points, because even if they tie on points, Harry Storer has only taken the points for a race win twice. That was at the start of the season when he was tailing Ali Bray, who's racing in the MX-5 SuperCup this weekend, when Ali was in Kevin Dengate's car as a guest, and he won both races as a guest. But then, of course, Harry Storer was on his tail in both of those races and picked up the points for the victory as a result in second on the road, but in points. Similar to what we had earlier on, if you're watching the MX-5 Championship race, where we had Ben Short win the race, but as a guest driver, was invisible to scoring any points, so therefore it's the cars behind that starts to pick them up instead. So, in fact, it was Steve Foden who won the race, and he gets the 100 points, but then it's the second place with the fastest lap of the qualified championship registered drivers. That means he only gets 99 points for Steve Foden. So that means that with guest drivers towards the front, there isn't really any guest drivers towards the front. It's all mainly the main drivers up at the front battling for the points. It means really, with no drop scores in these 2 races, every single point counts. It means that if you have a bad race, if you have a bad result, if you drop back, if you get a DNF, it has to count on your result. If you get no points from this race, you have to carry it forward. It has to stick on your record, and you're on the back foot going forward. And you have to hope that others start to hit trouble and have a bother. Good to see the white car with the 2 blue stripes. That's Johnny Greensmith, of course, former MX-5 champion in the past, and since then he went on to become a Porsche champion, and has then had a relatively successful run in the last few years. Had a bit of a break in the last couple of years, but before that he was regularly racing in the MX-5 SuperCup, and I remember he took a really excellent win in the wet at Donington Park, his first and his only MX-5 SuperCup win. But he's back in a Mark 1 and back into a landscape which is ever-changing and ever-competitive. And of course he finds himself quite relatively deep in the grid, 11th on there, but he's in the first half of the grid and looking to make some progress. So 2 of our main championship contenders on the front row. Chris Dawkins, essentially, out of the last 3 or 4 race weekends, has won every single race. Out of the last, I think, 6 races he's contested, he's won all but one of them, if not all 6 of them. I'll remind myself on the points table in a second. Last few cars going into position. So Chris Dawkins has won all but one of the last 6 races he's contested. If he can win 2 more, that'll certainly help him towards the championship. But he currently comes into the weekend pretty much in P5, but he can do some work if he can get up past the likes of John Pethick on top of that, and maybe even Harry Storer too. He's going the right way about it. Maybe he can make it happen. So, all set then for the first of 2 Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship races here at Snetterton. The title is on the line between the likes of Declan McDonald, Harry Storer, John Pethick and Chris Dawkins. Who will it be with P1 at the end of the season? Let's find out. Decent start from the front row for Declan McDonald. Gets a good jump from the outside of the front row as they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and it is side by side between the championship contenders. Dawkins on the left, in blue, it's the black car McDonald on the right, and around the outside he goes into Ritchie's and takes the lead, with Dawkins practically locked on his rear bumper and almost squeezes him out wide to come up through the exit of Ritchie's up towards Wilson for the first time, and they're now going to be side by side under brakes. So, turning in. Big dive for John Pethick under brakes as he holds on. It's 4th for Nick Ledoyen. Looks like I think Del Pace has made a strong start. He's now level with Harry Storer battling over 5th. The rest of the field goes pouring out of the hairpin and up towards the slightly off-camber left-hander at Palmer's, as they turn their way up towards the first run into the infield section at Agostini. We'll see who has managed to keep themselves in front. Is it still McDonald? Is it now Chris Dawkins? It's Dawkins that leads now. So he's taking the lead here, and Pethick is having a look. He's darting around on the inside line for 3rd. It's Ledoyen 4th, Del Pace 5th, 6th now for Harry Storer, and also in there too is Jack Warry. So, in fact, it might even be Jack Warry in 5th or 6th position. We'll work it out because Jack Warry's car is number 6 and Harry Storer is number 1. So it might be a better start for Jack. In fact, he was pretty decent. So here comes John Pethick having a look. He just had a bit of a lunge up the inside into Oggies on Declan McDonald. But Declan knows that with the gap he's got at the moment, he's got quite an advantage at the moment, scoring points-wise over Harry Storer, because the gap is 17 points. Let's look at it. Yes, it is Jack Warry ahead of Harry Storer. Harry now at the moment is stuck behind It's one of the green cars in the mix. I have to figure out exactly who that is. As they come down the back straight here, it could well be Del Pace, or it's one of the two. In fact, we'll work out exactly who is where when they come across the line to end the first lap in terms of the timing tower. There is 1, 2, 8. That's Del Pace battling with Jack Worry. We'll look at the number of the car ahead of Harry Storer, and that is 70. It's Michael Pearce, in fact. So Michael Pearce has made a good start ahead to leapfrog Harry Storer. He's down to about 8th position now on this opening lap. Turn their way through the bomb hole, the compression at the apex as they turn into the right-hander, and this next right-hander is practically never-ending, this long arcing corner back towards the flick left of Murray's, and back onto the pit straight to end the first lap of racing here at the MX5 Clubman Championship. Not a great start for Neil Chisnell either. He started 4th, and he's now looking like he's at the bottom of the top 10. So not a good start for the number 67 car. Neil Chisnell, the son of Clive Chisnell, who also now runs in the MX5 SuperCup, and I believe that car which Neil is running is Clive's old Mark 1 that he raced before he switched to Mark 3s. And there's all sorts of scrapping going on here. There was a good battle there between, just behind them, the Jigsaw liveried car. That's Alan Hawkins there in 722. And then 2 of the Steel City MX5 team cars. That was Kevin Bird battling away with Johnny Greensmith. And Johnny's brother, Rob Greensmith, only a couple of places back in the blue car. There he is. In fact, just tried to dive down the outside, but there was contact for somebody there. I think it was possibly Aaron Danapala in the 111, the close racing car. And I think he got tangled up possibly, I think, with Russell Halley potentially. I couldn't quite catch the car, but it was a couldn't miss it. It was bright purple with fluorescent yellow striping, so it was certainly somebody having a scrap. But let's see the car immediately behind him. It was I want to say Rob Greensmith, but no, I think it was Russell Halley. So possibly contact between Danapala and Halley. They both continue because you can see that Aaron Danapala's car is in the mix, and there is Halley's car, the purple machine. And I can also see that Darren Danapala has got a bumper trailing. Is that Del Pace with a problem, or maybe just a missed gear shift? I think it's just a missed gear shift because he's dropped 2 or 3 places. He's now under threat from plenty of cars behind the 2 Steel City MX5 cars going into combat. That was Johnny Greensmith diving up the inside of Kevin Bird to left of shot. So Kevin Bird's car was the white car with the orange striping and accents, and then Johnny Greensmith's car is the white car with the blue accents. There it goes through. And they've been split now by Alan Hawkins, and off the road goes 1, 2, 3. That's Oak Richardson. He's guesting this weekend. He's usually a regular in the MX5 Championship, but making a guest appearance in the MX5 Clubman ranks for this weekend. So he, like others rated as guest drivers, will score no points. They're invisible to those point-scoring results. But of course, where he finishes will still be where he finishes. And if he even happens to finish on a podium, then he'll still get a trophy for his efforts. But he won't score anything for it in terms of the championship. So, in terms of the contenders, Chris Dawkins leads the way then. For Declan McDonald in 2nd place, John Pethick is 3rd. So 3 of our 4 main championship contenders that are at the top of the table are now 1st, 2nd and 3rd, not necessarily in the order they are in the championship, but they are 1, 2, 3 in the order. As for Harry Storer, there he is there just behind the 70 Michael Pearce. He's not having the best of times in this opening couple of laps, but possibly just trying to get this car back up to full strength and confidence after the issues that he had in qualifying. As I say, at the end of the session, it was coming in sounding rather rattly and clunky, and was not sounding like a healthy MX5 race car. So thankfully Martin Tolley's squad have managed to get that car back to hopefully full fitness and get it back on the road. That said, Storer's coming under quite a bit of pressure from both Del Pace and Neil Chisnell, and Chisnell has finished on the podium here before. He did so last year where Matt Fletcher ran away with 2 race wins, but of course the landscape and the complexion of the MX5 Clubman Championship field and the level of driving standards in it, in terms of the driving talent in here, has certainly gone up a notch. And it's a little bit stronger than it was last year. It's a really nice, healthy way to end the season. There's some really strong grids throughout the year for the 2nd year of the MX5 Clubman Championship. And to end the year with 32 cars here at Snetterton is a wonderful number to send off the championship for another year. So there's the top 5 going through shot. Jack Murray 4th ahead of Nick Ledoyen, and the black car with the very subtle red trim on the skirts. 6th for Pearce, 7th for Harry Storer, then it's Neil Chisnell, Del Pace and Jamie Turner in car number 9, rounds out the top 10. We should mention, of course, there is the Masters contest for drivers aged 45 and over, as there is in all 3 Mazda MX5 championships. And Declan McDonald does lead that coming into the weekend, although he admits he's going for the main championship. It was quite amusing when I spoke to him at Donington Park, because I've never known somebody going into a championship fight lead them a championship, that when asked the question, surely you must want to win the championship, his answer was, maybe, but he certainly seems to be doing everything he needs to right now. Of course, he's got, certainly at the moment, scoring points and beating John Pethick and Harry Storer. He will lose some points to Chris Dawkins, because Dawkins will gain back a few. He'll certainly gain points on Matthew Fletcher, so Chris Dawkins will at least end the season in P4 in the standings. And in terms of his gap over John Pethick there's 5 points between them. As it stands right now, if he can get the fastest lap of the race and also finish, still keep it as it was, so Dawkins finishes in P1 and Pethick in P3, that would actually take that gap down to 0. They'll be level on that one, but Dawkins I think would move up to 3rd given the fact that he's won several races and John's only won one, which was last time out at Donington Park. So Chris Dawkins making some moves already to try and get himself onto the championship podium once the season concludes later on this afternoon with the 2nd race. Chris Dawkins doing what he needs to do. He's obviously listening, because there goes the fastest lap of the race at the end of lap number 3, I believe. Yes, indeed. So 3 laps in the books. We've already gone half distance then in this 15-minute encounter for the MX5 Clubman Championship. Oh, and that's Kevin Bird. Oh, he was way off onto the grass there for a second, and he was really pushing a little bit too hard, and just about got away with that. So just holding on for the time being. So 7 minutes to go here in this battle going on for the MX5 Clubman title. There is 66. I think that is. That's, yeah, David Sculler. Good to see him back on the grid. Turning their way out through Ritchie's again. I think, is that Del Pace? Del Pace has dropped really far back, so whatever happened to Del? He did have a moment where I think it looked like he missed a gear at some point, but he's certainly dropped quite far back in the order. Speaking of dropping back, or at least moving forwards, I think it looks like Robert Greensmith has lost a couple of places. So Rob, who took 3 pieces of silverware home last year, he was 2nd in the overall championship, he was Masters champion, and he was also Rookie of the Year, because it was his first full year of racing MX-5s, and he'd only ever done, I think, 1 race in MX-5s before that. So doing a first proper full season with virtually no experience got him the Rookie of the Year crown. So it's impressive stuff for him to carry on the way that he has. It's quite interesting to see that there's not too many rookies that have done a full season here in this championship, because there are many of the drivers in this championship have been racing MX-5s for at least a couple of seasons or a good few years. So it's certainly a championship where maybe in terms of just years of racing, some of the more experienced drivers that have been racing for several seasons that are still want a competitive championship, but want to kind of race away from the slightly more cut and thrust of the more originally established MX-5 championship, want to race here. Racing in particular like these two, Aaron Dallapala and Russell Halley, who are still going at it between each other, and now sans a rear bumper. Aaron Dallapala just about holding on here as they turn out through the left-hander at Murray's, and now to the short straight, well, it's a short straight, the centre straight. So the fast lap of the race has been pinched back by John Pethick, so 2:23.690 will give him the extra bonus point. So that will certainly help. So at the moment, I think, working it out in my head, I think John Pethick will still, if it stays as it is, will still stay ahead, I think, now by possibly 2, I think. Yeah, I think so, because I think at this point in time, Chris Dawkins is only going to he'll take 100 points, and it'll be 97 that John Pethick will take. Yes, and the gap is currently 5, so he'll take, I think, 3 points out of him, so the gap will still be between Dawkins and Pethick. For 3rd, it will still be 2 points between them, so Pethick will hold on for that moment. But of course, if the same thing happens again in race number 2, then it's going to change that. Now, what might change it here is John Pethick going up the inside of Declan McDonald. That's a move for 2nd place. So that's now an extra point gain. That means it's now 99 points. So it means it's only 1 point that Chris Dawkins is taking out of John Pethick. And these two are still trying to get themselves ahead and take points out of Declan McDonald, who probably he's done the calculations himself and thinks, well, if I let John Pethick through, I'm only going to drop a couple of points to him. I'm going to drop 4 points to Chris, but I've got quite a lead. And he's still beating Harry Storer by quite a few positions. Harry, back in 7th place, will score 88 points. Whereas Declan McDonald will score 96, so he's still beating him by 8 points, which means he'll extend the lead, if I can do the maths, by another 8 points, I think to 25 points on that, in that sense. So at the moment, regardless of letting the top 2 through, actually McDonald's doing everything he needs to pretty much keep himself at bay and even extend that gap. But of course, knowing Declan, you might not want to take that one laying down too much, and he might well push as hard as he can to try and stop John Pethick from getting away too quickly. Now then, on the straight towards the bomb hole they go. End of lap 5 they're coming up towards. Just under 3.5 minutes left in this first MX5 Clubman race of the day. The first of the last 2 of the season. And here comes Jamie Turner sniffing around for a move into the bomb hole. Has a look up the inside and he's trying to force the issue because Neil Chisnell gave him the room through the right-hander. And here comes Johnny Greensmith scything up to the back of both of them. He's having a little nibble around the rear bumper of the Neil Chisnell car, and he's got some backup for company in the form of Kevin Bird right behind him. Pethick then lowers the fastest lap time even further. See there, Declan McDonald at a 2 minutes 25.0, so he either really has just backed off and is just settling for the points he needs to take the championship. Off the line go the rest of the top 10, scrapping over positions. We've got there Harry Storer under threat from Alan Hawkins. There, Michael Pearson there too. Then it's Turner, Greensmith, Bird. So both of those Steel City MX5 cars have got past Neil Chisnell. So Chisnell's now down outside the top 10. Oh, big slide there from... That was Jake Stiles in car number 2. Getting through Ritchie's with style. So just about held that one. You can't miss the Jake Stiles car. That is the Minty MX5. That's one for any Jimmy Broadbent fans. Through the hairpin they go. There goes Dawkins. Pethick. Pethick is actually catching Dawkins. His last lap was about 3.5 tenths quicker. So this is quite a run so far from John Pethick. He's got the taste for winning now. He's picked up one from Donington Park, so he might well be going after Chris for a second. And Chris has been the one where usually, if you let him get out in front, he's the one that's been in great form. In fact, I know after the second race at Donington Park, after he missed out on race 1 victory, he got out and was slapping the windscreen with delight because he was so pleased to get a victory. Of course, he's taken quite a few, so he really does enjoy his racing, this Chris, and he's got lots of experience, having also raced back in the day in the days of the Euro Car Championship. For those fans who enjoy those cars, the V6s and the V8s, and the legacy of those championships still exist in the form of the, in a way, sort of intermarked silhouettes that we have, and plus also the pickup racing that we have as well in this country too, the pickup truck racing, which is always quite popular. So Chris vastly experienced and certainly using all of it to full effect, and he's been racing Mazda MX-5s on and off for the past few years, but he's decided to commit this year to mostly a full championship. And anytime he's turned out in that Kent MX-5 built machine, he certainly has been quite the formidable man to try and beat. Ooh, big wiggle there from Alan Hawkins trying to get that car stopped and turned for Palmer. He's now got both Harry Storer, who looks as though at the moment, I don't want to be too preemptive, but I think he's possibly looking like the outgoing champion. He's trying as hard as he dares, but at the moment he's having to settle for, looks like 7th or 8th position at this point. And that's not going to be good enough for the title. Anyway, onto the pit straight they come. 30 seconds left to go. And Dawkins tries to take the fast lap back, but it's 2:22.968. That is about 5.5, 6 tenths quicker than anything that Chris Dawkins has done all race so far. So John Pethick in the 150, absolutely flying at this point. Across the line they go. Hawkins, Storer, and Pierce. That's over 6th, 7th, and 8th. Ledoyen has checked out ahead of them to round off the top 5. So as points currently stand, as we watch here, Johnny Greensmith making nice progress. That's a good move from him up the inside of Jamie Turner. So he's now into 9th position. And look at the way Neil Chisnell arrives on the rear bumper of Jamie Turner through Ritchie's. And Turner now being swamped by cars around him because he's also got Jake Stiles and Oak Richardson and Kevin Bird around him. They all turn in. Round goes Chisnell. And with elbowed out wide by Kevin Bird. Come on, get out of it. Give me the position. And they're all straight together. Now then, for the lead, they're side by side into the Agostini hairpin. And that there was Pethick on the outside of Dawkins. Declan McDonald will be watching on here thinking, keep scrapping. And if you two come together, I'll inherit a race win here. If not, I'll take the points for 3rd. But Dawkins and Pethick now working away at the wheel of both of their MX-5s as the timer hits 0. So we are on the last lap of the race in this first race. Back with that scrap that's going on outside the top 10. Or just inside the top 10. It's Greensmith who should be checking out, but it's now Chisnell, Turner, Bird, Stiles, Richardson and Pierce. They're all over each other going through that complex at Agostini. There goes Jack Warry in a very lonely 4th place, but that's a very solid result for him. Likewise for Nick Ledoyen, he's not being challenged. Then this big battle for 6th going on between Hawkins and Storer, who, again, just probably maybe feeling some of the effects of the problems in qualifying, but we could get a bit of a photo finish here between Chris Dawkins and John Pethick. How badly does John Pethick want this win? But also, how badly does Chris Dawkins want to keep hold of it? And also, what can Declan McDonald do if those two come together? Of course, it's going to benefit him if anything happens. Here's that scrap for 6th position, coming back into the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Still Hawkins with the advantage. Storer pushing as hard as he dares, but I think he'll have to settle for 7th place here at the end of it. Meanwhile, into the final couple of corners for the last time. Chris Dawkins then will start his quest to get onto the championship podium in the best possible way. It was a fantastic run in qualifying. He's been pressured all the way in the end by John Pethick, who challenged him the last couple of laps, but he's not going to do it. So it'll be his 6th win from the last 7 races for Chris Dawkins. A brilliant drive once again. No, it's a penalty. No penalty for Chris Dawkins on the last lap. It's applied by at the time. So that means John Pethick does win the race. John Pethick takes the win on the result. Does race control tell us why he's got a penalty? Track limits. So he's hit the centres one too many times. It's a penalty for Chris Dawkins then. So Dawkins with a penalty, it drops him to 3rd. He's still on the podium, but he drops to 3rd. So that helps Pethick in the championship when he wants to hold on to 3rd place. They'll also gain points. All of them will gain on Harry Storer because he finished back in 7th. So that actually means John Pethick wins. Declan McDonald is 2nd. Chris Dawkins is 3rd. Then it's Jack Worry. Then it's Nick Ledoyen. Alan Hawkins 6th and Harry Storer 7th. So Pethick scores 101 points because he gets the win in the fastest lap. McDonald takes 98. Dawkins 96. And Harry Storer 88. So that's quite significant. So McDonald will extend his lead over Harry Storer by, I think it's 10 points. Yes, 10 points. So the lead will go out from 17 to 27. Now, in terms of Pethick and Dawkins, now they have gained, how much? I think 8 points. No, he's gained, how much was it? 13 points. So John Pethick gains 13 points on Harry Storer. And that, I think, actually takes me to 2nd place now. It does. So, because that will mean that the gap between them was 11 points between Harry Storer and John Pethick. And 101 to 88 is 13. So it is. So he's actually overtaken him by 2 points. So I think that puts John Pethick down to 2nd. Well, where I get a break in between the C1 races whilst Rich is on the mic here with me, I will get a chance to go through some of the Clubman points to work them out for race number 2 so we can communicate those going forwards. Right, here's the result then after the penalty's been applied. So John Pethick then wins the first race of the weekend for the MX5 Clubman Championship, his 2nd of the weekend, followed by Declan McDonald in 2nd place, Chris Dawkins in 3rd on the podium after he crossed the line first. So he'll be disappointed but to learn the penalty. It's 4th for Jack Worry, 5th for Nick Ledoyen, and then 6th for Alan Hawkins, 7th for Harry Storer. So not the result he wanted in his efforts to try and hold on to the championship. 8th place goes the way of Michael Pearce. It's a good run for Johnny Greensmith into P9. Good effort from him so far. And then P10 goes to Clive Chisnell. Then it's Kevin Turner, Kevin Bird, Oak Richardson, Jake Stiles and Michael Pearce. Then it's Rob Greensmith, Aaron Danapala, Tim Storer, William Breen, Russell Halley in the top 20. Then Pace, Thelwell, Cannon, Williams, Bell, Browning, Aisbett, Sculler and Privet round out the top 30. And then the last couple of the cars that came through, we lost Charles Boniface. We had 32 cars qualify, only 30 took the start. So quite a first race to set the tone for the final race of the year to settle who provisionally takes the Clubman Championship. I'm sure with 3 very exhausted and maybe slightly confused drivers down there, given the change in the result, is Richard John Neal. So I'm sure Rich will be quite keen to hear what they thought of that one.
Much indeed. Scott, let's grab a quick word with John Pethick. He said, John, congratulations. Taking not always the way you want to win them, but you certainly had the pace there. You came through, got up to 2nd, you got the fastest lap as well, so decent result for the penultimate race of the year.
Yeah, I was expecting the first 2 to pull away given the qualifying times, but no, I managed to keep with them really, and as I sort of got past McDonald, I thought, oh yeah, I might be able to get fastest lap here. Maybe not first, but fastest lap. So I felt like I got that in the bag, and then I had to go at Chris. But I saw he got a warning board, but I didn't know how many more track limits he'd infringed. But I'll take it. But yeah, sorry for Chris. But yeah. Enjoyed it. Really good fun. Really good fun.
We were doing the maths all the way through it, and obviously I think Chris and yourself are like vying over 3rd this weekend with Patrick not being here. And I think at one stage it was going to be tied going into the next race, but with the fastest lap and you passing him, that's it's quite important, isn't it? You must be pleased to be able to get amongst the silverware.
Oh yeah, and that fastest lap when it's it really is 1, 2, 3 points in it with some people, but so that fastest lap is a big difference, because if you got it, they haven't got it either as well.
You enjoyed the season?
Oh yeah, excellent. Yeah, be back next year. Yeah, it's just no interest in doing anything else really.
Oh, that's great. Well done on the race. Congratulations. We'll see you for race 2. John Pethick, race winner there. Let's see if we can grab a word with, Declan's tied up at the moment with Josh, who's doing the circuit commentary. So we get Chris Dawkins over if we can. Chris, can we grab you, mate? Let's grab a word with Chris. Well done. Always good to see you. And penalty. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, basically, first 3 or 4 laps, okay, and then the rear tyres just went, and you can see in the mirror they start to catch you a little bit. It's not desperation as such, but you're trying to get a little bit more. The more you do it, the more you burn your tyres up, the slower you go. I triggered a couple of sensors off. I knew where it was. I saw the black and white flag and thought, right, I'd wind it in now. And the place where I thought I was doing it, I did. And then it wasn't until I came over and saw I had a 5-second penalty. So it'd be interesting to find out what other sensor it is. I mean, obviously they don't lie. If I'm over, I'm over. But wet Thursday and Friday, didn't hit them at all. Didn't hit them at all in qualifying. And now you just think, so you're hitting them and you're going slow. So it's a bit of a double whammy, really. So, yeah. A bit annoying, really.
We'll have to see if we can work out a way to scupper them, because they sometimes spoil things.
Well, yeah, I should do, really. But I mean, it's a shame, because I mean, if we'd have got our backsides in gear at the beginning of the year, then I think it'd be a bit different. And we were trying to do too much too late.
Yeah.
I mean, we won 5 out of 7 now. Declan's got, you know, you're not wishing anyone any bad luck, but he needs to have an unfortunate race now. Yeah. And then John was in front of me as well, and of course now he's got that win. He's got another 2 points, although it's still close. It's all to go for the next one, but I really do think, I'm not sure where Harry Storer was, but I think seconds might possibly be doable. I've just got to figure out what the hell's going on with the back of my car.
Okay, we'll let you sort that out. You've got a 3-hour endurance race to sort that out, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to need it.
All right, Chris, thanks for chatting to us and explaining what's been going on. Declan, we'll get Declan McDonald over, who takes P2 in that one. Declan, great to see you again. Congratulations, well done. Lovely to see you, and decent enough race.
Yeah, brilliant. From my point of view, got a great start, got into the lead. Chris was putting lots of pressure on me, and I thought, okay, well, I'm happy to let him pull through and pull us away. And I could see that the top 3 were, as a group, were pulling away from everyone else behind, which is, I was after a top 3 finish and staying close to John more than anyone else. I could see that Harry had got problems off the line. I'm not quite sure where he finished, so he started as closest rival to me, I guess, in the championship. But I could see that I know he's had engine woes this weekend, which is a real shame. But I could see he wasn't in the mix. So at that point, I thought, okay, well, I'll run with in the top 3, see what happens. About halfway through, I picked up a massive vibration on the front. I don't think I dropped a wheel off the curb, but I've either buckled the wheel or lost some weights off the front wheel. So we need to have a look at that. And from that point onwards, I thought, okay, well, I'm in the top 3. Didn't run any curbs, just consolidated my position. And then I could see John putting a lot of pressure on Chris over those last few laps, and I thought, I'll have a push back to them, and they'll let us in case anything happens on the last lap. But they ran it clean, so I thought there might be some pickings there on the last lap, but there wasn't. So, but happy days, happy with third. That's a good result.
As being a champion in many other formulas in the past, how ingrained are the point situations with you when you go into these races?
To be honest, I've really tried not to been thinking about it. I only came back this year really to try and get myself back in a race seat and have a go at racing, and I didn't really want to concentrate on doing a championship, which is why, my son Joe Wiggin, who races in the mini challenge, that was our priority. And so up until the 4th round, I was really only committed to do the first 3, but then I got into it and I've been enjoying the racing, and then I probably did have a little look at the points. I thought, while I'm still in it, I'll carry on going. And but to be honest, I felt really relaxed this weekend. The cars, got to thank Tucker Motorsport. They have prepared an absolutely magnificent car. James Tucker on setup is just second to none. The car is just underneath me, and I even then I felt really comfortable. I could have maybe pushed on a bit more, but just didn't want to take the risks, to be honest. I'm happy with where we were.
That's great. Declan, I'm going to cut that short. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Well done on the podium. Declan McDonald there. Sorry for cutting across, Scott, for the grid. You're going to have to really whiz through that very quickly. I think Ali Bray on pole, isn't it? So let's go SuperCup racing.
It is indeed SuperCup time. Thank you, Richard. It is now our 3rd of our 3 Mazda MX-5 championships this weekend, and here is the grid. Quite interesting because it's one of the closest championships, but we'll rattle through it. So Ali Bray then starts on pole position alongside James Cousins. Good to have him back on the grid, is Ali. Then champion Eda Blackwell Chambers starts 3rd, crucially ahead of his main rival. Michael Nibbs is alongside him on the 2nd row. Good effort from Tom Griffiths and Nick Grindrod to be on the 3rd row for this one. They could do something from row 3. Then Jack Brewer, really good improvement from him, up to 7th. One to watch from row 4. And then Colin Bysouth, who took 3 wins last time at Donington. He's on the back foot at the moment, back in 8th. Good to see Simon Baldwin back in 9th. He starts alongside Alex Miller, one of his improved performances in qualifying with P10. Again, more great efforts. Will Morris starting P11 alongside Lee Brisson. John Langridge a little bit further back than he'd like to be in 13th place. Alex Stott also with a strong effort to start 14th on row 7. Then it's Tom Selden and Nick Rutter. Tom Selden being run, of course, by former 3-time champion Luke Herbert, and Nick Rutter running as part of Rob Boston Racing. Row 9 is where we find our pole sitter in the club class, which is Scott Wright. He's in the battle with Stephen New for the title in that particular class, and he is alongside Christopher Richardson. Then it's George Grant, man himself from Clapham North. He will start on the 10th row alongside Simon Fleet, and he is on position 20. Then it's one of our guest drivers, Dylan Stepney, in P21. He is one of the 83 cars. I think he's one of the Hills Motorsport cars, I think. Then it's Martin Tolley on the 11th row. Stephen New, who's back in 12th on the 12th row and 23rd on the grid, alongside Adrian Burge. Then it's Alex Jones, another guest for this weekend, Brad Diaz. So good to see Brad here making his debut. Row 14 is Clive Chisnell, another one of the contenders, both in the Masters contest and for the podium, and also in the club class. Xavier Brook is back in 28th, former club class champion himself. It's Liz Walton and Will Powell, the man behind Motors One Racing, another guest driver, can't speak today. Will Powell in 30th on the grid. Then it's another guest, James Dixon, and Christopher Ginn, who rounds off row 16. And at the back of the grid is Martin Canning, also a guest as well, and he starts in 33rd. He's running a couple of sporadic races this year, one of his first appearances in SuperCup. So as the cars come round to the grid, the stage is set as this. In the Pro class, it is literally a 4-point gap between leader Will Blackwell Chambers and second place Colin Bysouth. Literally, as we said again, there are no drop scores to be used at all from these last 3 races. Every single point, every single result here from this weekend counts towards the final total after drop scores taken into account. You can only use drop scores up until the Donington rounds. After Donington, these 3 rounds cannot be used as drop scores at all. So if you have a DNF and a 0, that's it. It has to count towards your result. If you get a victory, if you get a big points difference in terms of results, that can have a difference in the championship. That means Will Blackwell Chambers ultimately needs to make sure that he stays ahead of Colin Bysouth as much as possible throughout the weekend, and hope he doesn't charge through from 8th on the grid. The cars to watch out for, just you can see in the just off centre right of shot, is the silver kind of zebra liveried car with the pink headlights. That is Colin Bysouth. The other car is the white, red and black car you'll see starting just to the right of James Cousins' car, which is blue, orange and black, and that there is Will Blackwell Chambers. We've got a yellow flag, and that's just the pit lane anyway. I thought there was a problem for one of the cars on the grid, but it's not. It's simply just the marshals waving the flags until the cars are gridded up, which they're finishing off now. But Ali Bray then, though, AB Motorsport boss, did some great racing here last time we were at Snetterton back in April, and showing great pace in that car and hoping to try and get a good result. James Cousins on the front row alongside him. What will happen for the championship in both Pro and Club? We're going to find out with the first of 3 races this weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So Ali Bray on pole, James Cousins alongside him, Blackwell Chambers starting 4th, and then it's Bysouth in 8th. Good launch from the first few rows. They head off towards Ritchie for the first time. The 33-strong field blasts its way down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and side by side for the lead. Cousins on the right, Bray on the left. Will Blackwell Chambers tucked in behind Ali Bray as he turns in, and Bray gets the whole shot through Ritchie's. Here comes Blackwell Chambers squeezing up the inside for second. It's a decent start for Colin Bysouth. He's made up a couple of places as they head towards Wilson for the first time. And now they hit the brakes underneath, up the inside for second place, exactly what he needs to do. Will Blackwell Chambers is into second place. Now, Bysouth has only made it 1 or 2 places, it looks like. He's up to about 7th, I think, maybe 6th at a stretch. The rest of the pack goes through. Looks like relatively no issues, all drama-free by the looks of it, which is what we like to see in MX-5 Super Cup. They turn out through Palmer and out towards Agostini for the first time. We'll see if the complexion of the front runners has changed at all. Well, Ali Bray still leads. It's Blackwell Chambers for second. Lock up from Bray turning into the hairpin. You see Nick Grinder there getting stuck in. He's going up the inside of Michael Nibbs by the look of it. And Colin Bysouth was also quite in the mix there as well. But he's still down in about 7th or 8th. This is certainly advantage Blackwell Chambers at the moment. He's getting quite a lot of points here. You also get points for pole position as well in this championship as well, for race 1, which means that there'll be a pole point goes to Ali Bray, given that he has indeed been a fully registered driver. So yes, he is a fully registered driver for the MX-5 Super Cup, which means that he is eligible to score points this weekend, which means that Will Blackwell Chambers will have to beat him if he wants to get the maximum 100-point score. There's Colin Bysouth there. That you mentioned, the silver zebra liveried car with the pink graphics and pink headlights. Not one to miss. He's very sideways on the exit of Nelson under pressure from Simon Baldwin. Good to see him back in the championship after some sporadic appearances on and off this year, and he was a regular front runner in the past. Of course, him and his sibling, or James Blake Baldwin, of course, is the former champion 2016, and has been plying his craft in Ginetta's in the last couple of seasons. But good to see Simon back on the grid. Right up the inside there, we've got that's strong language and Jack Brewer. Jack won't have appreciated that one. He's had quite a testing first year in MX5 Super Cup, but hasn't had the best of starts to this race. Started 7th, but has dropped way down the order. End of lap number 1, then across the line they go. So Bray leads, Blackwall Chambers 2nd, Cousins 3rd, Grindrod 4th. Great start for Nick Grindrod. He's in contention for the Masters title. 5th place, they were side by side between, it looks like, Michael Nibbs and Tom Griffiths. Oh, is that a problem for Jack Brewer? I think it is. Is that a left front puncture he's got? Yes, it is. Oh, poor Jack Brewer, after coming so close to the title in Mark 1s last year. This really has been a tumultuous first season in Mark 3s, and poor Jack Brewer pulling off the road. Unfortunately, that's his first race done, so he will score no points. So remember, you cannot use these rounds, any of these rounds this weekend, as drop scores, which means he will have to count that as a DNF, I'm afraid, unless he can get it back to the pits. He's got a long way to go, because it looks like the tyre's gone down, had a problem just past the pits or on the pit straight, which means he's got to do a whole lap of the 300 circuit now to get back around to have it possibly changed. And that's a nightmare for him and the Tucker Motorsport crew, as he'll go tumbling down the order. Now, hopefully he can get back before he loses a lap, but we shall have to see how this race plays out. So there's now Bysouth, who I think has got up to 5th position, because he's now ahead of Tom Griffiths and Michael Nibbs. They're going side by side, as are also behind him. That looks like it's Simon Baldwin and Lee Britton. And Britton's just squeezed up the inside of the number 9 into 8th place. So Colin Bysouth then, after getting stuck in the mire in the first couple of laps, is now getting on with it here and trying to move up the order. Rally crossing over the grass goes Michael Nibbs. Pretty sure that Mr. Palmer will have to get the seeds out and try and regrow that grass on the exit, because quite a lot of dust and dirt been kicked up as they've run wide. But now, Will Blackwall Chambers, all he can do now is push as hard as possible throughout these last 3 races and try and hope that Colin Bysouth, A, doesn't catch him, and B, doesn't pass him, and then C, potentially even pick up more points on him to close that gap in. The gap is 4 points in the pro class between Will Blackwall Chambers and Colin Bysouth. That's the key gap between them. It's going to be the closest gap in the MX5s in terms of the championship hunt, I think, all season, or all weekend. Turn the way out through Coram. And Bysouth was getting away from that group of cars he's just passed, but now Tom Griffiths and Simon Baldwin and Lee Britton are just pulling him back towards them. So Bysouth losing a bit of pace in the second half of the lap. Ali Bray takes the fastest lap of the race. He'll take the point for that as well at the moment, but if Blackwall Chambers can improve on that, then certainly he'll want to be a little bit further up the order. So they head down towards Ritchie's again for the 3rd time. There is car 15 in the lineup. It's one of the guest drivers. I think, whoops, off the road. So where that is Will Morris going grass tracking. It's not the first time he's done that. I think he did that back here at Snetterton, going off the road at Coram. And so he quite likes exploring the Norfolk countryside, does Will Morris. Doing it again on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. 17 is, let's see. Let's double check. I think it's Alex Stott, I think, who was in that Hills Motorsport car. Meanwhile, the leaders turn their way in through the hairpin. Now, Nick Grindrod's having one of his strongest runs of the year so far, because he started off tentatively, was looking decent in the first couple of rounds, had a bit of a lull period throughout the mid-season, was stuck in around the bottom of the top 10, trying to find his pace, but now he seems to get himself back in the groove in rear-wheel drive, because those who watched our coverage from last year and followed our championships from 2021 will know that Nick Grindrod was the runaway champion in the what was then new for that season, Nankang Thai City Car Cup, who are also contesting their final rounds this weekend over at Silverstone concurrently. So that is a different, it's a return to rear-wheel drive for Nick Grindrod. It's a return back to some of his roots when he's done races such as, I think he's done some ASCAR, and also he's done some predominantly pickups as well, so he's used to rear-wheel drive predominantly, but it's good to see him getting back into the Super Cup and getting into the groove and finding the pace here, which is what he needs. So he's now up into 4th place. He's now chasing after James Cousins, who he's found some form late in the season. He admitted back at Donington that the car hadn't really been where he wanted it to be, or his pace hadn't been where he wanted it to be for most of the year, and wasn't as consistent as he would have liked, but ultimately that car seems to be performing quite well now. So Ali Bray hustles the car through Coram into the braking zone, and now out of Murray's again for the 3rd time. Let's see if Blackwall Chambers can try and get a better fastest lap. Across the line they'll come to start lap 4. New fastest lap again for Ali Bray. He's about 3/10 quicker, it seems, now than Blackwell Chambers. What about lap times for Biasaf? He's up to 5th. His last lap was a 2:16.2. There he is. So at the moment, Biasaf doesn't have the pace to hold on to Blackwell Chambers. He's holding on to 5th, but he's still coming under threat from both Tom Griffiths and Lee Britton. A couple of cars drifting out wide. That was Simon Baldwin and Michael Nibbs. Side by side here as Griffith goes back on the attack on Biasaf. Meanwhile, John Langridge twitches his way through the hairpin on the inside of Michael Nibbs. He's going toe-to-toe with him. He's got his Miller Motorsport teammate Alex Miller for company just behind him as well. Further back, there goes the battle in the club class. Now, just seeing the two contenders go through. The white car with the red trim around the bottom, that was the Paddock Motorsport car of Scott Wright. Of course, Paddock Motorsport running MX-5s in this championship, but they're also, of course, focusing a lot of their efforts this weekend at Donington for the finale of the British GT Championship, running cars in both GT3 and GT4, a phalanx of McLarens at their disposal. But they're also, of course, running, possibly a skeleton crew running the cars that they've run in the championship this weekend to look after them. Of course, it's Scott Wright and Stephen New that are battling over the club class title, and between them, Scott Wright has got quite a lead. He's got at the moment over Stephen New. He's got a lead of 39 points between the two of them. So ultimately, finishing ahead of Stephen, he just needs to do that 3 times, and he will become the club class champion. And there was some belief that Stephen, which was just there in the silver car going through the shot, there was some belief that he wasn't going to be able to race this weekend, but I'm glad that he has managed to make it and is on the grid here to try and at least wrestle the title from Scott Wright's grasp provisionally. But of course, as we know, with no ability to drop any rounds any of the 3 races here this weekend, literally anything can happen. So let's not count our chickens just yet before the last checker flag is crossed. There you see car 69 is Clapham North's George Grant. He's back in 20th, so he's rounding off the top 20. A couple more cars coming through shot. Alex Jones, got Christopher Ginn in here as well. It's one of the best looking cars of the season, that's Christopher Ginn's car. That brilliant livery on that car. I always hate to see it when it's got any kind of body damage or crash damage at all, because it's such a wonderfully designed livery. There's a very big sideways movement there for one of the Hills Motorsport cars. It's such a well designed livery as Christopher Ginn's car that you never want to see it damaged or harmed at all. So that's certainly something which he's doing well to keep it as clean as possible. A bit further back here, we've got George Grant having a nice little scrap with Simon Fleet. And who's behind him as well? I think that's Xavier Brook in the 70 car just behind him. Let's check the timing screen for that one. Yes, it is. There he is. And also there, not too far away, is just behind them. That is Adrian Burge as well. One of a few drivers that have moved up from Mark 1s into Mark 3s in the past couple of seasons. Natural progression for some drivers. Whoops, that's Scott Wright there who was battling with the 83 car. That was with the 11 and 83. That's with Dylan Stepney, who I think stepped in for, it was going to be for another guest driver which we were going to have this weekend, but for some personal reasons they weren't able to make it this weekend. So a very late switch in for Dylan Stepney, who joins the field this weekend as a guest driver. Here they go through the shot with Scott Wright just behind him, Nick Rutter, Ginn, Stephen New, and then that battle we were looking at before with Grant, Fleet, and Adrian Burge, who just passed Xavier Brooks. That'll be a move for him for 24th position. So there's the 419 car in there as well. That is Martin Canning. He starts at the back of the grid in 33rd. He's climbed his way up 12 places so far to 21st. That's a really good drive so far for Martin up the order. Of course, he's another one of the drivers racing as a guest, but he has done a couple of sporadic outings for Martin Tolley's Go For It team. And Martin Tolley's outfit pretty much now has one of the biggest teams in terms of the amount of cars they run in the paddock in total, whereas before they used to focus on running a couple of Mark 1s, but now they do Mark 1s and Mark 3s, and it's quite a vast array of cars that Martin Tolley has at his disposal for a lot of his regular customers. We go the leaders up through Murray's then. We're coming up past the halfway point. 20-minute races in the MX-5 Super Cup. We've completed just past 11 minutes in this first race of the weekend. And Bray and Blackwell Chambers have got this one on lockdown at the moment. The gap between them now it's gone out by another 0.8 of a second. So the gap is now looking at, I think it's over a second now. No, it's 0.6 of a second. But they've pulled out some 3 seconds over the battle for third, which now sees Nick Grindrod ahead of James Cousins. Meanwhile, Colin Biasaf getting involved in fights he doesn't really want to get involved in, particularly trying to fend off and get past Tom Griffiths. He's got Lee Britton on his tail as well. And this is not good for Colin Brysouth. He really wants to be in this fight close to Will Blackwell Chambers, but getting stuck here battling with the likes of Griffiths and Lee Britton, and also potentially behind him Simon Baldwin, Michael Nibbs, John Langridge, Tom Selden. He really doesn't need this if he wants to be battling for the championship. Right now, this lead gap will increase, because at the moment Will Blackwell Chambers will score 98 points for second place compared to Colin Brysouth, who currently scores 92. So the gap will go out by another 6 points. It'll be a 10-point advantage at the front between Will Blackwell Chambers and Colin Brysouth, based on my rudimentary GCSE maths, which is funny because it's true. Anyway, this next group all heading their way up towards it. 6 of the best up towards the left-hander at Hamilton. Colin Brysouth leading the group, but again, I think if he has got the pace, either it wasn't present in qualifying because he had 1 or 2 mistakes, or the car's just not where he wants it to be this weekend, and therefore he's finding himself stuck in battles with people he doesn't really want to get too involved in. Notice there's a car that's pulled into park firmly already, so we've lost a car that had an issue further back in the pack. Timing screen possibly tells me that it's not Jack Brewer. It might be possibly Will Powell, maybe, because we've got a car and it's car number 26, so that's a shame if Will Powell's had 1 or 2 issues with his SuperCup car. But further back with Colin Brysouth, still trying to hold on here ahead of Tom Griffiths. And Tom is a very formidable driver. I mean, the likes of fellow commentator Andy McEwen will definitely back me up by saying that Tom Griffiths is a very, very good driver in his own right, and I think it's only a matter of time, a question of when rather than if it starts to click with that MX-5 SuperCup car. It seems to be starting to click into place for him now, because he's up there in 6th position, hustling one of the championship contenders. And for the record, I mean, fair play to Tom Griffiths. He's not obliged to just let the championship contenders have their own race. He's battling for points and for good results in his own right, for his own confidence, for his own ego, for his own results in the championship. Regardless of who he's battling, fair play to him. If he wants to go up against one of the championship contenders, he's there on pace. He's there for the taking, so he may as well go for it. But he knows, of course, that he can't do anything too risky, otherwise it might have connotations for what might happen in the wider context of the championship. So he has to find a balance here and look for a move. He's darting around left and right to try and find an avenue, but Brysouth just holds to the inside line. He's looking for that undercut, and they all pile in under brakes behind him, because Lee Britton in the red car, their number 50, is right on their tail too. Next battle pack ensues. That's Alex Miller, Will Morris, Tom Selden, and the 15 car, which is of Alex Stott. So he's another of the higher cars for Hills Motorsport. There goes our top 2. There goes Nick Grindrod. Now, Nick Grindrod hasn't ever scored a podium yet in the MX-5 SuperCup, so if he does it here, it'll be his first MX-5 SuperCup podium, not just of the season, but full stop. And this is someone, of course, who's had a lot of experience racing anyway, but for his first MX-5 SuperCup podium, that will certainly give him a bag of confidence going into tomorrow, and in particular, of course, going into next season, should he decide to stick around. And I'm sure with the pace and confidence that this result is currently giving him right now, I think he'd be a fool to look elsewhere to do anything else, because certainly if you can carry this into next season and find even more pace to get towards the likes of the Ali Brays, the Will Blackwell Chambers and the Colin Brysouths of the world, then certainly they'll want to do so. A couple of drivers we are missing this weekend, which is a shame that we don't have them on the grid. There's no Patrick Fletcher, no Richard Amos either, which is a shame, but unfortunately neither of them were able to make it this weekend, so their championships ended back at Donington Park effectively, and so now it's just Blackwell Chambers versus Brysouth for the crown. And now it remains to be seen exactly what outcome we're going to have here. Through the right hand as we go. Through Coram, through Murray's, and now onto the pit straight again. 4 and a bit minutes left to go. See there, Brysouth still doesn't have the get up and go that he really wants in the setup of the car this weekend, because he's just really has Tom Griffiths just nibbling away on that rear bumper all the way through. He's got a couple more laps to try and hold him off as best he can. There goes the battle of a third between Grindrod and Cousins. Now they come side by side again, and Britton wants to get himself a piece of this action. He's going on the offensive here, trying to get past the 76 car of Tom Griffiths. There go the third place battle. Now what has it going to look turning into the hairpin? Well, there goes Michael Nibbs down the outside of Lee Britton. He'll get shown the edge of the road. Oh, big out of shape slide there from Simon Baldwin, getting the power back on. That now gives the momentum and possibly the position to John Langridge, and he's going to take his chance all day long. Change here between Simon Fleet and George Grant, so they've now switched positions also. So that's a change of place for them. And now as they come up through, out of Ritchie's and back into the Wilson hairpin, named after, of course, the late Justin Wilson. That will certainly be a help for him. So, rest of the... There's lots of battles going on up and down the field. Another one of the Go For It racing cars getting involved there. Try and work out who that is. I think that's just ahead of Scott Wright, I think. So, who is that is having a scrap at the moment with Scott Wright, looking down the order? I think that's the likes of, I think Martin Tolley's in there too, as is also Dylan Stepney and Oak Richardson. So there's all sorts going. Sorry, Chris Richardson. So, wrong Richardson I was naming there. So, battles in the midfield, battles all around the circuit. In fact, it is Martin Tolley in his now blue MX-5. He's had a slightly darker blue MX-5, but a new build for him. Chris Richardson in the bright green car, then Stepney in the 83 and Scott Wright in the 11. As we continue to keep tabs on this mammoth back and forth battle between Colin Bysouth and Tom Griffiths. But he's also got Britton, Nibbs, Baldwin and John Langridge in there as well. John Langridge, I know, has been desperate to win a race here in the MX-5 Super Cup. He's been doing it the last couple of seasons now. I think since 2020, I think he's been racing in the Super Cup. Hasn't won a race just yet. He's desperate to do so. At the moment, it might not be his day right now. He's in P10. Got some work to do. Now, meanwhile, the leaders have gone through to start the last lap of the race. The gap is 1.7 seconds between Ali Bray and Blackwell Chambers. So Ali looks as though he's quite comfortable out in front at this point. Turning in through Ritchie's now. This is the last lap of the race then. Across the line with about 1 minute and 53 to go on the clock, and lap times are about 2 minutes 15. So this is the last time around the 300 circuit for today for the MX-5 Super Cup. The 6 cars battling over P5 down to 10th, all aligned together. Going a bit further back, there's Martin Canning. Now Canning, where's he risen to now? He's gone up to, he stayed in 20th, so he's hit a bit of a brick wall in terms of his progress. You see there, that was James Cousins having another little look up the inside of Nick Grinder. Couldn't quite make that one stick, and some more lockups. Big twitch there from Lee Brisson. I'm not sure if there was contact or not, but he finds himself out wide, and there might have been some contact. It looks like there's been a bit of damage on the back of Michael Nibbs, on the front of Michael Nibbs' car. So I think there might have been a bit of contact that's seen Nibbs possibly going to the back of Britton there, and that's what's pushed him wide. Griffiths then really is giving that the huge hurry up there to Colin Bysouth. Come on, if you keep on sort of sitting where you are, I'm going to get past you at one point. But his time is running out for Griffiths though. He's have to make it stick. Now, have we lost Michael Nibbs? Because Michael Nibbs wasn't in the shot there. So I think Nibbs has dropped back possibly due to some damage he sustained. But for Ali Bray, it might only be his 2nd or 3rd weekend of a championship, but in terms of this season, but certainly he's going to end it with a very strong result. And who knows? If he decides to do more than a couple of cameo appearances next year, not that I'm tempting fate, but you might well start to think about bringing this car out more often and to score some championship points. He will do so today, because of course he is a fully registered driver. As he comes out the final couple of corners, he will head up to the checkered flag, and it will be a first MX-5 Super Cup win for Ali Bray. He started the season with 2 MX-5 Clubman wins in the Mark 1. He's going to start this weekend, the final one of the season, with a win in a Mark 3. Crossed him with the second flag. Ali Bray wins the first MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. A crucial 2nd place to Will Blackwell Chambers, 98 points. That helps him no end of a championship. A first MX-5 Super Cup podium for Nick Grinder. He'll be delighted with that after a very tricky first season getting to grips with these cars. 4th for James Cousins, 5th for Colin Bysouth. It extends the championship lead by another 8 points. It's 98 points scored for Blackwell Chambers, 92 points scored for Colin Bysouth. That is now another 8 points added onto the total. That means it's a gap of 12 points now, I think, between Blackwell Chambers and Bysouth, but we'll work it out overnight on the points tables. Then we'll go to 6th for Tom Griffiths, who hustled him all the way to the checkered flag. So we see George Grant of Clapham North and Downforce Radio fame. He comes up to the line. He will finish back in outside the top 20, I think. 23rd, so across the line for George Grant. Next to him and Clapham North for all their support. And the rest of the top 10 that was battling over that, we had behind Colin Bysouth, Griffiths in 6th, Lee Britton in 7th. It's then Langridge in 8th, 9th for Simon Baldwin, and 10th for Alex Miller. Now, Michael Nibbs did finish the race, but back in 13th. And I think from what I saw at the corner of the shot, I think it was just behind the timing tower at the time at Agostini. I think there was some contact between Nibbs into the back of the car of Lee Britton, which sent him sideways on the exit of the corner. And I think because of that, Nibs just dropped back and had some issues. So because of that, he's just trundled in. We saw Will Morris coming into the pit lane as before he crossed the line as well. We should also mention club class victory goes the way of Scott Wright. So that helps him ahead of Stephen New. So he's scored him by a couple of points. That maintains his championship lead. And third in that class was Alex Jones. So hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat to Alex as well. Well, action all the way in the MX-5 Super Cup. 2 more races to go tomorrow. Here's the result then. Ali Braden will be delighted with that, as will his team. It's the first MX-5 Super Cup win for him. Then it's Will Blackwell Chambers in second. Crucial points for the championship. A first podium in MX-5 Super Cup for Nick Grindrod. Then James Cousins 4. Colin Bysouth loses points back in 5th behind Will Blackwell Chambers. Then it's Tom Griffiths, Lee Britton, John Langridge, and then Simon Baldwin and Alex Miller rounding out the top 10. And then it's 11th place for Tom Selden, 12th for Alex Stott, 13th for Michael Nibbs, 14th for Christopher Richardson, 15th for Martin Tolley. Then it's Scott Wright who wins the club class, Dylan Stepney, Nick Rutter, Martin Canning and Stephen New as well. Simon Fleet 21st, who was the first Masters driver for club class home. Then George Grant in 22nd for Xavier Brook, Alex Jones. Then it's Diaz, Chisnell, and the rest of the top 30, I think, on the screen here showing as Ginn, Burge, Walton and Dixon. And then Morris came into the pit there as well. We lost. It was Will Power that we lost as well. And Jack Brewer was also out there as well. Right, lots to unpack and talk about with that one. Down to the assembly area, to the part firmer we go with Richard John Hill, who has 3, I'm sure, very happy drivers for various different reasons. For Ali Bravery's race win, Blackwell Chambers for the points, and Nick Grindrod for that crucial first Super Cup podium. This should be interesting.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. And yeah, our commentator, Scott, was just waxing lyrical about that being your first podium in SuperCup, outright podium. You've been wiping up in the Masters for some time. Well done, Nick. How was it?
It was great. It was like winning for the first time all them years ago. Yeah, we've just struggled this year, but yeah, it just seems to come together at the end of the year, so looking good.
And Scott was speculating during the race as to whether you'll carry on next year. I mean, after all the investment that you've made time-wise this year, it would be a shame not to see you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're committing to doing next year, so yeah, we'll be on the grid for next year. Hopefully a bit further up.
Yeah, well, you've proved that you've got the overall podium pace now, and I've always known you as a podium driver, going right back to short ovals.
Yeah, we've always been quick and we've won championships previously, but this is, for anybody out there, this is a mega hard championship to try and at least get on the podium, let alone the guys that are going to win the championship. But we'll give it a go next year.
Brilliant, glad to hear that, and we'll see if you can get another one a little bit later on tomorrow, mate.
Cheers, Rich, thank you.
So that's Nick Grindrod, who takes 3rd position. We've lost the others now, so we need to get Ali Bray. And also, we need to get our 2nd place man, Will Blackwell Chambers. So we'll grab Ali first of all. So we'll do 3 and then 1. Good to see you too, Ali. And not a regular in the championship, but it would be good to see you regularly in this championship. A good win though.
Yeah, a good win. That's the plan. We're setting ourselves up for next year. We've had a lot of work on the car coming into Snet. We had a few problems at Donington and didn't show our real pace. There's just so many people I want to thank. Everyone at MCR. Mike Coomer is my hero. He's done everything to the car. Also a massive shout out to both of our wives, Nikki and Danny, because they put up with us being in the workshop and not at home dealing with the kids. But yeah, Atkinson Body Repair. Massive shout out to Scott at AMC Performance. Without anyone like this wouldn't be possible. I'm just pointing it in the right direction.
But you do a lot of work with a big team as well. It's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got a lot going on this weekend. Obviously, even though I'm driving, my main focus is Fraser in the Mark 1 Championships. As a team, we're looking to go back to back. So yeah, there's a lot going on this weekend, but it's a nice end to the day.
Excellent. Okay, we'll see you for more tomorrow, Ali. Very well done. We need to catch up with Will Blackwell Chambers. I'll have a look round and is Will around? Have we got Will? Don't disappear. Club class though, have we got Scott Wright, who took the... There's Scott right in front of me.
How are you, mate?
Scott, very well, thank you. How are you?
Very well.
Pretty happy about that, I should imagine.
I'm over the moon, mate. Yeah, I'm here to hopefully win the championship this weekend. So another win there. We've split team with Paddock being at British GT, with Martin racing this weekend. So I'm here. Car's brilliant, been prepared by the team fantastically. So big thanks to Paddock, KP Print Group and Glimpson Construction are here today to enjoy hopefully what will be a championship winning weekend.
Can you do it in race 2?
I think so. I come here just to finish well, as best I can, but winning there. I'm mixing it amongst the pro drivers, which is where I'll be next year, so it's nice to get a taste of that. But hopefully I can win it in the next race.
That's brilliant, Scott. Okay, look forward to that, and then you can take it easy for race 3.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Scott, well done. Many congratulations. Let's see if we can get Steve. Have we got Stephen New handy? Stephen, well done, P2. We don't always get a chance to chat to our club class drivers, so we wanted to make sure we did today. Well done on getting that podium.
Thank you very much. It's a good fun drive out there, so it's nice to actually have a bit of decent weather.
They were threatening rain today.
I know. Apparently it was going to rain sort of all weekend, but I think we managed to escape that today. Got a bit lucky. Had a good drive with Scott. Well done, Tim, for getting first. And just out there to enjoy ourselves.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow's races.
Exactly, we've got a couple of races tomorrow, so hopefully the weather holds out and we're on to a winner.
Brilliant, well done, we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks very much indeed. Quick handshake there. Have we got T's Will here now? Let's see if we can grab Will. Will, I'm sorry to mess you about, Will. Just wanted to grab a quick word with you, obviously as the man in the driving seat in terms of the championship's concerned. And Colin was a little way back. Do you know what sort of problems he had in qualifying?
I don't know.
It was good for you. Let's talk about you, because you were up there, and a good result for you.
Yeah, really happy with how we did. It's been a tough weekend with some mechanical gremlins that we're still searching through. So,
what sort of things?
Gearboxes. I love gearboxes in the Mark III. They're in, they're out. We've done what we can. Hopefully we'll make it through a weekend, but massive thanks to the team. They've worked overtime on it to get me out there. Massive thanks to Competition Supplies and Hydro Race for all their support, and of course my dad, who gets me out there every weekend. So yeah, really happy with that race. Ali definitely helped me out, so massive thanks to him. A big congratulations on his first Mark III win, and he drove fantastically. So to be honest, if I can do that for another 3 races, I'll be happy as Larry.
It was great to see, wasn't it? Nice to see Nick up on the podium as well. And there's still plenty of development left in this championship from the BRSCC's point of view, and of course all you drivers.
Yeah, we seem to be getting faster and faster, so we need to have a look at that one. But overall, it's pretty good.
Will, congratulations. We'll see you for race 2.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, Will. I don't know if we've got a very quick chance to chat with Simon Fleet. Is Simon here? There's Simon. 3rd position in the Clubman's. Oh, right. Well done. We grab a quick one, and then we've done the full lot, which is great for me. I'll get to tick a bingo. Well done. So podium in the Clubman class. And what does that mean?
It was hard to hang on to the car because my gears kept popping out. So I was driving one-handed on the steering wheel and one hand on the gear stick, which was entertaining.
Yeah, that must be around here. It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I had a wheel come off yesterday round Coram. Fortunately, that didn't happen today.
Was that curbs or was that bolts or faulty wheel?
Just the faulted. Well, it wasn't the wheel. It was the hub. The hub actually broke and separated from the car. So. You
know what that means, though? It means tomorrow you'll be all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks very much. Well done on the podium. Thanks for chatting to us. Sorry to cut it short. We're going to make our way down with a little walk through Parc Fermé and go onto the grid, because we've got the C1s on the grid already. And the idea is that we go down here, have a look at these wonderful... Look at the grids, though. I mean, this is a SuperCup, right? I mean, BRSCC Mazda racing. If you want competition, this is where you come, isn't it? Because this is the SuperCup. You've got the Mark 1s, you've got the Clubman, and we've got a paddock absolutely rammed full of these cars, which look fantastic. The racing is brilliant. I mean, I'll just cast your mind back. We know you can overtake on Snetterton, but when we were at Cadwell Park, we had them going 3 wide down the gooseneck. Absolutely fantastic racing from these. So if you're looking at getting into good, competitive, cost-effective motor racing, this is the way to go. Keep following me, Jeremy, because I think I've got to try and get across the track before the C1s go, and hand over to Rob, who's down there. Rob, give us a wave. But there he is. So Rob's going to be looking after pit lane for us when the C1s are on. And he's been doing that all year for us since the 24 hours at Silverstone. He did so well that we've got him back, and he's the full-time man. Are we allowed out on the track now, or are we banned? After you, sir. Yeah. And this is the parting of the waves, because what I'm going to do is going to hand all the gear over to Rob, and I'm going to join Scott in the commentary box, which is over there, just in case you want to see where we're going. Rob, this field is incredible again, isn't it?
55 cars. We've got the current British Touring Car Champion here. We've got Patrick Watts returning with 2 cars. Lots of stories up and down this paddock. Team Trojan with their 2 cars. They'll be hungry to get back into winning ways after a bit of a difficult weekend at Croft. WRC Developments are back with 2 more cars with some great
Rob, going to stop you there, mate, because I'm being told I've got to get over into the commentary box. So I'm going to hand the mic over. Jeremy's going to go with him. Jeremy, thank you. Rob, thank you. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
No worries.
I will see you later. See you later, guys.
No pressure there. So, as I was saying, folks, we've got 55 cars on this grid today, and some wonderful stories up and down the pit lane. On the front row, we've got the stories of the Littles, Jake and James Little. They were on the pace at Croft with 2 wonderful wins there. Just giving us a little wave there. JW Bird Motorsport on the front row alongside him in the 347 car with Nick Beaumont and Phil House alongside. Mac Tools Racing in third. Now, the man at the wheel there is Sylvain Rumio. He's partnering with Jade Edwards of BTC Racing fame from the British Touring Car Championship. He is on the pace. And a personal favourite of mine on the second row of the grid is Scuderia Polo Rosso. The only thing I will say, don't ask about the cone, because that was a bit unfortunate. That was a bit unfortunate. But anyway, it gives me great pleasure to hand up to Scott Woodwiss and eventually Richard John Neal up in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yeah, I just made it. I saw Scott completely disappearing in the other direction. I'm not sure where he's gone. And not terribly well prepared at the moment, to be perfectly honest with you. So let me sort me bits and pieces out, earpieces out. Let's get the phone out of my back pocket as well. A complete tangle of wires. It was a relatively seamless handover, thankfully. So we are there. I shall take my seat. And we'll get cracking. Here's the grid. We've got the JW Motorsport car on pole position. We'll go back to row 2. Mac Tools Racing and Scuderia Polo Rosso next up from Team Trojan on row 3. They actually annexed all of row 3. Quattro Formaggio next up from Track Toys Racing on row 4. We'll tell you more about the drivers in the cars as we go on. WRC Developments with CB on row 5 with Red Sky Racing in 527. That completes the top 10 of the cars in qualifying. OPC PR 431 car, and then Fighting Torque 309 on row 6. Row 7 on the Edge Motorsports and Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly 463. That's row 7. Welcome back, Scott. We'll just get your breath, mate. And then we've got JW Bird again on row 8 with PWR Limited 507. That's 16th position on the grid. Row 9, PWR Limited and CSC Racing with FDL Packaging. That's car 417. Row 10, Toff Racing, 19th on the grid, and 20th Silver Lake 1 in 457. They're followed by Man Power Motorsport and Oakley Motorsport on row 11. 12th row, Team Insane. And when we say it, that's not going to make any sense, but you can see how the humour works here as it's in the river. And then BPC Tuning. PD56 next up, and Silver Lake 2 on row 13. 14th row, MH Racing and Truff Racing, or Truff if you're up north. I don't know if we've got any... no, it's Andy McEwen here. It would be Truff, wouldn't it, with Andy? 3 Spark Racing 29, CSC Racing FDL Packaging 513, completing row 15. And still we go, and still the Citroens come through. AF Racing on row 16 with Emax Motorsport 32nd in car 355. Row 17, Silver Lake Racing again, 558. 451 is MLP Developments. And then the 18th row, Auto Park Racing and WRC Developments with CB. Row 19, BGD Motorsport and Team Hard, 519. 20th row, Brimstone Racing, should be Treacle Racing next then, but it's Team Godden in 477 on row 20. And then row 21, SM Motorsport and McLaren 0 to 60 340s. Is that Stuart McLaren's by any chance, or is that a different car? No, he's here this weekend.
Yes.
Scuderia C1. Thank you, Scott. AA, as a good guess on my part, AASP Motorsport 320, good oval racing number 320. Then Snail Speed Racing, which is easy to pick out because the snail on the side. DSC Motorsport are next up in 330. Escargot Racing, continuing the theme of slow things moving along the ground. AASP Motorsport next up from DSC Motorsport and Emax Motorsport. 50th on the grid. That's the first time I've ever said 50th on the grid, by the way. 51st Racing Lines Race Team, and then 52nd BPC Tuning. After that, we've got Emax Motorsport again, 53rd, 54th Le Patron Junior Team, and Emax Motorsport bringing up the rear in 55th. What a grid.
It's pretty big, isn't it? It's pretty big.
Huge. Is it bigger than the one we had here?
I think it's about the same size, roughly about the same size. But they started with a big grid, they're going to finish with a big grid as well. And of course, and as Rob rightly said, there is some incredible drivers in the field lining up here as well. Of course, there's the car in third place. You've got Sylvain Rubio, very talented young French driver. He's got a couple of decent peddlers alongside him. Josh Cook, Jade Edwards, they're not bad. They're right there. Have to be current British touring car drivers, fresh from completing their season. Of course, other drivers in the mixes too as well. On that, so Alistair May, of course, is pretty quick. The JW Bird guys are Philip House and Nick Beaumont, James and Jake Little. They are two of the fastest teams out there. The Emax Motorsport Team 346, that car should be 343, but that car, when I saw it on the back of the trailer when I got to Snetterton yesterday, it wasn't race ready, as if the front end was quite mangled, unfortunately. It had quite an accident in testing yesterday, so that car 343 is a non-starter, but 346 will, in fact, is the car they're going to run it with it instead. In terms of other drivers to watch out for, of course, WRC developments, the likes of David Drinkwater, Andy Mollison on that car, James Poulton too as well. Then, of course, in P11, there's the OPC PR team, which is Luke Harberman, Ron Johnson, William Hodgson. Some young chap called Tom Ingram apparently did something rather big last weekend. It's in the form of winning something called the British Touring Car Championship, which is, of course, a massive feat. Of course, we at BRSCC, of course, say congratulations to Tom, of course, for that incredible feat. And now, of course, he gets to have a bit of a cool down from running 3 very short British touring car races in 2 longer 3-hour endurance races. And I know that Rob was joking with Tom Ingram, saying this must be now, all leading up to this. And Tom played along with it. Was like, when I crossed the line, all that emotion came out when I won the championship. I thought, God, that's all building up to that C1 race I've got to do next weekend. So I'm sure we'll talk about that going forwards for the next race. If he catches up with either this race or the next. Of course, Patrick Watts racing back, one of their 2 cars. In fact, they're just both in the shot there in the mix. Of course, Patrick and Amy Watts. Amy fresh from her debut in the MX-5s earlier on this afternoon. And still they come and still they flow through the circuit, running in perfect 2x2 formation. They did something very cool at Croft, which is the lights didn't work properly at Croft for race number 1. So thankfully, the front few cars still paced themselves, and they pretty much did a full entire lap running at essentially sort of slowed down safety car pace, side by side crawling around in basically perfect side-by-side formation, ran for a whole lap of Croft and came back again when they finally got the race started with a Union flag. Thankfully, it looks as though the lights are going to work this time, touch wood. Red lights are on the gantry. As you can see there, the designated Citroën DS3 safety car, which of course is liveried in the main sponsor for the C1 Racing Club, which is Silver Lake Garage Services. So that car will lead the team around, and it's going to be, as I say, JW Bird Motorsport on the front row of the grid on pole position. A slightly different look for that car. It's a different JW Bird Motorsport car they're in. I think their other car, which is just there, the white, red and black car, which is towards the front, which they, likes of Philip House and Nick Beaumont, were driving, that car is further back in the field. But for the second to last time this season, this is where they started their first race after the partnership with BRSCC. They end the season back at Snetterton with a pair of 3-hour races, the first of which is all set to get underway. It is another mammoth 55-car grid of Citroën C1s ready to rock for 3 hours. Don't let the race length fool you, because these endurance races typically do excite from start to finish. Side by side on the front row, JW Bird on pole position, Emax Motorsport, the double winners from last time at Croft on the front row. Watch for the likes of Mac Tours Racing, Scuderia Polarossa, and of course, new British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram. 55 cars are released now as they hit the throttle and just about get themselves underway pretty quickly as they charge over the line. And the first of 2 races this weekend for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series is underway. Look at them spreading out, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the hell, 7 wide in towards Richie's corner. They're that small and diminutive. Why the hell not? In towards turn 1 they go for the first time. They make quite the sight and spectacle. Everyone trying to find some racing room. I thought rush hour on the Dartford Crossing was bad on a Friday even. That's got nothing on this, but they all turned their way through. They all seem to have got through, fingers crossed, just about okay. Mac Tours Racing in third. The 2 Team Trojan cars are getting up amongst the Scuderia Polarossa car in 4th, 5th and 6th. As they turn their way out, they are all getting through just about safe and sound through Wilson. That's good to see. We're going to keep holding our breath a little bit because there's still the first lap to complete. Of course, everyone's got to remember it's a long 3-hour race, and the endurance races, if you're not there on the last lap, all the others count for nothing. So there's no reason for going for the win on the first lap of the race when you've got all this racing ahead of you to try and get it done. So in towards the hairpin they go for the first time. It's still JW Bird that leads, Emax Motorsport in second place, still Mac Tools in third, and the 2 Team Trojan cars have started together on the third row of the grid. Looks as though they've both leapfrogged the Scuderia Polo Rosso car. Yes, they have. So they're up into 4th and 5th now. It's now Polo Rosso into 6th. I haven't seen further back from 7th, just behind Polo Rosso, but they come into the hairpin. Looks like, I think that is Quattro Formaggio in the car with the Demon Twigs man and the running along the side of it on the car. As they come up through Oggies, through Williams for the first time, and onto the back straight where they get to really properly stretch their legs out at full speed for the first time, all the way through. There's the JW Bird Motorsport car, a little wide there for, I think that was 483, I think, 463, which is Jelly Snake Racing with Nick Cromoli. One of the two, I think, Nick Cromoli backed cars that usually race in this series. A bit of a top 5 breakaway happening here between our leading 5 cars in the field. I haven't got start drivers just yet, but the very cool thing about the C1 Racing Club is they all run what they're called... Oh, no, we have got start drivers, thankfully, so that's quite handy. So we can actually tell you that it is in the lead from the outset, or at least I could if it's going to give me the
Jay
lead.
Little, but they're both Jay Littles, aren't they? So that's not a lot of help.
Yes, it'll either be James or Jake Little, but it's Philip House who leads the way in the JW Bird car. It's good we got them at the start, because usually it takes a while for those things to populate.
It's great work, isn't it?
It's good that we've got them straight away, so that's a really big help for us. So we can tell you Philip House is the man that started the pole-sitting car and currently leads the way. It is second place for either James or Jake Little, and then third place, back tools racing car, is Jade Edwards at the wheel. So a good start for her to hold on to third place. It is Wilkins in P4 and Scuderia Polo Rosso, Freeman in P5 for the first of the Team Trojan cars, Charlie Bingham is 6th, Alistair May 7th for Quattro Formaggio, Track Toys Racing with Marsh at the wheel, David Drinkwater is in the WRC Developments car in 9th, and this is at the moment at least, and then Red Sky Racing rounds up the top 10. As for the OPC team, that car showing is in the pit lane, so not a good start for our newly crowned British Touring Car champion Tom Ingram. Oh, there's a car facing the wrong way, that's definitely not a good start. That's 320 that's had a problem, and they go tumbling down the timing screen. 320.
AASP Motorsport.
Yeah, I think the timing screen is getting a bit confused about there being several cars in the pit lane, because I think there isn't. It's either transponder problems or several cars have hit dramas on the first lap, and I don't think it's the latter. 320 that had the spin is off the road. I was looking on the timing screen, but I found them. Yeah, ASP Motorsport, you're right, with Barrand at the wheel, so not a good start for Mr. Barrand, who has gone around already. But it seems as though, I'm saying this touch wood, first lap out of the books already in our first racing lap in the C1s, and so far, he says it quietly, they've all got away with it pretty cleanly so far.
Yeah, all looks like a good start. Jade Edwards will be chuffed to be up there. A couple of good seasons for Jade in the British Touring Car Championship, and I think disappointed with the end of her campaign at Brandsell with a contact on the last corner of the last round. That actually we didn't see that, which was quite good. So we were focusing on Tom Ingram getting the title, but great to see Jade here, and she's been always a great racer, whatever Jade is in. Very good, a very good racer, and not one that's gone off the W Series route. You know, she's always stuck in it and been quite happy to race on equal terms with the blokes and the other ladies where they are.
Yeah, definitely so. She's definitely gone to the route of finding her own funding. She's had some great ways to fund her racing in things like Clear Cup, for example. She did the 9 for 9 scheme. I remember that, where she was trying to get sponsors on board to racing Clears, and that was always successful. Yeah. And of course, she's now made her way into British Touring Cars, where she's rightfully managed to bag herself a seat based on the funding she needs and also the talent that she's got. I think too many people sort of, you know, I think they too many bag on some drivers too many because perceptively to some people wrongly that they don't deserve to be in those seats. But at the end of the day, if they've raised the money to do so, because obviously that's, you know, motorsport, as we know, is not a it's not a frugal way of going racing. That's key. I think we've got our first pit lane update. I think 463 has just been in the pit lane as well, so possibly to tell us more on that and anything else is our first hand down to Rob in pit lane. Rob, what do you have?
Guys, I just wanted to speak to you about these early pit stops happening in the pit lane. Now, one thing to remember, boys and girls listening at home, unlike any other endurance series around the UK, Europe and internationally, these cars cannot pit under safety cars, so that really blows the tactics wide open. So on that first lap, you actually saw one of the last cars there, the Max Finn powered car, that's they're actually borrowed a car this weekend. They came in for an early stop to get one of their 3 mandatory stops out of the way, and then the next lap we had 10 in the pit lane, including British Touring Car champion Tom Ingram, to come in to take his stop. It's all part of an early game plan. You get out of the traffic, get out of the trouble, and hopefully benefits it later on in the race when the safety cars do come. Back to the commentary team.
I do remember that, because yes, you're absolutely right in that one. Thank you in that one. Rob, because we did have some very early pit callers, so I think that was what it was. It was several teams getting their first scheduled pit stops out of the way first of all. There was one or two teams that tried to do it literally as the race was starting. I think one of them got a penalty because they pretty much pitted before the race had actually, the timer actually ticked to 0. And that's quite a sly bit of tactic, because every team has to make a set of mandatory pit stops. They can choose when they pit in that sequence. And some teams are now twigged from some of the tactics that Emax Motorsport were trying at Croft, which is to try and pit right at the beginning or very early on the first lap to get that first stop out so you can go longer for your next couple of stints and then spread out those 2 pit stops a lot more evenly. Yes, you lose initial time and track position in that first lap by pitting towards the back, but arguably, depending on how your pit stop goes, you can then start to put in some good fast laps in relatively clear traffic as well. It means then when you have those cars start to come back towards you when they start making their pit stops, it then starts to work out in the end. To be fair, Emax tried that a couple of times at Croft, and it worked a blinder because, of course, they got 2 race victories. I think the second race was even first race was even a 1-2. So Emax Motorsport, with all the guys that have their strategy books there, but have got pages and pages of stuff they're trying to work through. Some teams just stealing a page from that strategy book and trying to get go for themselves. And I guess even Tom Ingram, as experienced and wise as he is now, being a champion, thinks, I'll have a bit of that. I'll try that myself and see if I can get up through the order.
It was nice seeing Tom get the championship. If I might spend a few minutes or a couple of seconds talking about Tom. First met him in karts. I think it was a clay pigeon or somewhere like that, and we went and filmed a piece for local TV on him. And there he is down there. And I think this was probably even before Janetta Juniors. And when they're that small, you end up talking to mum and dad a little bit more rather than the youngsters. But having known him from that age, a very small karter. And then all the way up through the ranks, and of course they leave my tender care. They do juniors, they do Janetta SuperCup, and then they go on to Addison's World touring cars, and they leave it. But Tom's always been great, and when I've been fortunate enough to stand in for David on BTCC duty, Tom is always the first person I go to, because he is the most confident and also I think one of the best personalities to talk to when you want someone to have, when we have the laps where you talk to them in car. And he's one of the best people to do it. My son said that he was supporting Tom last weekend because he said he's the one with the biggest he's the one that shines out of the screen personality wise. And it's just been great having been on that journey with him and seeing him get that championship.
Yeah, there was something which I remember, there's a podcast I like listening to, which I'm sure they'll appreciate the shout out, which is Spinning Wheels with Paul Woodford and Guy Smith. And my favourite episode of that is, for me, undoubtedly Jason Plater's one, because one, is Jason Plater and how he is on the podcast, but two, where that relates to it is that there was a really good thing where they asked him the question, who do you see from the current crop of drivers that can go on and do some great things? And Jason, his first person he said to, because he was someone he knew from the KX Academy and learnt through, was Tom, and he said he could be a success not just in touring cars but in multiple categories as well. So Jason Plater is a massive advocate. Him having seen him, helped him grow up, understand his ways of sponsorship and teaching him how to be a great racing driver. More developments that we have for the pit lane. Rob, what news do you have?
And Tom Brown of the C1 Racing Club. Robin, just quickly.
Sorry for
He's just doing a bit of enforcing. Our apologies, guys. Robin, 55 cars out for these last rounds at Snetterton. You must be thrilled.
Sorry. Yeah, you know what a great season. We've had pretty much sellout grids pretty much all year, and they're here again. Everyone's still smiling. Everyone's having a good time.
It must be good having these superstars down the pit lane to add a bit of spice as well.
It's good, but you know what? I think they've seen now we treat everyone the same, and I think they like that. It's another driver, quick driver, mind, but it's another driver. I actually spoke to him on the grid, Tom, and he's just in there and he's like, it's good fun, isn't it? Exactly the same as Josh Cook. He just says, yeah, it's fun.
Fantastic. And Tom, 2023, we got some plans coming, haven't we?
We've got some plans coming, Rob. We can't say too much, but yeah, we've definitely got a few things up our sleeve. The next year's calendar is going to be a nice little treat when you get to see it, so hopefully we can get that out soon.
Fantastic, guys. Well, for the moment I'll pass back up to the commentary team, but still feverish activity down here in the pit lane. Back to you.
No probing me for clues in 2023 calendars. I know just as much as anyone else does at the moment. So,
do you know, I really hate that when they tease stuff. It's like people going on Facebook saying, "I'm making an announcement tomorrow." Well, just make the flipping announcement. Don't tease it. Just make the announcement. So now we've all got to go and badger everyone in the paddock tonight and find out what they're going on about.
Yeah, we don't tend to do that, BRSCC. We just announce it and go, there you go. It's the same as we did the things at the TT Racing Cup and
you guys
TSO
do,
UK.
Big
we just rather than sort of the build-up thing, we just go, right, here it is, and just kind of either catch people off guard or it's what they expect.
That TCR one, I mean, that was wow.
Yeah, very pleased with that one. Of course, they started back in 2018, and we had them up until end of 2020, and then, of course, when the championship was taken over by Stuart and Nicky Lyons, who've done a fantastic job of building it up to where it is now, have had a couple of years racing away and building up the grids and up some of the bigger crowds. But it's nice that it's all come together, in which they essentially kind of, in some cases, return back to us, and they come back with a very much enhanced product, enhanced grids. I've been a fan of the championship ever since it started, and been avidly following it since all throughout this year. It's been fantastic to see it get the drivers, the driving talent, the cars, and the quality racing that it as a championship deserves. And the great thing is now is that it's back properly on TCR as a whole, the global TCR radar again, and they're sort of properly helping promote it and push it in many ways. So I think next year for them, for us as a club, and for them as a championship and as a collective together, is going to be quite special, I think, and it's going to be quite a fun year having them on board. Their provisional calendar is available. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you can have a look on the TCR UK Formula page or on their website. There'll be details of that, of where you'll be able to catch them. But there's some fun circuits, a good spread of proper decent circuits on there, and I think it should be quite a fun year for them. What we anticipate, I think, both is going to be their biggest and best season to date, I think, given the progress that they've made this year and all the interest they have for next year.
3-year deal as well, with is it?
Believe so, yes, and also then. Hopefully things will go progress where we have can extend that, but of course it's only just been signed, so we have to wait and see how that plays out. But I think everyone's confident that it's going to work out very well. All very excited. It's going to be a mega year on the whole, and it's, as well, the other stuff that we've announced as well with the Formula Foundation E project, which we're going to give a try and see how that works. But there's also some other stuff which we've still got up our sleeve that's going to come out very, very soon, so people know about it. So there's a lot for us to be excited about next year.
I was chatting to one of the ITV guys, actually, one of the production guys last week, and he races a Classic VW. They're coming over to BRSCC next year.
Yes, they are as well. Yeah, very pleased to have them on board as well. So they're going to be coming with us, and great to have Chris Adams and all the guys to join in too. So yeah, including these guys with the C1s and all sorts going on. There's
good year ahead.
I think, hopefully not to inflate ourselves too much, but I think there should be some good stuff coming next year. I think on the whole should be some good stuff on the whole for next year. It looks pretty exciting. So, but that's next year. Of course, we've got this year these guys still racing out here at the moment in time. But yeah, also, I just thought I'd get in the beginning is that no pestering me to Rob, they're pestering me for calendars, because I do as much as anyone else at the moment. It's all being worked through in the background to figure out who's going where. But that's next year. This is this right now in terms of the battle we've got at the front. It's now still Philip House who leads the way for JW Bird Motorsport. The gap is now only about just under 0.2 of a second, because now, whichever Little it is, James or Jake Little has got the gap right down. They've now got a gap of about 5 seconds over Jade Edwards in the Mac Tools racing car, and she's being tailed by both of the Team Trojan cars at the moment. They're having a bit of a play for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The next group is then going to be Alistair May in the Quattro Formaggio car. Then it's WRC Developments with David Drinkwater at the wheel, Track Toys with Phil Marsh in 8th position, Red Sky Racing with David Shepherd at the wheel for that car, and then in P10 at the moment is the second JW Bird Motorsport car. That's the car which Beaumont and House were in at Croft, and that car now sits in 10th position, which currently has Joe Roach and Sam Roach. And Sam Roach of Racing 9 and ex-British F4 fame. So he's competing this weekend, and it's good to see him on the grid. And I saw him in the assembly area. He's seems to be enjoying life, enjoying himself back at the wheel and keeping well, which is good to see him in there. And I think he was meant to race in a couple of races either at Donington or somewhere else, but he couldn't make it, unfortunately, because he got caught by the dreaded C word that still exists around these days. Yeah, so but thankfully he's much better now and back on the grid, and it's now currently Joe Roach at the wheel at the moment, so Sam will get in there and enjoy himself, but he seems to be enjoying life, and that car's running well so far, strongly in the top 10.
There's some really good. We looked through, and you know, we got touring car drivers, as you mentioned, but you also got people like Nick Padmore, isn't he the lap record holder at Goodwood, Nick Padmore?
I believe so. In a 1990 Arrows, I think he was in 89 or 90 Arrows. He was in.
Nick and BRSCC goes back to the days when Nick was racing in Formula First, and first met him in there, and he stayed in and kept his reputation sky high as Nick Padmore. And he is there. Well, he's just above Patrick Watts at the moment. 17th, Patrick Watts 18th place just now. Padmore
do you want a quick chat on the live stream?
Pretty sure this is 506, no problem. And Team PD 556. Pretty sure that was his number, even going back that far. Nick Padmore in Formula First days.
Okay, excellent.
Like a brand, isn't it? No.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great how they keep these numbers going for so long. One car in the pit lane I noticed, it is I think it's the car which features Jeremy Crook. I was trying to figure out his actual team name. but that car in pit lane at the moment for looks at one of its first mandatory pit stops. So that's anything either. It looks to be quite a routine
Jeremy
stop.
Cook was my first paddock kiss of the day. There you go.
Yes, I was there to witness
Oh,
it.
you were there, were you?
Yes. So I did witness that. I can confirm that happened. Meanwhile, leaders to come across the line. We've got our all top 5, top 6 all in the same shot here, because here comes our top 2 nose to tail.
Excellent.
And it is 3, 4. Right, it's been a change for the lead then. So change between 3, 4, 6 and 3, 4, 7. One number between them in terms of actual race numbers, but a change of positions and 2 different teams. Very similar looking cars as well, so that may or may not get confusing towards the end. They're already come up on back markers now. That's one of the, I think that's 3, 4, 5 towards the back, I think. 3, 4, 0. Might be 3, 4, 0, which is the McLaren 0 to 60 car of Jordan Pimley, so that's one to keep an eye on. Here's the second of those JW Bird cars, which is now up past, I think now, Red Sky Racing. They've made up a couple of places, so that's a couple of spots made up for them. So that's now up into, yes, Polar Rosso into 7th, into 9th place. Red Sky is now the JW Bird car into 10th. Red Sky down to 11th. 455 are next into 12th. So the car that's lost out is the Silver Lake car, which is the 457 car, which has at the wheel of that Dickinson. I'll give you the first name for that in a second once I find him on my eye sheet here. Paul Dickinson. So he's now dropped down to about 13th place or so. So bit of position shuffling going on, but at the moment it's Little and House at the front, heading the way in the first of 2 races this weekend for the Silver Lake C1s. Whoops, that's the Red Sky Racing car just having a last-minute dart up the inside. He just was planning that move. We didn't realise that the Red Sky car was going to just dart out the way it was under braking, but either way, he's managed to hold on. Patrick Watts cars. Patrick Watts' 506 cars into 18th position. Its other car, 507, a little bit further back. 507, which is on the grid. 507 is, I think, one of the early stoppers. I think that's Will Battilli, I think, 507, and he's back in 39th position. So let's have a quick look here. So 506 and 507, was that quite far back anyway? No, it wasn't. It was back in. It started right next to Will Battilli. It started with Orlando Lindsay, who I remember from having a couple of forays into MX5, so in a familiar paddock in many cases for him. But yeah, wonderful that we've got some British touring car talent, both past and current in this one. And I'm certain, hopefully, the likes of Tingram and even Josh Cook and Jada Woods made Patrick Watts must be thinking, sure, we can get a few more of these guys out there and get them to have a bit of a barney in one of these C1 racing cars a bit more regularly, because I'm sure they'd enjoy that very much.
Paul O'Neill wants to do the 24 hours. I think left it a little bit late. And there was talk about an ITV team, but possibly next year.
Or Paul O'Neill, that's such a C1. That's dangerous, isn't it? Goodness me.
Just don't let him near the mic. He was actually talking about doing the festival as well. But I think,
really?
I think
excellent.
He spoke about 2 and he hasn't done any, so that sums up, doesn't it?
It's the season gets away from us as it always does. Of course, all these sort of plans that you try to put in place, you tend to have things that take more pressing matters, like, of course, with Paul's had quite a busy year, not just with BCCC, he's also been helping with some of the TCR UK coverage, so he's been fully immersed in the British touring, in the UK touring car scene, both
Absolutely.
at BTCC and TCR UK, and lots of it. So I think if anyone's going to give an opinion on either, I think it's certainly he's your best candidate. The Track Toys car at the moment is in a good scrap there. That was the blue car with the white flame graphics down the side of it. Track Toys battling with the David Drinkwater WRC Developments. They're going side by side. Sorry, they're not. It's a backmarker. It's one of the backmarker cars. There's the WRC Developments car. That's on the tail of Quattro Formaggio, Aston May, with the running Demon Tweaks man on the side. You can tell him, the bright blue car just at the top of that Scott. And we've got Little and House still circulating. So the way you can tell the Emax car is that it has that white stripe down the side with Emax Motorsport, whereas the JW Bird car has the more subtle kind of like, I don't know what the effect is called, but it's like the slightly sort of different texture, sort of slightly lighter graphics on the cars that kind of give it that sort of, that svelte sort of like cool sort of black, clean, minimal look on that car to hold the second place. I have to say, Jade Edwards is doing a grand job in third place, holding off the 2 Team Trojan cars. Team Trojan, the team we used to taking race victories, have taken a couple so far this season, both at Donington Park and then at Brands Hatch, so they're a race-winning team, as is, of course, the Littles, who won both races at Croft. So quite a few of the race-winning teams, at least a couple of them at least, are doing a grand job of holding on their spots towards the front. there's a lot of teams in this pack, in this field, like JW Bird Motorsport, like Quattro Formaggio, WRC Developments, and others that have got the pace to win races, but just haven't had the luck or the fortune to actually go ahead and win those races, whether it's strategy or reliability or issues with incidents or penalties or such. And those teams are very much in contention that ones to watch for as this race progresses to see if they can actually make it happen.
Yeah, it's about strategy, isn't it? It's about having a little bit of luck along the way as well. And the great thing is, if you don't do so well today, we've got another bite of the cherry to go into. That's a great shot, isn't it? There,
absolutely.
Really get the feel of how the track pans out as cars go through. So some pit stops have already happened.
They have. I think we've possibly got some more news on any other further developments on pit stops. And I believe Rob's got some more news for us. So, Mr. Lewis, the mic is all yours. What do you have?
Unfortunately, car number 338, you can see, is in the garage down here. I can't traipse too far in because we'll actually lose the signal and you won't be able to see what's going on. But you can see the team are frantically working on the front left-hand side of the car. Unfortunately, it looks like they've burst one of the brake hoses on the left-hand side, which is not the ideal thing to do, especially at Snetterton with a number of hairpins as well as the quick bits. So the team are just frantically getting to work changing that hose on the front left. But I'll tell you what, it didn't half smoke a bit when it came in. Back to you.
I thought we told them there's no smoking at Snetterton. You can't do, oh, that's not good. We've got a car off the road. Now that is, I think it's 450, I think. I could make out 50, but which one that is, if it's 450, if it is, that will be 450. That's one of the Emax. I think that's the Emax Motorsport car that started from the back of the grid.
Max Finn.
That's Max Finn. So if it is Max Finn, that car, I'm afraid, has come to what looks like possibly a premature end. Meanwhile, this is, oh dear, that's Patrick Watts getting very out of shape in 506, battling away with, I think, possibly 513 that was. I don't think he appreciated sort of being sort of, I think two cars went to go and turn for the same piece of tarmac and unfortunately had to go back out the moves respectively. So that was quite an occasion there. 513 is the car that he's battling with at the moment. That is over. Which position is that over? 506. That's the another race-winning team. In fact, I think it was at Anglesey. That's the Cunniffs in CSC Racing FDL Packaging 513. So that car with that race-winning team is shooting the gap there was 450. Right, so it's not 450 because that's the Emax Motorsport car. So it's another car with 50 on the end of it. Possibly maybe 550. So we'll scroll through to see if we can find out who that might be that's come off the road. Just scrolling through. I know that our safety car has been deployed, unsurprisingly. I know, of course, we've got Rob in our ears, so possibly if he has a handle on it, if we're able to throw down. I think all we could tell on the screen is that the car was predominantly orange, and it looks like 50 as its second and third numbers. We couldn't quite tell exactly who it was. It's not the Emax Motorsport car with Max Finn at the wheel, because that car's still going, because it's just seen it go through Ritchie's. But it is another car off the road. Doesn't look, if it has gone in, it doesn't look like it's gone in too heavily, but we can't see on the left-hand side of the car. We can only see the car from the right. So possibly, if there has been any damage, it's more on the front left or the left-hand side of the car instead. But just about 25 minutes into this 3-hour race, the first of two this weekend to round off the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Racing Club season. And already our first safety car of the race after a car has gone off down at Brundle and Nelson Complex. This now neutralises the race and gives us a chance to have a bit of a breather after some relatively frantic 25 minutes of all sorts going on. And as they come through, right, now there's the car that's gone off. I'm not sure if we can possibly zoom in. It might be 45, maybe 458, because there is a round number at the top. Maybe we can get a closer look at the number, maybe if our camera down there at Nelson can possibly have a quick zoom in, if it's possible. And
we've got Sylvain Rubio showing on 566 now instead of Jade Edwards.
Ah, okay. So there's a bit of a change around in the drivers then, possibly, unless they've gone on the cars. Right, now that is, it's either 456 or it's 459 is what it is. The camera, the exposure managed to sort itself out. So 459 is the car that's off in the gravel, and 459 is, drum roll, 3 Spark Racing. 3 Spark Racing off the road, unfortunately, with Hammond at the wheel. Not that Hammond, just for those of you wondering. 459.
He'd fit in one of those, wouldn't he? Quite neatly, actually.
Potentially, yes, he would.
Is the co-driver is James Taylor? Is that the James Taylor from Ginetta, or?
I'm not sure, but it possibly could be someone just unfortunately with the same name. But it's Nathan Hammond who appears to be at the wheel of that car for the start, and that car has come off. It is now showing with that familiar yellow triangle with the black exclamation mark that showcases that the car is off the road. So that is their race at the moment. Come to a conclusion. I'm sure that the marshals and active teams can go out and try and get a snatch vehicle down there to pick it up. And the field now neutralising. Now, of course, the rule being, I was literally about to suggest they could start pitting, but of course you have to remember, the rule being in the C1 Racing Club is that you're not allowed to pit under the safety car. But if you do, the pit lane's not totally closed, but if you do come into the pit lane, you have to serve essentially a 6-minute penalty where the car has to stay stationary for 6 minutes. And it was brought in, I believe, to essentially negate people from trying to get free pit stops during safety cars when they would lose minimal to no time at all. You might get some teams who might preempt a safety car, and they might well dive into the pit lane if something's happened just to get in there. And I believe if you're in the pit lane when the safety car comes out, that's still okay because you've come in before the pit lane safety car boards and flags went out. It's only when you go in once it's under safety car. If you go in after the safety car boards and flags have been shown and safety cars have been deployed, that's when the penalty starts to go up. More news on what's going on from Rob down in pit lane.
I've got the first of the driver interviews with us today, and we have got touring car driver Jade Edwards. Now, Sylvain Rumio is out in the car at the moment. He started the race on the second row. How's he been going this weekend?
He is driving a Stormer this weekend. I think it's his third race weekend ever. Obviously, with you guys, we started at Brands. We did then Croft and come here, so really, really good. He qualified P3 and he's holding his own out there, so we're chuffed to bits.
Fantastic. He really has shown a turn of pace on his first events out. It's really impressive to see. How's it been for you fettling around with the car? It's good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I raced these cars back in 2017 at Spa and Rockingham in 2018, so I had a little bit of experience with them, but it's good to be back. They're such good fun. Obviously, I've driven lots of things around Snetterton, but nothing quite as fun as a C1.
So what's the game plan for you guys going forward? Are you going to keep Sylvain out as much as possible just to get the seat time, or is there something a bit more tactful going on?
A little bit of both. We wanted him to start the race to get the experience of running up at the front, but generally we're also very competitive, so we're not going to try and hinder the strategy too much. We've got an idea of what we want to happen, but it'll all play into safety cars and things like that.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to the Maryland cookies. I did actually interrupt her to get this interview, but I'll let you go grab another cookie there, Jade. And back to the commentary team.
Never ever stand in the way of a touring car driver from their cookies. Don't ever do that, because it's never going to end well. But if you ever wanted a bigger endorsement for a championship like a series like C1s, you know, someone like Jade Edwards, who has done quite a lot of racing and a lot of experience in her racing as well, of course, to say that it's massive fun and it's fantastic. And I think I do remember some features being talked about this championship when she went to race, I think along with Josh Cook and some other touring car drivers and GT drivers and such. And there was a C1, essentially a C1 24-hour race, I believe, at Spa. And I believe it was that the year they did it where it was absolutely like torrential rain, and it was absolutely tipped it down over there. And I think there was one of the quotes in the article that said that they've never felt so they had a combination of laughing but also absolutely terrified from driving a Citroen C1 and feeling yourself pretty much aquaplane at every single corner, because there was so much water out there with those kind of cars. So it's pretty magnificent that you get drivers like of the calibre of Jade Edwards and Josh Cook and of course our new British touring car champion Tom Ingram and others that jump into these cars. And it's obviously a bit of a world away from what they're typically used to, with these cars not as powerful, of course, not as sophisticated in terms of some of the stuff they have on them. But of course these are back to basics, proper grassroots type racing. It's very simple, it's very to the point. I think that's why some of the drivers like it, because it is uncomplicated. It's not lots of trick buttons and rules, etc. It's just jump in the car, go as fast as you damn well like, and if you can get past the post, then make it happen. I think we've got some more interviews possibly. Let's head back down to Rob. Who's he got this time?
Not really any issues, but I thought I'd have a chat with our good friend Rob Gaffney of Amigo Motorsport. Rob, originally you bought one car down this weekend, but somehow you've ended up with 3 of your cars in the field. What's happened?
Yes, obviously we're running the TOF racing car for the guys here today. We actually sold what was my rental car to Stuart McLaren, so that's actually in the garage next door to us. And obviously, unfortunately, one of Glenn Emax's cars obviously had an accident on Thursday, so we brought one down for him to get back out there.
Yes, and there is actually a little bit of a story behind that. So that was car number 450 that you rented to them after that. Max Finn, who's been on the pace at Croft, he nearly got that podium. He had a bit of an incident, didn't he? Yeah, obviously it's that is C1 racing though. It's just how it is. Obviously we dug the car out the corner. It generally gets used by once a year by the Norwegians who own it. So they've obviously agreed and let the Emax guys use it. So it's nice to see it at the front. Fantastic. You're not tempted to get back in the seat yourself? I'm always tempted, just so I'm always too busy. I'm not surprised. I'll let Rob get back on with the race. Back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much. See, you wait for one C1 to come along for Rob Gaffney and 3 come along at once and unexpectedly. But good to see Rob. Of course, he's always been a staunch supporter of the C1s and come out quite regularly. There's the 459 car that's being recovered onto the low loader. So good work from our recovery teams and marshals to get there as much as possible. Of course, we should give, as we always do and always should, a big shout out, of course, to all of our volunteers, all our marshals, officials, and everyone that's giving up their free time. What could be a free weekend to come here and be part of a crucial part of a motorsport event, because of course without all of those people involved this event simply just wouldn't happen the way as smooth, at least it would, it's just not as smoothly as efficiently as it always does. A big shout out to everyone involved, all of our magnificent marshals for all the hard work they do and to volunteer for us, to simply just for the sport they love and for the fact they want to be a part of these events and be an integral part. And it's not something said lightly. Marshals are genuinely the most integral part of a race meeting, because of course if anything happens to a car, in order to organise where drivers go to assembly area, to park firmly, to kind of regulate things to make sure everything's doing as they should and keeping everyone as safe as possible and as keeping everything as on time and as efficient as possible. And without the fantastic orange armour that we have, none of it would happen full stop, but it wouldn't happen as efficiently as it does. So big thank you to every single marshal here this weekend, and what is a very busy weekend all round. Particularly, of course, we've got British Heats hit at Donington Park. There's also, of course, we've got a race meeting for us here at BRSCC at Silverstone, and many other things going on around the country. Of course, British Superbikes are out at Brands Hatch, and lots going on this weekend. But for the marshals we do have, really appreciate those who are here this weekend. So thank you very much to all of them as well. So safety car continues here at Snetterton. We've just gone past the half-an-hour point here on the 300 circuit in Norfolk, and it is still the Littles, James and Jake Little, who lead the way in Emax Motorsport 346, 347, Philip House behind second place. Third place, which we now know is Sylvain Rubio at the wheel, and we know it's not Jade Edwards, because even though the timing screen said that initially, she is in pit lane at the moment overseeing Sylvain's efforts. He's in third place, and we've got the Trojans, Bingham and Freeman in fourth and fifth, and it's Quattro Formaggio, WRC Developments, Track Toys, JW Bird and Red Sky Racing. Another trip down to pit lane for Rob. Who does he have this time?
We've got one of the stalwarts of the C1 Racing Club, Glenn Finn. Now, as we spoke about during the Croft race, Scott, when we were on the circuit commentary there, Glenn Finn has probably has written the book on C1 racing in terms of strategy. Now, Glenn, you've got 5 cars out this weekend. Yeah. They're all on the pace. You had the Littles on the front row. How's this weekend been for you so far?
It's been up and down, really. We were here testing on Thursday. Unfortunately, we had a car written off, so we had to quickly get another car, build it, get it to the spec that we wanted, and Max and Murdo put that one on P4 today. Unfortunately, things weren't right, so we ended up having that car starting last on the grid, but currently it's running at net P1, we believe. Jake and James are also running on the road as P1. So those two are doing really, really well. But we've got some novice drivers with us today in 445. It's their first ever race, and they're learning as they go. They were thoroughly enjoying it. We've also got 355 with Alex and the 2 Simons, and they're mid-pack at the moment, and we're hoping for top 10 with them. So it's a tale of two. So we're at the front with 2 cars, and we're towards the rear with 2 cars, and 1 in the middle. So,
but is this the bit where you grab the famous black book of the Glenn Finn strategy, the Emax Motorsport strategies, and work out how to get them to the front?
For a couple of the cars, as I say, with Jake and James, they're on the pace. We'll get a good pit stop in, and hopefully they'll come through and be on the podium. With Max and Murdo, yeah, we've had to really analyse and think. So we pitted early. Max is in the car for a long stint, and that one I'm expecting to win the race from the last. It would be the dream story. Car written off, move to the back of the grid after qualifying, come through and win the race. You know, it's what dreams are made of.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, as we hand back to our commentary team, that's certainly one car to look out for. Back to you.
We shall certainly keep an eye on it. Thank you very much, Rob. It's still under safety car here as we continue the recovery of the 459 car that was stranded down at Brundle and Nelson. So, good chance to have a chat with a few people down the pit lane. There is one of the cars that pitted earlier. That's the Will Batilli car, 506. And, good timing. Just as we cut to that shot, the safety car lights are out, which means that the Silver Lake Citroen DS3 safety car will make its way back into pit lane and racing will resume once again. We're just about in race order, but good run from Sylvain Rubio, who it's incredible to think some of these drivers have very natural talent or are able to pick up learning from more experienced drivers very quickly, because Sylvain Rubio is only his third ever race, and he's up there in P3 against drivers who've taken pole positions and won races and done a lot in Citroen C1s in the last few seasons. And here's this young French chap who's doing an incredible job in P3, and you couldn't ask for two better co-drivers than two current, sort of very highly skilled British touring car drivers, who I'm sure are giving him a ton of knowledge that he's simply just absorbing like a sponge.
And two drivers who have raced together have been teammates as well, which helps, that sort of camaraderie. Not saying you don't get it elsewhere, but they've worked very well together the last couple of seasons for BTC Racing and Steve Dudman's team. So yeah, great experience for him, and I say doing really well in third place at the moment. Just the safety car negating any gaps that we've got. What we might see, though, is that this has been running for a few minutes. We might see a rush of changes as soon as the safety car is away. And maybe we've had half an hour of this, more than half an hour of this already. Here we go, green flags.
It's back underway there at Snetterton. Safety cars in the pit lane, and already you can see the top two on their toes already because they're nose to tail heading through Richie's corner. There goes the Track Toys car up the inside of, that was one of the Emax Motorsport cars. That was the 318. I think it's one of the lapped cars, I think, and he's trying to chase hard after the WRC Developments car that has got that lapped car buffer between it. There's the top 5 going through. There's P6, which of course is the Quattro Formaggio car, then WRC Developments, and then Track Toys in 8th position. So first 7 or 8 cars are certainly keeping themselves relatively close together on track, in quite close proximity. A couple of cars running wide on the exit of Richie's, as many tend to do on these corners. So turn their way out through the left-hander at Palmer and out towards Agostini. Still holding on to the lead is Emax Motorsport. And Sylvain Rubio doing a good job of at least keeping the top 2 in his sights initially on the restart. He has got the 2 Team Trojan cars for company just behind him as he comes up towards Hamilton for the first time on the restart. Chris Freeman and Charlie Bingham in the 2 Team Trojan machines. And they come up through Oggies, still nose to tail. More cars kicking up dust in the background as well, so lots going on in the mid-pack as everyone tries to find a bit of track space and room. Now everyone's back up to racing speeds. And this is any tyre stack or markers on the inside line there's gone for a burden. There's nothing there on the inside line, which means that they can use as much of the track as possible. But of course, it being a long 3-hour race, then you've got to be careful that you don't start cutting corners too much or running wide too much over the curbs, because otherwise you'll trigger the sensors enough times to start racking up penalties. And in a long 3-hour race, that's the last thing that you want in any case, as the green flags continue to fly on this first flying lap again back under racing conditions. And looks like Nick Beaumont's not, Philip Harris is not quite ready to allow James or Jake Little. It's tough to know exactly which one it is because, of course, they're both called on the initial. Jay Little, as big twitch there for Red Sky Racing, 527. That was David Shepherd, I think, trying to catch the slide, and he did. He's now got quite a bit of pressure from the cars behind, 455 and the Silver Lake car in there as well too, so watch out for those two as they come up through the order. Looks like one Trojan car's left the other one behind, because I think that Charlie Bingham is all over the back of Sylvain Rubio for third now, so that will be a possible change between them. 455 is Oakley Motorsport with Harry Newman Oakley. So Harry then, so that car, where that started actually very quickly. That started Oakley Motorsport. It looks like outside the top 10, so they really have made some progress up the order. Yeah, 22nd position for Harry Newman Oakley, so he's really fought his way through at this point, to the point where it looks as though, if I'm correct, that car is now, where is Red Sky at the moment? Yeah, up to 10th. So they've made up 12 positions where they started. So it's quite key that you see some of the teams that adapt to these cars and know how to switch them on quicker than other teams perceptively. And so that's another car to watch out for, as well as some of the Emax cars that are picking their way through the pack as well. Oh,
another car off
the road. That's 320 off the road. It looks to me as if it's got some possible front-end damage. It looks like it's kicked up some of the some mud or some of the grass there, because it looks like something's happened. There's even a short thought that shot through my mind that wondered if it possibly had some kind of a rollover, because it looks as though it's really dug itself into the grass.
Yeah, it could be
on
right
the edge of the circuit, and I thought there might have been some damage that looked as though it had sort of like a look or a feel about it, like it might have possibly, I don't know, maybe sort of gone over. It's just a shadow that it looks like something's broken on the left front, because it looks like it's leaning down towards the left front, because you can see how the car's sort of how it's sitting, how it's leaning, is that the body's sitting higher up on the right rear wheel than it is on the left wheel, so it's leaning down towards the left. So something's happened on the left-hand side of that car, and unfortunately, what's the saying? Safety cars breed safety cars. So unfortunately, that's come true here, because safety car has been called again. Now 449 have been very lucky, because they've just come in. Now, what if they're one of the teams that they either had that signalled to suggest that there was possibly a safety car coming up, but not. It's only barely a racing lap. Back under racing conditions again, and we are straight back under safety car once more. Now remember, again, remind you, there are no pit stops you can make under safety cars. If you do have to make a pit stop, whether you have to or not, if it's out of necessity or not for fuel, then you do essentially, you're still allowed, you still can go into the pit lane, but you will pick up a 6-minute penalty, which you must serve straight away. So you must sit in the pit lane for 6 minutes on top of your regular pit stop time, because that is a penalty you must serve, because again, it negates the possibility of any teams getting the jump on anyone else and being able to essentially get a free pit stop, particularly when the cars are as low powered as they are and the laps tend to be as long as they are, that you would get a massive advantage, and it kind of breaks up the race too much. So it really does add a bit more to strategy, where you can't have a legal pit stop under a safety car. So once again, no cars are technically permitted. Technically, no cars are permitted to go in the pit lane. The pit lane's not completely closed in terms of no cars can physically get in, but you have to be careful that even if it was out of necessity, if you're running on fumes, at the same time, the rule is the rule, and then you have to respect it. So this now again brings the field back together. I think there was a couple of position changes. There was some possible switching around between Quattro Formaggio and WRC Developments, with the Track Toys racing car not too far away. But yeah, 320 sadly in trouble. So 320 is AASP Motorsport with Barron. So that car has had an issue. That's the car that had to spin up at Murray's right at the start of the race beginning. So that's not really been a great sort of 35 minutes or so, or 45 minutes for that car, where it's not only had a spin, but also now found itself off the edge of the road, potentially with damage to the front left by the looks of things. So not a great start for AASP for their run. And they've still got another car in the race. It's showing there are a couple of the cars that have... Okay, well, it's showing that there are 2 cars in the pit lane, PD56, which is Nick Padmore's car, and the second AASP car. But of course, what it doesn't tell us is exactly when they came in.
Yeah.
So again, it's if they ever had to pit out of necessity, in that they had no other choice, then of course they might have just refilled themselves. However, if they have had to, they'll still give them a penalty by the by. My suggestion possibly would be is that maybe they have pitted, although the safety cars been waiting for the pad to come back around. It did let a few cars through, so I wonder if they've possibly had longer pit stops on purpose, so they're able to do things like tweak a couple of things, and because my guess is possibly they came in just before the safety car came out, and then I think because they come in before the pit lane had technically closed on the safety car, that's fine. So what they've probably done is thought, well, everyone's going to go at reduced pace now, so we can lose less time by doing a bit more to the car. Maybe we can find out a bit more about that and some other stories from Rob, who's down the pit lane. Rob, any news on what you have down in pit lane?
Sorry for the loss of audio down there in pit lane. We'll get that sorted out for you and come down to Rob. But he's a good-looking lad, even though we can't hear him.
He'll certainly hear you say that because I've got him on Bluetooth here, so he can hear that one.
That's fine. He knows that. He knows I love him.
Good stuff. Yeah, we all love him. So yeah, fantastic stuff so far from Rob, of course, and that will continue for the rest of the weekend, of course, with the rest of this race and the 3-hour race that we've got going on tomorrow. Of course, so that'll be the last race, the last hurrah for 2022 for the C1 Racing Club, who, as Robin said in his interview with Rob just now, towards the start of the race, has been a really good season. It looks as though that everyone involved has enjoyed it, being part of BRSCC for the first time, and I'm sure that there'll be more discussions on that later on as the race goes on. Right, hopefully we can now hear him this time. Rob, down to you, fingers crossed we can hear what's coming out your mouth this time.
But I love it. It's a real pleasure.
Now you can hear what I'm saying. Tech issue number 1, don't be a silly sausage and mute your microphone. I just wanted to cross down and clarify that rule you're talking about, the 6-minute rule. So if the safety car goes out, is out on circuit, you've got all the pit boards that go out and everyone knows the safety car's out, and then you decide to pit, that's when you get dumped with a 6-minute penalty. If it just so happens that your car is already in the pit lane when the boards go out on circuit, you are the luckiest team alive and you're getting away with it. I'm just hanging around the Emax garage here at the moment. They're repairing the car with some damage on the front left-hand side. It does look very, very sorry for itself. So we're just in garage number 3 here. The 3-Spark team, you can see Glenn Finn and his team getting involved there. Obviously, I can't dive in, otherwise we'll lose signal, but they're ripping the suspension apart. It's obviously had quite a bit of an impact, and hopefully I could come back to you later on and show you some of the damaged components. But there was a nugget of information I was told about conditions out on the circuit. Now, I believe it's going out onto the Bentley Straight on the outside of the circuit where you've got the green runoff and the little bit of the rumble strip. There's also a bit of a hole there from where our lovely friends at the touring cars were about a month or so ago, and they've dug a bit of a trench in there. And the problem is, if you run wide and hit that trench, your suspension is really not going to like it. These cars do not like getting hit and smacked around. So hopefully team number 459 can get that car repaired back out on circuit, and later on I'll show you some of the damage it did cause. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Rob. It sounds like it's like going to Crofts, because there are a few divots on the outside there. I'm surprised they haven't filled them in actually, but it's yeah, it is difficult, and the teams need to be mindful of that, and I guess word is going to spread through. The point, going back to the safety cars and the pit stops though, Scott, is what Rob was saying. You know, you're lucky if you get in, but if you've seen the car off, so say Nick Padmore's team, you know, they're watching the pictures, they've seen the 320 car off there, and the body language of the car, which you alluded to, also alludes to a safety car. So it might be then that they message the driver and get them in.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, of course, because there has to be a bit of a balance in terms of because some teams can sense what's happening maybe quicker than others, whether they're following the stream or following the circuit comms or just following just in general what's happening. And so therefore they can signal to their drivers quicker in order to understand what's going on. So therefore they can play the strategy a bit better, because guys like Glenn Finn, of course, have got their little Emax Motorsport C1 strategy book, and kind of it's probably got everything. it's probably an almanac of pretty much what to do when this happens in a safety car and what the sequence is. So it's one of those things where every team's got to figure it out for themselves, to figure out exactly what they need to do in certain scenarios and what works and what doesn't. And some of that's trial and error. You might go into a race weekend, and I think for some teams, if they're going to try things, ultimately, one, this being a series, and two, being 2 3-hour races, you can try something in this race, but if it doesn't work, you've got another 3 hours tomorrow. So you can go and think, right, well, that didn't work, see if we can tweak something else or go back to what we did before and see if that works instead on this kind of strategy. So I think that the whole thing, what makes it, I think, particularly beneficial for that is that, yes, anyone as racing drivers, you all want to win races and get good results. But at the same time, if you're a team that wants to try to develop how you work your strategy, how you work your pit stops, how try to be as efficient and as smooth as possible when you're doing pit stops and working out your strategy and going through all the different plans that you could go through, it being a series and not being a championship means that you haven't got any pressure having to score any points. If you come in and try something and you drop back, within reason, that doesn't matter because you're not losing anything apart from just your track position and where you are. So I think these teams, and some of these teams, were doing it pretty much since the start of the C1 Racing, since the C1 Racing Club started. So some of these teams know the tricks of the trade and knows these cars inside out. But regardless, whilst you can have all the things that stay the same and all the teams that can be the most competitive out there, the one thing which always stays the same is that unpredictability of motorsport. That's what we love, because it means then, again, yes, you might have all the things on paper, but ultimately that things don't always happen on paper in motorsport. In fact, they hardly ever do. So it's kind of, you just don't know what's going to happen next. What is going to happen next is going to head back down to Rob. He's got another bit of piece of information to interview for us. Let's see who's managed to drag out of the garage to have a chat with him.
I haven't got the driver, Nathan Harrett. He's just getting ready to get back into the car, but we obviously spoke just now about car number 459. Now, this is the lower wishbone that came off of said car, and as you can tell, just up by the ball joint here, it's not exactly straight. So that is a very, very second-hand club wishbone on that. So that's come off, that's been replaced, and it's going to be running with the geo a bit crooked on that. I spoke to the driver. What he said, quite simply, he lost the back end coming under the bridge into that tight left-hander before it then turns right. He lost the back end and just kissed the tyre wall there. So unfortunately, if you're going to bend it properly. Back to you guys.
I love the way, thanks very much indeed there, Rob, and a great explanation. And what you can't see, we need a com cam in here, Scott, because as Rob produced the offending part of the car, both you and I in tandem leaned forward to the screen to see what it was looking at, and it was like synchronized leaning, which sounds like it should be an Olympic sport, but that was quite a funny moment. But great that Rob's gone off and found that. That's what I love about Rob. He goes and gets his hands dirty and gets the bits out. You know, when at Silverstone he had the tyres there, he was showing us all that stuff that was going on. Just looking at my not lap chart, but my progress chart that I've got here. We're coming up towards the end of the first hour, and I'm sort of doing the just giving a note of top 6 changes. We've just largely had safety car in this half an hour. It's not been a productive half an hour for anybody, but as you've alluded to and Rob's alluded to, it all plays part of the game plan, doesn't it, for the teams? So if they've had half an hour safety car, everyone wants a little bit of a shout if they've paid their money for an equal amount of time in the cars. That's all going to have to be looked at by the team managers and work out whether the person that's in the car now gets a little bit of a break and then maybe goes out a little bit later on. So there's all that they've got to consider as well, because the economics of being in the car. Are we going to go back down as well? We're going to go back down to Rob, who is once again down for us in pit.
No interviews again this time, but I just want to explain, as I've explained before at the 24-hour race and at Anglesey, let's just have a look at what they get up to in the pit stops. Now, you can see there they're fueling. There's 2 people involved there, and the most important job, as well as the refueler, is the man behind with the fire extinguisher. You've got the club-mandated tough jugs there, no vents on them. They've got the club-mandated spout on there, so you've got the same fuel flow across all of the cars on the grid. No person can touch the car until the fueling is done. The cars are parked at 45 degrees. Behind, the important bit as well is this white line. This is so important. If the car strays back into this lane here, this is what's known as a working lane, and if you do that, you end up in the penalty box. It's a big no-no, and we've got scrutineers and marshals up and down this pit lane looking out for those that make the mistakes. Back to you.
It's a big ask for the teams, isn't it? And also it's a huge ask for the organisers, keeping tabs on 50-odd cars who could potentially all pit at the same time. I mean, you have a large number of cars coming in, so it's an extremely difficult thing to monitor. I was going to say police, but police is probably the wrong word, but to monitor that through the course of the race. So yeah, huge job for the organisers, and absolutely immaculate to see. If you ever get the chance to see it from pit lane, then please do, because it is absolutely awesome to see. As we go green once again, and still leading is the 346 car from 347. So it's the Emax Little car from the Beaumont and House 347 JW Bird Motorsport car 566. Sylvain Rubio still there in 3rd position. Are we going to see some changes now? I suspect that we might do, because these guys have been, and girls of course on the grid, have been pretty patient the last half an hour or so with safety cars. If they get stuck in, as you said, Scott, we might get some more.
Possibly. What could be interesting is that we've now got the top 8 cars in the field pretty much now nose to tail all together again. Yep. So that is, of course, to run them down, Emax Motorsport, JW Bird Motorsport, Mac Tools Racing, both the Team Trojan cars, Quattro Formaggio, WRC Developments and Track Toys. They all come across the line together, and they're meeking out the green flag. It is now pit stop central in pit lane. 339 is in for its first stop. There's also another car that's back in there as well, making a pit stop, which was, I think, either 513 or 457. I think it was possibly CSC Racing's car also in. 457, Silver Lake One also making their first pit stop, and of course the TMF car, which is running Mazda. Rob Gaffney is running from Amigo Motorsport, so that car is going on. Whether it's just me being anorak, but whether it's a C1s or Fun Cups, I love watching pit stops in action. I love watching the kind of the synchronicity of a pit stop in terms of watching it all go through, whether it's a GT pit stop or even, I mean, Formula 1 pit. I like the longer pit stops because some of the longer pit stops give you a chance to probably see the crew at work, whereas F1 it's just 2 seconds in and done, and then the car's gone again, where you get to see the proper workings and science of a pit stop all the way through, and the coordination of the entire team that gets involved in it. And so whether it's a longer pit stop, that's why I like watching the Fun Cup ones, because they're also quite intriguing to see how they work. But these sort of longer ones, we've got also different elements to go over, and driving team members or running around trying to get things. There's something about that slightly organised chaos that I kind of quite like a little bit in terms of watching them do that, and it's always fascinating to watch pit stops up close, which is great to see.
It brings people in, you know. It is a team sport, and when I'm doing media training, I try and discourage some drivers saying we were da 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 da, and we were this and we were that, and there's an appropriate time to say we, and I think that's when it's about the work that's gone in behind the scenes. When you're out on track, I'd rather a driver said I made the pass da 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 da, because it's not a we, there's not 3 people in the car doing it. But coming back to that point, the we, it is very much, the preparation and everything else that goes on, the work that goes on between races, say, to get the Mazdas sorted out. But the pit stops, as you say, it's bringing everybody else in. That's the moment where you're talking about everybody rather than just yourself. And you don't normally see it, but in this sort of racing you do. So if nothing else, it helps you and the casual observer, and even the seasoned fan, just appreciate how many people are involved and can get involved in motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have it up there, up close to people to understand it, rather than sort of being feel like a bit closed off. The more inclusive it can be for teams and drivers and with fans, within reason, of course, because teams and drivers have to go to work on things and not have too much interruption on the side on some things. But apart from that, it's great to have them involved. Whilst we were talking, a key pit stop is taking place because our race leaders, Emax Motorsport, are in for their first pit stop. So one little's going to get out, another one will jump in, and we'll figure out exactly which one is which, I'm sure, after Rob was able to collar one or the other. And I was right about it being pit stop central, because in they all come. I see one of the Silver Lake cars is in, a couple more of the, I can't even say red cars are in, but I can't quite tell the numbers until they come past. But a few more pit stops in present. That's a good sight to see. 338, who we saw had the problem earlier on, is back out after a burst brake pipe. That car is now back in the race. It's now in the slipstream of one of the Team Hard cars, I think Team 519, which is a little bit further down. 519 is quite far up, actually. 519, very far up, in fact. Where's that got to? 519. Looking on my timing screen here, can't see 519 for some reason. There it is. It's 519, and that is Sparling at the wheel. And that car...
Kerry Sparling.
Yeah, Kerry Sparling. So she's sharing that car with Adam Marshall, Rebecca Aparicio and Tom Irvin. And that car started 38th on the grid. There's the 520 car, which has got Biffa sponsorship on the side, which I think is quite amusing. So 520 is in for its pit stop. That's the Le Patron Junior team with Wills at the wheel of that car. There's been a bit of a changeover for them. Also, we've got Auto Park Racing 304, as a little wide there for Team Trojan. I thought the Team Trojan car was going to go straight on up at the Nelson, but it almost just about outbraked itself, and that loss of momentum sees its teammate 319 squeeze past, and also as well through has gone 392 and 318. So a couple more squeezing past into position. So that mistake there, trying to get onto the back of the Mac Tools racing car with Silva and Rubio at the wheel, which is right there, which I'm convinced is an ex-Patrick Watts car, I'm sure, just because of the livery. If not, it's simply just a very similar livery. But even so, change around for the Trojan car, so it's the second of the Trojan car, 319, now leads its teammate, and this car that started at lap in 4th, will be shuffled down to 7th, and thinking, right, well, that's enough of an incentive for me to jump out and hand over a driver. You can see the massive high-vis vests down in pit lane as we watch for several pit stops happening at once. At the moment, it's still JW Bird that leads it, with the hour mark just about creeping up on us. Silva and Rubio only 1.4 seconds back, and only a couple of tenths off the leading pace, so this is really strong for them. In has come Track Toys as well, 467. That is Phil Marsh, who's jumped out.
Just to cut in there, sorry,
Track
Scott, just to cut in there, as we can see 467
is going to be taken over by
by
Mark Code.
But
So
don't forget the rules here. We've got
I think Mark Code is, if I'm
the
right,
car
is same Code, I
at
think.
one time. We've got two people on each side of the driver, one guy holding the car back and just making sure everything's tickety-boo. But it does say in the regulations 4 people touching the car, including the driver. then that's very important. Any one more person touches a car, they're done for. But such a quick pit stop there. Mark Hode gets in the car now. They've got him strapped in, and we've got the guys here at Track Toys Racing ready to push him back out. Look at that lovely, efficient pit stop. They got the driver out, back in, and away they go. Without stalling it. Without stalling it. Very important there. So yeah, apologies for cutting in there. Scott, back to you.
Not a problem, Rob. Obviously, always on the ground picking up the stories as they happen. There goes the 508 car just finishing its pit stops. The Track Toys, I was just about to finish off saying that Mark Hode, I believe, is someone who's been a regular in the Fun Cup. No, that's Jonathan Hode, whether they're related or not. But there's a Jonathan Hode who races in Fun Cup, and I wasn't sure if it was Mark Hode who was the same person. But Mark Hode has jumped in, and he's now taken over the Track Toys racing car as it heads back out on circuit. 467. And a couple more cars heading past pits as well. More pit callers coming in. It's that time when there were some of the teams that are splitting their strategies evenly. A few cars running in 2x2 formation quite closely. A few more cars that are in. Silver Lake Racing in Adam Preble, the man behind Silver Lake itself. So he's the main series sponsor. And he's currently, his car sat in 47th at the moment, but his car is in pit lane, as is also the 330 car of BRSCC Motorsport. And the other Silver Lake cars, so both the Silver Lake cars are in for, I'm guessing, scheduled pit stops at this point. The one car I was going to try and keep tabs on, we see 361 is also in too. That's to give the edge come in. Edwards' car also in there too. 361 on the Edge Motorsports. That car started 13th. It's now dropped down a little bit further down the order. I was going to double check where the progress of our brand new British Touring Car champion is. And I found him on the timing screen. From his early pit stop, he's now sat in 14th. So that's good progress up the order in that first stint from Tingram. He's now managed to climb his way through. As the pit stops continue, a couple more teams waiting for pit callers and just in the background. So I think that's the Racing Lines team. That's 369 coming in. 309 coming in. 309 is also in too. That's Fighting Torque. Ollie Samways, who's been a regular in the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy in the past. So they Toyota MR2 was what they call Toyota MR2 Super GT, which is a spec of car we used to run in the MR2 Championship briefly for a while before that stopped. Bit of side-by-side action down the pit straight. That was one of the Patrick Watts racing cars, 507, battling away with 417. So that's for position, in fact, for 16th position. So that's Dave Scotting against Will Battilli, and Scotting, who is quite a handy peddler in one of these Citroen C1s, particularly with one of the CSC Racing FDL packaging cars. That car running quite well, and this is one of those races again, and I've seen this before in Fun Cup, but it's particularly the case here in C1s, where you get some cars that are obviously pole position means something in these endurance races, but you get some of these teams that focus on having a good race car, having a car that just can just deliver. Maybe it's not the outright fastest, but it can deliver good, consistent, solid pace all the way through, and that's regardless of who's at the wheel. It's just a car that's got so nicely set up that anyone can jump into it, and they're going to be on the pace of it straight away. And it tends to be those cars, might not be the outright fastest cars, but they keep their noses clean and just pick their way through the order, have some good clean pit stops. They're the ones that find themselves in a really good position to be up at the front, particularly when you have safety cars, like we've had two of them, to work the way up steadily. And they do it quite quietly, like silent assassins kind of up. You sort of sat back.
model makers back in April.
Yes, well they did it here. They're absolutely the same thing. And I've seen it in Fun Cup as well, but they do it where they kind of slip towards the back and they just quietly sneak up through the order. And before you know it, you look down the order and you think, hold on a minute, they're third. Where did they come from? It's great. But that's the great thing. It's a great bit of strategy where they work it through and think, right, let's just methodically work our way through the field and just let the other teams either just wear themselves out by going too fast or making mistakes, or just running consistently when everyone else is having problems, or having a good run of sequence of the pit stops. It's quite, again, that's the element of working out the strategy of these races and how to get them right, and whether you work out to have the fastest car out there overall and just go Harry Flatters and see what happens, or whether you have that consistent run of being able to engineer the car so that it's nice and consistently quick, not the outright quickest, but a good solid pace all the way through that can deliver you towards the end, and you can benefit on a bit of good luck if some teams have dramas and that more than others. So it's quite an intriguing sort of way to watch that, but I'll be intrigued to see how a couple of those teams progress up the field if they can make it a little bit higher up.
Tom Ingram, the top driver, well, he was, that had one pit stop, but having said that, we just had a change because Red Sky Racing have got one on their board now as well.
He's just saw him just zooming this battle pack here. You can see he's the third car in the shot, so he's in amongst the pack, in amongst the gaggle. So he's currently now into 11th place. So he's on the verge of the top 10. He's watching the two cars in front of him battle over to 9th and 10th position. This is now between Scuderia C1 and AF Racing. He's up the inside of, that would be Scuderia C1. That's the Fitzgerald car. And his next target is going to be the AF Racing car of Francis. The next one after that is going to be the 5... Which one's that one? That's the 588. That's the Scuderia C1 car. And Fitzgerald he's got to pass. I think there's been a change around, so he's passed 427, I think. So 427 has dropped behind both 588 and also the 431 Tingram car. Their team name is OPCPR, so that car's will work its way nice and steadily.
Snetterton, a great track as well, where you get the this long 3 mile for just under 3 mile lap for all the cars to spread themselves out on. I mean, Brands Indy, nothing wrong with that at all, but it can get a little bit crowded. But here you've got the space to sort yourselves out, and that's why the series likes to come back here.
So get this battle that's going on here now. This is I think this is the MH Racing team, which I think have come, judging by the flag on the side, they come all the way from Switzerland. So it's good to have a European team coming across. I've also seen a team that I think has got a Scandinavian and 2 New Zealanders in their team as well here. So a little bit of slight international flavour from some of the drivers racing this final round of the season. 451 they're battling with. I think that's the MLP Developments car, which has got some very talented drivers, I think, who've been ex-VW production GTI drivers in the past, I think. 451, where are they currently in the order? 13th place, and 451, which is MLP Developments, currently sit at the moment in... They started 34th, now they're into 13th, so it's Martin Brown at the wheel, sharing that car with Max Walsh and Pete Milne. Yeah, a couple of drivers. Pete Milne, I do remember back from his days in the production GTI Championship. As is the pit lane now comes WRC Developments. This will be, I think, for their first pit stop. So WRC Developments is coming in from... Where are they coming in from? 5th position, so... Or 4th position, in fact, so... Difference between them. I think we're going to hand back down to the pit lane for more interviews and action with Rob. What does he have this time?
So the car in 4th place at the moment is the much-loved Team Quattro Formaggio, and I've got Chris Parks here. I've got you when you suited up, ready to go in.
It's about to go in now.
How's the race been going for Alistair?
It's been great. I mean, it's all gone to plan. He's just kept out of trouble, kept it clean, kept it tidy. The safety cars, just kind of brought everything back into order. So yeah, it's fine. Absolutely fine.
So is that the game plan for you guys? Just keep your noses clean, bearing in mind tomorrow's race 2 you've got no qualifying for, so...
That's right. I mean, with all this, if you want to finish high up the order, you've got to keep it clean, you've got to race clean, and just stay safe, and that's what we're going to do. That's the plan for the whole weekend.
Fantastic. Well, you're certainly in one of the box seats at the moment. I wish you luck for the rest of the race there, Chris. Thank you. So that's Chris Parks with the Quattro Formaggio team. They're just waiting for Alistair May to come in any minute now. So back to Scott. Keep an eye out.
Certainly will. We'll be holding on for them to see if whenever they make their first pit stop. We're inside. We've gone past the hour mark now in this first of 2 races this weekend for the finale of the Silver Lake C1 Race Endurance Series for 2022, their first full season of competition with the BRSCC, and I think we were talking about before, both Robin and Tom and everyone involved seem to be very happy with the with life with the club at the moment, and of course the plans coming in place for 2023 are of course underway and being developed as we speak and sort of being finalised and tweaked. But so far it seems that everyone appears to have be coming away from this season with smiles on their faces and certainly a happy feeling about the series and how it's progressed and how it's continued to grow and be quite strong throughout the season. Good to see quite a few new teams and new drivers popping in to give the series a go. And so that as a collective, the C1 Racing paddock have been magnificent additions to the portfolio for 2022. It was quite exciting when they were announced towards the end of 2021, sort of November, December time, and then when they had their first meeting, as we commented on right here at Snetterton in April, it was great to have them for the first time, and to watch how the seasons continue to evolve and watch them come to each race and they've told a different story each time with how the races progress. It's been fascinating to watch them, and it's a different element of racing which I'd known a little bit before, but having not seen a full season before, you get a proper full appreciation of these kind of cars and the racing it takes to win in one of these cars. So it's a very different kind of endurance race compared to others, I guess, that many are used to, but it's a different kind of car, it's a different kind of way of going racing, and I think everyone seems to quite enjoy it whenever they come and do it.
Yep, you see a lot of people with smiles on their faces, which is what you once saw the Brimstone Racing car making up a move there as well. So coming through 53rd place after that very lengthy pit stop. But that's the whole point, isn't it? Get back out, enjoy your track time, see how far you can make it up the order. Jeremy Crook at the wheel now.
So certainly doing that at the moment, and as they now make their way up towards one hole again, 418, which is looking at there at the moment. That's the other WRC Developments car. That's the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car. That's currently sat in 18th position. So far, the current top 5 have not yet made a pit stop. That's the leaders at the moment. But then JW Bird don't tend to pit until quite far into a stint, so that can be quite a long, very long first stint, and they tend to try and leave them a little bit later towards the end. As you mentioned with pit stops, there isn't a set pit window, so to speak. You can essentially pit whenever you like, as long as you do the mandatory number of pit stops you have to do, which I believe is either 2 or 3, depending on the race length. I don't think it was 3 for 3-hour races. Then you get, as long as you make those pit stops do 3 pit stops at any time in the race, then that's absolutely fine. But that's what brings that extra unpredictability, and the real strategy element of it is that teams get to choose exactly when they make those pit stops. So it means that you can never quite tell what somebody's strategy is, whether they're going long or just trying to cut them up a little bit and have equal stints for the drivers, or just kind of get them all done earlier, then get the first 2 pit stops done pretty quickly, then do a really long stint to go towards the third one. It's always quite unsure as to how it's going to play out, but that's what I liked about watching this, is that the various elements of strategy at play have really made this quite an exciting series to watch up and down the country as we followed it. So we've got our top 2 there on screen just about, and that's the 3rd and 4th. It is. This is 3rd and 4th. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are quite close and respective to each other in terms of their position battle. So 1st and 2nd are getting quite narrow. But the last time we saw them across the line, it was half a second. So Silva and Rubio, again, on that really strong pace, keeping up with full house. So no wonder the likes of Jade Edwards and Josh Cook and his teammates are so impressed with him so far for everything he's done. Into the pit lane comes the Quattro Formaggio car. So into the pit lane goes Alistair May, and he'll be handing that car over, which started... Where did that start? That started Quattro Formaggio in 7th place. He's handing that over to Chris Parks, who will take over that car in a moment. There's the 319 Trojan car that was quite far up, but now it's dropped back a couple of places. Also into his Mac Racing, back towards racing. So Sylvain Rubio then is ending his first stint, and he'll be handing over, unless he's staying in for a second stint, he's now going to hand over to either Jade Edwards or Josh Cook to get their first run in the number 5566 car. And also the pit lane, which we might get a chance to talk to him as he jumps out, is Tom Ingram, because his car's also in. So both of our current BTCC Star cars in for pit stops at the same time. So unless they directly can try to compete with each other in terms of who can kind of pit at the same time and do like for like, it's going to be quite intriguing to see. But I'm sure if there's a couple of interviews that Rob's going to go after, one of them will certainly be, if he's jumping out, a golden chance to chat with our brand new BTCC champion, see how he found his first stint, because I'm sure he'll have been used to the concept of pitting on the end of the first lap in order to try and work the strategy a bit better. But yeah, he's actually done a really solid job to get as high as he did. In fact, he was quite deep inside, deep up the top 10, deep into the top 10 before he made that pit stop. He was about sort of 6th or 7th, so good stuff from Tingram to go from what was essentially last, about 50th place, up to about inside the top 10 in a matter of, what was that, an hour and sort of 15 minutes.
The other great thing about Tom is he's always very willing to do guest drives in things and put his reputation on the line, which is what you're doing. It's what Jade and Josh are doing as well. And Tom, I mean, there's no doubting his ability, but you know, some drivers won't do that because they're worried about making themselves look silly. He doesn't. He comes out, gets on with it, jumps in, and delivers, which is, you know, fair play to him. There's a lot of drivers that, you know, that can't do that.
Keep thinking of guest drives and kind of those bigger drivers out of place. I always keep going back to that one where the day when they put, I think it was Ben Barnacote and George Russell into a Citroen 2CV at Alton Park just to get signatures to go to the next stage. I think it was F4 or F3 or whatever it was to move up to the next level. But it's kind of those drivers that pop up in unusual spot or unusual place that you don't typically expect them to be in. But it's great when they do, because you get to see how they stack up against others. And you do get some series and championships where, unless there's somebody who could just jump into a car and just drive it quickly all out. And I use the MX-5 SuperCup as an example, and guys like Nick Grindrod and other guys who have quickly have championships. But it's those who race them week in, week out that tend to find the knacks and the tricks of them to make them go quickly. And you might get a driver who is absolutely well talented and is fantastically driven and he's pretty dominant in a particular series. But then when you jump into something else, it's immediately like dropping him in the deep end again, because it's a different change of drivetrain from front to rear wheel drive or back, or different kind of car, different weight, anything else. It's just you get dropped into the deep end and wondering, right, you've got to start from scratch again. Use all what you've learned from other championships to kind of get yourself a good baseline and then build yourself up. It's only now in the final race weekend of the season where Nick Grindrod takes his first MX-5 SuperCup podium. He's someone who's won pickup truck racing titles, was City Car Cup champion last year. So he's, as we both know, vastly experienced. But it's taken him in this championship because he was saying to you on the mic, if you want a competitive, tough championship, you go to the MX-5 SuperCup, because even someone as experienced as him, even guys like Paul O'Neill and even other guys that have given it a try before, they've jumped into it, and even they've said, they know their abilities, but even they've said, this is a tough championship. And this is another one of these as well, where they're all identical. It's down to driver skill, but there are drivers and teams in this series as well that have done it year in, year out, done it weekend in, weekend out, and they know the tricks of these cars better than some of the quicker drivers, regardless of what they've done in the past.
I've seen over the years, Scott, seen many a driver, jump into various Formula and think they're going to wipe up straight away because they were good in something else. Doesn't always happen. What did happen though last weekend, if you're watching the Mini Challenge, was Sam Smith going over and grabbing his first win in the Minis.
Oh yeah,
the Mazda. I mean, he was quick. He'd got in the right car. He'd gone in, of course, with hybrid tune. Of course, 124 hours. So there's a good connection, isn't there, with the C1 series there? And Sam jumped in there. The champion Sam Weller was so magnanimous about Sam's driving. He said he couldn't live with him, and that was the champion for this year. So he couldn't live with Sam Smith. Where's he learnt his trade the last few years? Mazda SuperCup.
Mazda MX-5 SuperCup.
Yeah.
And also you look at some of the Ginetta drivers that have come through onto the GT4 SuperCup. Forgive us having a moment on SuperCup. We're still keeping tabs on what's going on with C1s, but it's with the Mazda. You look at some of the drivers that have come through, and even some of the recent years that have come through. Drivers like Jack Sycamore and others like Carl Garnett, James Blake Baldwin, Tom Roach we can talk about as well. And he's someone who always called Mr. MX-5, because he was someone who just jumped into a particular Mark 1 and would just sail off into the distance and say, cheers guys, I'll take my winner's trophy at the end. And it was never always completely guaranteed, but you knew whenever Tom Roach turned up onto the grid, you were going to have a tough time trying to beat him, or at least trying to get the first place trophy out of his hands. So for all these drivers that have come through in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and even Paul O'Neill said it before when I think he had an interview and he was talking about the MX-5 SuperCup. I think it was one of his BTCC interviews. I think he was interviewing Abby Eaton, I think. And so they both agree. He was saying that if he gets to the younger drivers or drivers that are saying they want to go to somewhere like Ginetta's or a sports car background, he says the one place that you want to go to really get used to proper cut and thrust stuff in one makes sports car racing, you go into the Mazdas, you go into the SuperCup. And we've seen it even today, and we've seen it throughout the season, throughout the last few years. We both know it's on its calmest days, you get some really good battles. When it's properly frantic, it's like all hell has broken loose in a good way, because you get so many battles going on. It's one of the Patrick Watts racing cars, I think, which has had some damage on the left-hand side there whilst talking about that. But that's the knack of a good championship, is that it's that competitive that we say, regardless of who it is that jumps in, there are not drivers who are quick no matter what they're in, but even so, they're still going to find a learning curve to kind of bed themselves in and understand, right, this is the car, this is the competition, this is what I have to deal with, this is what I need to do now to try and use it as a base, and then start building up from there to get themselves towards the front, and then they start to find success. They say apparently if you're switching from Mark 1s to Mark 3s, it takes about a season and a half to properly get yourself into it, like we call Blackwall Chambers. First time in Mark 1s last year, and in Mark 3s last year, and found some good results, but found himself trying to learn the car and learn the tricks of it. Now this season, I think you've got to roughly about a third of the season in, and he said to me all of a sudden, that's it clicked. And he went, right, now I know what I need to do now. And now he's in contention for the championship. So it's all about the time you take and the effort that you take to understand what your new car is, and then get yourself on the pace to understand what you need to do. And that might be talking to some of the people in the paddock as well, but some teams don't like to give away too many secrets.
No, who can blame them? Going back to C1 racing, though, one of the things that appeals to me, and I think I said this before on one of the other rounds that we were commentating on, is the fact that so many formulas evolve and develop and get faster and faster and faster. You don't actually need that. You need, somewhere to start, somewhere, where things are pegged back and stay the same. You can actually do without having all of the, moving up and getting faster and faster all the time. At some point, I was chatting to a friend last week about some short oval racing, and some of the cars in the non-contact open wheels are getting faster and faster and faster. In the autocross, they are. And I just said, you've got to put the metaphorical brakes on and stop the development, because at what point are you going to stop the cars going faster? At what point are you going to say this needs to be a little bit more stock, this needs to be smaller? And as long as the racing's good, which is what we've got here, that's what you've got to recognise. And not keep going for the development all the time. I like this because these cars actually fit in. When you go and look at an old house that was built in the 60s and 70s with the garage on the side, these cars fit in there. I bet your car doesn't. My car doesn't fit in the garage anymore because we've all got bigger cars over the years. They don't fit in the garages. These are akin to the the Minis. I think I said before, the old Minis, the Mark 1 Minis, size-wise, and they always provided great racing. And they always will, and so will these.
Yeah, it's crazy to think size-wise that you think this size car here was considered like a small compact in terms of Mini, whereas you look at the modern day Mini nowadays, where it's as big as probably what was considered back. What is now a Mini now is probably the same size as what, let's say, a medium, I say inverted commas, medium-sized car was back in the 50s and 60s. But it's how cars have naturally just grown bigger in terms of, because of requirements, what people want, and the space and everything else. So now these C1s, I say this in an affectionate way, they're diminutive, but in terms of they're quite small, but they also can pack quite a surprise. There are some people who, I think, will wrongly look at the C1s and dismiss them and go, that's just a decision on C1, how exciting can it be? But you've got British touring car drivers jumping in and saying they're a blast to drive because, yes, they haven't got too much power, but that's the point, is that they're not that powerful, so you can... You can thrash them a bit, you can run them, and within reason, they'll take the punishment and just say, just keep going. So
learn your track craft, learn the race craft, learn the camaraderie, learn the teamwork. You can do that all in here. It does everything.
You certainly can. So we're coming up to after half distance already in this race so far. So Philip House then still leads the way for JW Bird Motorsport. We'll do a bit of a recap of where we are with things then, because a few more pits is coming in. There's the 320 car, which is back out on track and still pushing its limits a little bit. So the AASP car is going through. Another note as well, as the camera pans in, I'm not quite fond of that dark cloud that was hanging over just then. Yes, there is some sun poking through and there's blue skies around, but there's also, if I look off to my left, there is quite a large grey, slightly darker, rather darkish cloud that's hovering over the edge of the Snetterton circuit. So that might be something that takes effect, because you did mention, because earlier on there might be a possible threat of some rain maybe, or some showers. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and whether that's going to be a factor for anything else going forwards. So with an hour and 37 minutes left to go, there are your race leaders currently, yet to make a pit stop. None of the top 5 cars have. So JW Bird Motorsport currently leads by 10.1 seconds from the 319 Team Trojans. So Philip House leads the way from 319, which has at the wheel of it at the moment Chris Freeman. He'll hand over to Jonathan Monday for his first pit stop. Manpower Motorsport, another team that have been steadily working their way up. Again, Silent Assassins working their way up without any too much work. Their pace has been good. 2:43.3 was their last lap. So 4:68 is Paul Manning and Andrew Godfrey. Manning at the wheel at the moment. He'll hand over to Andrew Godfrey for his first pit stop when ready, but up to third place working his way through. Another car we also put some praise onto is that 450 car that started right at the back of the grid, which is Max Finn, up at a 4th place right now, and he's actually lapping pretty much the same pace as the leaders at JW Bird Motorsport. So excellent work from the Finns, from Max Finn, of course, using his dad Glenn's strategy book to full effect in this one.
Does the strategy book sit next door to the book of driver excuses?
It may well do. It may well do. I'm sure that's a question that Rob could ask if he happens to talk to Glenn or to Max later on.
We're thinking of publishing one of those actually for Christmas one year for charity. Actually putting together a book of drivers' excuses. It might be a good thing to do.
I think I know somebody possibly who might have been thinking about doing that, but that's not a bad idea. It's probably those things where you could anonymously go around and ask drivers what's the best, what's the best excuse, and then just have it as a bit of one of those simple, sort of simple quote books that you turn it and go, right, today's racing driver excuse is something to do with a cat, I don't know, but either way, it's just random things that they could probably make up, which is quite crazy. But that's Emax Motorsport who are moving up there, so they're in 4th position. 5th place at the moment, again, working their way through. Scuderia Polo Rosso, they qualified, where did they qualify? 4th, so they're actually 1 place back from where they started in 5th position. 6th now is another car which pitted. It was one of those cars, it's actually the top car which made its pit stop early.
Yeah.
And that's the PW, that's the Patrick Watts Racing Car 507. See 339 there getting quite heavy-handed with their move there, 339, as they turn their way. It's the Glyn Sport car. The 6th place car, which is PWR Limited, Will Battilli at the wheel, has made its first pit stop and is now working its way through. 7th place for the Dave Scotting driven car, which is 417 CSC Racing FDL Packaging. 8th for Emax Motorsport, after they led for a while battling with JW Bird Motorsport. So both the drivers are called Jay Little, as in initial is Jay and surname is Little. Whether it's James or Jake at the wheel, possibly Rob might have to go and do his best Challenge Annika impression and go and find out who that is. And then it's in 9th place. It's still Joe Roach now for JW Bird Motorsport. Good run from them as well. They've also made their first pit stop, an early one as well, up into P9. And then in 10th place, it's the second of a Team Trojan car. So 508, which had been up there ahead of its 319 teammate. It's now Austin Monday in P10. The 11th place car, which is Mac Tools Racing, apparently is Sylvain Rubio, has stayed at the wheel of that car. So I'm wondering for the 2nd and 3rd pit stops, as Jade Edwards has been discussing, it seems that their strategy appears to be to give him as much track time as possible, given it is only his 3rd ever circuit race. So the more track time he can get, the better. And I suspect possibly that both Jade and Josh will then jump in for the last 2 stints on those pit stops, I would suspect. Then we've got 12th place for Team Godden, which is another one of the Patrick Watts Racing cars, I believe. It's been looked after by Patrick Watts Racing, I think, and that has got Godden at the wheel. So Team Godden, who started, where did he start on the grid? Team Godden, quite far down actually, 40th place. So that's the Mitchell Godden. There's either Mitchell or Miles Godden at the wheel, but it's the Goddens of Mitchell, Cameron, and Miles who are driving that car. The highest paced Silver Lake car is 13th. That is the Silver Lake 2 car 458. I think we've chat with Michael Harris.
I think we've got a word from pit lane.
That we have. So Rob, down to you.
We've just you've completed your first stints in the Silver Lake Citroen C1 series. How was that for you?
You know what, it was blooming good fun. It really was good fun. I think the overriding factor is how close everything is out there. It's amazing to be trying to battle, all the way through with cars that are very similarly paced, and you're ducking and diving, and there's moves coming on here, there, and everywhere. And it was thoroughly enjoyable. It really was.
Fantastic. So are you planning to go back out in the car and finish another stint towards the end, or is that you done now?
Well, that is a trade secret. We couldn't possibly reveal what our tactics are, but probably not no.
Maybe. Watch this space say. But either way, are you back racing tomorrow?
Yep, so we're back again tomorrow. And I think we'll try and change a little bit of tactics for tomorrow, see if we can't try and play the game a little bit more. It was quite good fun then, because I came in on the first racing lap to come in and box, because we obviously had to do an additional pit stop because we're only 3 drivers. So we came and did our stop at the end of lap 1. So by the time I went back out, I think they had 45th on pit board, P45 on the pit board at sometimes, which I assume when I saw P45 I wasn't going quick enough and they wanted me out of the car. But it was cool then to sort of battle back through and sort of start to overtake cars. A couple of safety cars helped us. I think we got up to about P8 in the end. But yeah, thoroughly good, enjoyable. Rocket Ron's out in the car now, so he's going to be diving up the inside of everyone late on the brakes, hopefully trying to get us back up there.
Oh, we all love Rocket Ron. So yes, I'll let you go get yourself a drink there, but it's all looking very promising for the Team OPC car. Back to you.
If you want me detraining anyone, don't call me. Don't call Lewis Goodman. Just watch Tom Ingram, because he's the guy you should aspire to.
How magnificent! First of all, that he's here on the grid this weekend, which is brilliant. Secondly, he's got an amazing sense of humour. Do you know what? Genuinely, I don't say this because he's my favourite person, but genuinely, I don't know about you on that one, Richard, but I watched that, and there was little bits of Jason Plater in that.
Oh, very definitely. Jason did groom him, didn't he? In the nicest way.
Yeah, in terms of as we explained that when Jason played set up the KX Academy, and there was people like Ash Sutton, but also Tom Ingram came through, and that's what comes to the quote from last time is, "Ooh, that's quickly 4.63 sweeping around the outside of 4.42. That was quite brave making that stop." Jake Little, meanwhile, sets the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, now we know which Little's in the car, don't we?
We do know, yes, Jake Little now. So it's Jake at the wheel. I think either Jake is doing a second stint, or it's James first, then Jake. But in terms of pace, actually, we shouldn't ignore that, actually, because the last fastest lap was a 2 minutes 40.254. Jake Little certainly has got something that's fired him up, because he's now pumped in a 2:39.2. That is the first. I know it's not the first person to do 2:39s, because a couple more teams have done that themselves. That was Team Trojan have done 2:39s, as has also Matt Tools Racing, and JW Bird. So about 3 or 4 teams have done that. But going back to the point about Tom Ingram and the KX Academy, so that was a marketing thing which was set up between Jason Plato and his business partner, and also the type they had with Tesco in terms of the KX sponsorship and Tesco's own brand energy drink, and they helped bring through a few different drivers in terms of finding them and bringing them through and helping them out. I think another was David Pittar was another one they brought through as well, I think, with them along with Ash and with Tom. And when we were talking about earlier on that in an interview, Jason had said that he thought the person that had come through the most and done the most, impressed him the most, was Tom, in terms of the way he carried himself and how he was that professional and the way he brought through. And you can see that effect and the way he's now, and maybe it's also part of that is the fact that he's just become British touring car champion. So he's got a bit more of a self-confidence, a bit of views, a bit more of a swagger about him, which he deserves, because he's worked hard for that over the season and got it. So, which is fantastic. But it's magnificent that he's done that, but also as well the fact that he's just come off the back again. Like practically 6 days ago was won the British Touring Car Championship, and yet he is someone who appears to love motorsport that much that he's given just as much of a smile and enthusiasm to racing in these situations he wants as he did when he was battling for the championship and won it on last Sunday. So, and that's magnificent for the kind of person that he is. So I think he's a credit, I think, not just to touring cars, I think to British motorsport, because he's certainly someone who's a personality that I think his sort of positivity, his personality is also a bit infectious. He's a great personality to have.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. He knows how to be himself, and he is genuinely like that. He's always good fun with you. There's no switch, there's no different Tom Ingram to get on camera to externally. He's a great character. Here we are into driver change territory again. So 425 car in pit lane, and that's the George Wright and James Wright car. CSC Racing, FDL Packaging taking in the stop. Not sure whether Rob's going to give us any oversight into what's going on the 425 car just now. Let's have a quick look down the order and see where that car is. A little way down the order at the moment as we squeeze down on my tiny phone. It's Scargo Racing, and oh hello, the screen has changed. Good stop and back out as we see young Josh, the circuit commentary pit lane commentator, down there as well. The 425 car, Escargo Racing, sorry, I called it CSC earlier on. Escargo Racing is back out. So the 425 car back out, and we rejoin in 36th place with James Wright taking over from George Wright there. And let's just check across. George Wright now, oh, window I didn't want on the phone popping up, not behaving itself at all. Back out on track. What about our race leader? Let's just refresh everything so we can have a look. JW Bird Motorsport car and Team Trojan in second place, still the ones that haven't pitted. Meanwhile, coming in is, funnily enough, the next number down from 425. This is 427, the AF Racing, Zachary Arthur and Luke Francis in 427. So sequential numbers coming in. And the 427 car is, if we scroll very carefully down, let's have a look, see where 427 is. Down in 41st place, so Zachary Arthur will take over. Drivers have to tag in at the end of pit lane, which gives a signal to the timing company here, TSL, Timing Systems Limited, and that updates on the timing screen. If you've got a bigger screen operating, if you see it on your phone, you probably won't see it unless you've got your phone on landscape. But it gives us a clue as to who's in there. That was a major bugbear in days gone by as to who was in. Now we've got the 347 car in, so a big moment for the race as the race leader comes in, the JW Motorsport car in the pits and ready for a stop. That means that we've got Team Trojan now in the 319 car, the race leader, but 347 car is in and is now out. So there we go, thumbs up from 347. That is job done, not stopping for fuel, but a very good stop. Question is, where are they going to emerge? They've got the 427 car immediately in front of them. Not sure if we'll get to see the tagging. We won't here because Jeremy and Rob are too far down the pit lane to show you that instance of where the drivers tag in. But so our erstwhile race leader having stopped, and we've now got Team Trojan, who I think are pretty much the only car, I'm just checking down, barring Emax Motorsport 345, that haven't done a stop, but certainly the only car in the top of the position so far, 319, that haven't had the stop. Chris Freeman's still at the wheel, ready to hand over to Jonathan Monday. So we might see that Team Trojan car come in very, very shortly. And so it was a quick turnaround, Scott, for that car. And so Sylvain Rubio still in 6th position and holding up well, which is good. And we've gone past the hour-and-a-half stage, so I need to update my progress chart at some point as well. So Team Trojan's still there at the moment, and after 30 minutes we're in 5th place. All the other teams ahead of them have all now had pit stops, so they've moved up on an hour. They've moved up from 5th to 3rd, and now from 3rd to 1st, but still do need to have that stop. So I think we'll probably be seeing that in the next few minutes, unless they go through and their strategy is to bang in all the stops towards the end. Out comes the 437 car. So a change for Alistair Camp and George Grant. I don't know if we'll grab a George moment. Again, a very busy chap. George racing in the Mazda Championship, racing in the C1s, and he's doing the endurance race as well. He's our George, bless him, and he was at the touring cars last weekend. It was nice to have a little natter with him at the touring car. So let's have a look and see 437 who was in that. So the tag should have been set now on the 437 car. So it's George Grant taking that one over, the BPC tuning car. George absolutely loving his racing and getting tremendous value for money as well out of his racing, has to be said. So we're going to keep an eye on that 319 car to see when that comes in. Work going on underneath the 338 car, trying to get that one back out. That's the Farrance and Crook car, Brimstone Racing car. And that one has spent probably a little bit too much time, or more time than it would have liked. Jeremy Crook. Now, is Jeremy getting out or getting in? That's helmet going on, isn't it? No, coming off. All right, I got it the wrong way round. So plenty of work. Does Jeremy get next weekend off? Esther is obviously going to be working hard at the festival. So
possibly, I'm not sure if he's possibly volunteered himself to be safety car observer or something, maybe, perhaps, I'm not sure, but he potentially has. But lots of pit lane stuff going on. See, I think that was the other JW Bird Motorsport car coming in. Silver Lake are also in as well for another of their pit stops. So 558 also making a call to the pits. And it goes for, that's what she said just got 462 also in there as well. So all sorts going. Oh dear, 338 going back into the box. So not all, still not all is well with that car by the looks of it.
No, sadly not. Big weekend, as you mentioned earlier on for BRSCC. How do you keep tabs on everything else that's going on? Do you sort of have to sort of dip it in between races, or big catch up this evening? Or
I think it's a mixture of, we have WhatsApp groups and it's just keeping tabs on live timing and just whatever's going on and on certain things, and you obviously see other parts on social media as well.
Because a lot of the championships that are being decided this weekend elsewhere have shared the grids, haven't they? Or have shared the venues with C1s this year. So
yeah, for the most part they have, yeah. And it's I think wherever they've gone, as I say, C1s have been a magnificent addition to the portfolio, and as far as I can tell, it's been quite a successful partnership all the way through for this first season. And so, of course, there's lots of plans coming in place to sort out a good sequence and a good calendar and good developments for next year, which it looks like everyone's pretty excited about.
Yeah, it should be a good year. We get to this stage, and you get to the tail end of a season, and you think, yeah, am I going to enjoy the break? And you do for a couple of weeks if you're anything like me, and then you just want to get going again as soon as possible. But then you have to wait till March or April time, which is not good. MLP Developments car there. Head of 442.
Oh dear, that's the Red Sky Racing car. That's a big accident.
Yeah, that's not good. Another safety car.
Yeah, that will definitely be a safety car. That is a quite heavy damage on the front end of the Red Sky Racing car there, I'm afraid. So that car has certainly had a problem. And yeah, now I'm certain if there's any teams that are seeing this, the first thing they will do is immediately scramble them into pit lane if they haven't made a pit stop. So let's see if anyone does make a quick put towards the pit lane. No safety car for a jet. And the 588 car's also off the road. That's off at Nelson. I don't know if that's hit the barrier or not, but looks like it's a simple rotation for the 588 car. And away it goes. No damage I can see evidently on that car. So yeah, it's got back onto the circuit. It's simply just a loss of control and away it goes again. But whatever happens, that's definitely going to be a safety car for sure for that sequence.
Rachel Shepherd at the wheel, I think. So shame, because that car was running on the hour, running in the top 5. So yeah, definitely going to be a safety car.
So well, one thing I think gives us some comfort is that I can see the driver's head moving in the car. So that appears to be the case that on the surface, because we never like to speculate too much with incidents, but on the surface they appear to be somewhat okay. Safety car has indeed been deployed and scrambled. So out will go the Silver Lake Citroen DS3 safety car to pick the pack up again. We've gone past the hour and 40-minute mark, so hour and 20 left to go.
Emacs looking good though, I have to say, Scott, with second position and the top team in terms of ones that have done pit stops, and fastest lap of the race as well, with that 2:39.261, which we saw come up with Jake Little's name on, so we knew he'd taken over from James earlier on. But equally, again, how close has this been? Because 347 with Nick Beaumont at the wheel now. Did Nick do BRSCC Fiestas ages ago before his involvement in other things?
Nick Beaumont?
Yeah, vaguely remember.
Not 100%. I know there's a Nick Sanderson that raced, and there were a couple of amongst others. I think we've got some more stories from pit lane. I think whilst the safety car's going out, so possibly either Rob can tell us more, or have another driver for us to have a chat to. So let's head down to Rob and see who he has.
You speak about Nick Beaumont now being out on the circuit, and that of course is the long-time leading JW Bird car. I've got his teammate Phil House down with me. You've just got out after a long stint for you guys. How was that for you?
It was great fun, to be fair. It's a shame that the safety car came out when it did. I think we're probably just going to lose out a little bit on that, but pace-wise was great. It's good fun having a battle with the Emax cars. You know, we're close at Croft, close here. And it's just good to tow each other around and just try. We always say we'll try and get ourselves ahead and then just see what happens later in the race.
The race is certainly unfolding into a good battle between yourselves. The Emax cars and Team Trojan are creeping up there as well. And you also mentioned what happened at Croft, where you just missed out in both of the races. Is this the whole mantra behind your race, just to get your head down and try and get that win?
Absolutely, 100%. As I said to you at Croft, I was gutted coming second. In my home circuit, we just wanted to win there. So we're coming back fighting this time. I think we've got a little bit to do now, looking at the timings, but there's still a lot to play for. You know, safety cars can play a big factor in this still.
They certainly are in this race. So stint-wise, is that you finished? Is Nick now back out for the rest of the race?
Yes, that's me finished for now. So Nick's got all the hard work to do with the dummy stops and the maybe fuel stops and things like that. So I did all that at Croft, so he's getting the hard stuff this time.
Well, in that case, Phil, I'll let you put your feet up there. So there we go. That was our long-time race leaders there. They've made their first stop of this race. Back to the commentary box.
Thanks for that, Rob, and a good update. And yeah, that's good news. We've got Rachel out of the car. Not good to see the car damage, but great to see that Rachel is okay and out of the Red Sky Racing car. And a shame to see that, as I say, running in 6th position on the hour. So, you know, doing the silent assassin bit, as Scott referred to earlier on, moving up the order, but very sadly no further progress to be made. What they do have, though, to look forward to is maybe the prospect, if they can sort things out and get the car back together, some more track time before the end of the race. We've still got an hour and a quarter to go. Or also some overnight repairs to get the car back out on circuit for tomorrow. And tomorrow's race is presumably separate qualifying. Might have separate drivers. Do we know if we've got separate drivers?
I think it will, as we did for Croft, it will be a carryover. Basically, the results from race 1 will set the grid for race 2. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That tallies with the. Eventually managed to get me timetable sorted out.
Yeah, so in that sense it'll be because the only qualifying session that we have tomorrow is for the Classic Modern Motorsport Club Southern Series, which is their super saloons and tin tops that are in action, and then another of their series are out at the festival next weekend, because we've got the Intermarks that are also racing themselves.
Oh, cool.
So they'll be out for the festival, which is good to see. So all 3 of their series racing within the space of 2 weeks. 2 of them here at Snetterton, 1 at Brands Hatch to round off their season. Brands Hatch is their home circuit, given that they are their series is essentially based and looked after in the southeast in Kent, not far from Brands Hatch. There's a 318 car. It appears as though, I was about to say, if the Red Scar Racing car had been extracted from where it was, but it looks as though that it's still staying where it was. So they're waiting for, I think, for a moment where they can possibly get as many of the cars together, so they can then start to recover that car from where it is in position. So the cars then still are going to be picked up by the Silver Lake Citroen DS3 safety car. And they will now form up once again. Remember, of course, that the rule is in force that you cannot pit under you're not allowed to pit under the safety car. If you do so, then you will have to serve a 6-minute time penalty whilst in the pit lane. So you have to stop for 6 minutes to do so. As I say, the driver on the surface appears to look okay. We never like to speculate too much as to how exactly they are, because obviously they need to be fully checked. As with any incident, big or small, they have to be checked over by the chief medical officer, who's here this weekend in the medical centre, just to ensure that they are A-OK. But the fact that the driver is up and about and walking around and moving is obviously a positive sign that they appear to have gotten away, at the very least, relatively unscathed on that one. 513 are in for, I presume that is either a pit stop they had to make or a pit stop which they began. Well, the safety car has been out for a good 4 or 5 minutes, so this is just a fully extended pit stop. There might be some teams out there who possibly are simply just taking the pit stop because they know that they can use the extra time to, whether it's do some tweaks to the car or properly get the driver in or refill stuff they need to, and say yes, they've got to take 6 minutes, but it might be 6 minutes that they can use to get a few other things done, knowing that they have to sit there for that time anyway, so they may as well use it to good effect to try and fix anything they need to.
The gap first to second on the last lap was 39 seconds. I'm wondering where the safety car, is the safety car briefed to pick up the race leader, or just come out wherever and then spotlight as to whether the leader is in the mix?
I believe I'm not sure if it's universal, but I believe the safety car would generally be instructed to essentially let cars through until it picks up the leader, wherever it might be, whoever he has geographically behind him on track.
There we go.
That is the 450 car, I think, which is the car, which is the other Emax car that's been climbing up the order. If that car has actually made it into the lead, I'll be pleasantly surprised, I think, if it has. No, Team Trojan 319 are being shown as the race leaders at the moment. Coming up towards the last hour and 12 minutes of the race. And it's Team Trojan who lead the way. 319. 346 is Emax Motorsport in second place, with Jake Lippard at the wheel, now we know that. JW Bird Motorsport are in third with Nick Beaumont. Fourth with Austin Monday at the wheel is Team Trojan. They set their second car. Team Trojan currently sat into first and fourth positions. Fifth is Fighting Talk with Monument at the wheel. Mark Hode is at the wheel of Track Toys car 467 in P6. The Oakley Motorsport team with G Oakley at the wheel is seventh. It's McCladen for Scuderia Polo Rosso eighth. Godfrey at the wheel of Manpower Motorsport in ninth, and it's Salem for JW Burt for WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, who are ahead of their other team car, because their other team WRC car is quite far down the order, actually. In fact, it's down in... Oh, no, they're both called CB Auto Services, my apologies. So that car, which has been up there in the top 10 anyway, that is that 318 car, which I thought was another team. But 318 up there in P10 at the moment from Toff, and then Quattro Formaggio, OPCPR, which is the Tom Ingram car with Ron Johnson at the wheel. Ron Johnson, I think I saw in the assembly area with his British GT overalls on. And then we have Sam Roach, who's at the wheel now of the second JW Bird Motorsport car. So Sam Roach getting his first proper taste of C1s this season after he was forced to miss one of the previous rounds he was looking to enter due to illness. And then we've got the Silver Lake 2 car in 16th position, the 506 car, which I think is the Patrick Watts car, which has got Robinson at the wheel of that car now. Patrick Scharfeger is now in the 417 CSC Racing FDL packaging car in 17th place. You've got, I think it's Max Walsh in 18th place for MLP Developments, 19th for Team Insane with Mears at the wheel, and then it's the Allison at the wheel of the 498 SM Motorsport car to round out the top 20. Other couple of notable cars we should mention: the Mac Tools Racing cars in 22nd. That's now has Jade Edwards at the wheel. She's got some work to do to work her way through in this stint, which I'm confident that she will. The other cars in there, which are a bit further back, also I can see we've got the Jelly Snake Racing cars a bit further back than it normally would be, 29th place at the moment. But again, there's a few teams that have only made simply just the one pit stop. That is one or two teams which, by the looks of things, haven't even literally made a legit pit stop just yet. Although 3 Spark Racing 459, to be fair, and also 338 have had some problems with their car, of course, as we know. So there are some teams which haven't actually made a pit. In fact, actually, one team that hasn't made a pit stop full stop just yet, according to this, is 345, which is another of the Emax Motorsport cars. So maybe that's a strategy with having 5 cars this weekend. So they just put them on 5 different strategies and see which one works. And they've done their research for race 2 tomorrow.
Spill it on the doorstep and see if the cat legs it up.
I haven't heard that term before, but I gather what it means. We're just seeing there in the background, as you saw on the other shot as well just seconds ago, the recovery team just putting the Red Sky Racing car onto the low loader in order to fixate it, or to get it out of position, so that we can get back racing again as soon as possible. And so it will get underway very, very shortly, hopefully. And of course, one more race tomorrow for C1 Racing Club before they finish off their 2022 season. And of course, then 2023 is also going to be, as we've had a small alluding to, it's going to be hopefully quite an exciting year, possibly even better than this one, fingers crossed. But we will wait with bated breath to see what the news announcements are going to be for next year's C1 Racing Club. There is the 470 car in the field. 470. Which at the moment, 470, seeking them on the timing screen, is the Racing Alliance race team, and that has McCormick at the wheel back in 24th position. So a little bit out of place. In fact, they haven't actually. By the looks of it, they haven't picked up the lead. They haven't picked up the leader yet. The leader is the 319 car. I suspect possibly what they're trying to do is to try and gather up as many of the cars as possible. And then once they can see the Team Trojan car possibly in the sequence, in the line, then they can start to let some of the lapped cars through to let them around. So this might be a slightly lengthy process to let these cars through. There's quite a lot of them, and of course, the rule being you can't overtake them under the safety car. So it's not as if Team Trojan can just saunter its way to the front of the pack and just slot in front of the Emax Motorsport car and say, I'm the leader, so this is the car, and this is where I need to be. Yeah, the Trojan cars are only, at least the Team Trojan car, one of them at least, is only just coming out of Murray, so, but the train is getting quite close, so I think there's going to be a lot of cars that need to be waved around in order to, one, I guess, gain a lap back, but also, two, then catch up to the back of the Crocodile, which is going to be quite a lengthy one, given that it's a 3-mile circuit, and these are all Citroen C1s. So it's going to take quite a while to, I think, get these guys back into proper formation.
When the safety car came out, Scott, the gap was 39 seconds, first to second. Bear in mind that the lead car hasn't had a stop yet, and that's gone down to 6 seconds. So this has spanked the leaders, this safety car.
It has.
You never know, do you? You never know.
No. And this car as well, if our timing screen is to be believed, this is the Team Trojan car. It's also, not only is it in the lead, but also it is there, in part, courtesy of the fact that it hasn't made a single pit stop
Exactly.
yet. So it's now got, I think, essentially an hour to make 3 pit stops, which is going to be interesting. But then again, some teams do, and you're right. I think the fact that they have gone as long as they have without a pit stop, and there's now less than an hour to go. I think obviously in an ideal scenario for them, they would want to make sure that things stay green so they could then take their pit stops. Now they're under safety car, which is now allowing the lapped cars through because they've realised that the pack has now got around to be able to do that. They really, essentially, they obviously have to make all their pit stops in green flag conditions, but the fact they've got to do it in quite quick succession. I mean, you also, to be fair as well, you look at the rest of the top 10, literally the rest of the top 10 from 2nd down to 10th, all of them have made 1 pit stop, so they've still got to make another one in there. Given the fact there are teams with 4 drivers in there, they've got to obviously get out there and make sure all their drivers do their stints.
Those that are going past the safety car now, although some of them will be back on the lead lap, as you rightly said, it's a long lap, so they've got a lot of catching up to do. And you know, you could think, oh, they might floor it, but you're not allowed to under safety car conditions. So, although they're on the lead lap, they're not going to pull actually that much back. But the safety car will be looking to pick up the 319. But it's done its job of getting everybody down. Everybody's realised, of course, during this period that it's the Rachel Shepherd car that was stricken. As they've been going around slowly and safely behind the safety car, they'll realise that that car has been low loaded. So we can see these ones starting to speed up just a little bit, and the officials will be just making sure that nobody, you know, puts anybody in danger by going too fast anywhere over the course of this one. So even though they're back on the lead lap, and that should show actually when they go across the line for these ones. So how quickly is Team Trojan going to go in? Because we're edging towards the hour, my 4th checkpoint anyway, on this one. So yeah, a lot for them to do.
A lot for them to do, but quite a few of these teams, of course, have there's probably been teams in similar situations at this point where they've got to make quite a few of these pit stops. But there's one of our Team Trojan cars. I think, is that our race leader? I think that might be 319 on the side, so that might well have been. Plenty more of the lapped cars just going around. Of course, they're going around what looks like racing speeds, but of course, in many cases, because they're quite, you know, low powered, what looks like them to be they are pretty much going, I guess, at what would be, I guess, practically almost a race pace to be able to catch up to the train pretty quickly, which is going to take, I think, at least another lap or 2 to do that, because everyone else is going at their own pace. But you can see everyone pretty much driving as if it was green flags again. But of course, the only thing is that you can't overtake under the safety cars. It means they have to pretty much go at pace, and some drivers might only be hamstringed to be able to go as quick as the car in front. There might be some quicker cars that are in the on-track sequence a little bit out of place, so they've got to try and work their way through quite a few of them. Now's okay. Pit straight. It's such the sheer size of the grid as well, is that it's taken quite a while to find the Team Trojan car that they need, which I think is only just been going through. The last time we saw it, I think, is the car that was just coming out of Williams. Now, just seen one of the Team Trojan cars. I think I can always tell that it's there because it's the bright yellow, sort of bright yellow shape that comes out on the top of the horizon when they're coming through Murray's. So the safety car, I think, there's a huge gap there, so it might well be picking it up any moment soon, I think. It's down the pit straight it comes. There's the 566 Mac Tools racing car. Jade Edwards at the wheel of that now. And the safety car, now in fact we can see it with our own eyes past the commentary box, has now picked up the race leader. So it has now picked up car 319, Team Trojan, with Chris Freeman at the wheel. So Chris will now essentially lead the pack around it. Now the next task they've got is to wait for everyone else, everyone that they've let through, to now join the back of the queue here. Now they've got Trojan in the right position. So Trojan then have that lead group, and 346 will come through in a moment. I think there they are, in fact, 346 in 2nd place. And JW Bird Motorsport will be in the black car there, I think, or the dark blue car, 347. So they come through, and that's where they are.
This could all come down to stops, couldn't it? It certainly will for the lead car and the Emax Motorsport and JW Bird cars, separated by another 7 seconds. So it's 5 seconds between leader and second, another 7 seconds after that, another 6 seconds back to the second Team Trojan car. And then we get into the cars that are off the lead lap, headed by Fighting Talk in 309. Now the rescue, does the rescue truck, it was on the way down towards Wilson, wasn't it? So does the rescue truck
therefore have to go down the use outfield roads to get back to the paddock, or? I think it will have some routes where it can slot in between the barriers, where it can go through, where it's able to sit. But there might be designated places as well where the rescue vehicles, like the sort of rescue units and vehicles and snatch vehicles, are sat around the circuit. But so it simply just determines on. I guess I think there are one, if not a couple of teams that they have around the circuit which can cater to different halves of the circuit. So if they have to scoot around somewhere, I'm sure that's where they'll be able to do that. Just coming up now to about a minute or so before we now go into the 1 hour to go mark. And again, just a few more of those cars, it's as I predicted, it's taking them a couple of laps. One, to kind of get their foot down and start making their way back towards the back of the queue, and then the second lap to be able to properly make progress and catch up with them. It looks as though the majority of them are starting to really start to form back up again, because they're all just making their way through Ritchie's and up through into Palmer. So that snake is going to get ever bigger as the seconds go by, because more and more cars are going to join in. You can see there the majority of that pack. It looks as though now they're pretty much all on roughly the same part of the circuit. This is quite a few of these cars, of course, that a bit of a gap between some. This is the top end of this big queue of cars is the top end of this big queue of cars. At the back of it was the Silver Lake car, and we've got quite a few more. They're going to try and pick their way through where they can. So just ticked into 2 hours gone in the race. Just now fraction under an hour left. Under safety car here for those just joining. Big accident that's brought out the safety car. I think it's our third safety car of the day, and two in quite quick succession. We had a safety car for a car that was off at, I think it was Murray's. I think it was the 320 car. Then we had another car which was off the road at Nelson shortly after when that came in. Gone through for quite a while.
There we go.
Now it seems as though everyone has caught up sufficiently that the safety car is able to pull in, and Clark is happy to release them back again. So following them in is the 417 car, and as are a few more. They have to kind of hold on until they are able to finally pit, but back under green flag conditions now with just under an hour to go here at Snetterton. And it's Team Trojan who leads the way there. They're looking for their third win of the season after they took back-to-back victories at Brands Hatch and then at Donington Park. If they can do it at Snetterton, that'd be 3 for the season for the Team Trojan guys. Whether it's the same car or not, we need to look back on our results and double check. But Team Trojan doing a fine job and looking to try and make the most of their strategy to take the race victory. Jake Little in the Emax Motorsport car, which is just there. You can see 346. Currently still sits in second place. Nick Beaumont in the JW Bird Motorsport car is third, and the second of the two Trojan cars is in for its second pit stop, which is Austin Monday. So he's going to, I think, hand over to, I think it's Charlie Bingham who he'll hand over to. Just seeing at the corner by that 417 has completed its pit stop. You see 346 there, the Emax Motorsport car of Jake Little, just picking his way through some of the map markers. The next car is coming up, so I think is that the Patrick Watts car? It is, yes. The 506 Patrick Watts car is in the pit lane. Sorry, the pit lane. It's been a long day so far. Is now just slotting in behind him. That's another on-track position gained, but that car's still running in second place, of course, and trying to chase down the race leaders, which is Team Trojan. The gap was 5 seconds when they came across the line on the restart, so Jake Little pushing as hard as he can. He's now trying to move past the 407 MH Racing car, which is I believe that's the team from or consisting of Swiss participants. And I'm sure if he looks in the distance, that's right there, you can see that Jake Little can see the Team Trojan car just turning its way through Brundle and Nelson, just a few seconds up the road. The gap was 5 seconds when they came across the line on the restart. Pushing hard to try and make that one happen. So through the bomb hole. And now we come out of the hairpin. through the left-hander.
Interesting to note that, Scott, the positions were exactly the same on 2 hours as they were on 90 minutes.
Oh, right, okay.
With that long safety car. But here's the leader.
Yep, leader is in for his first stop of the race, believe it or not, with 56 minutes to go. Of course, as we say, they've got to have squeeze in 2 more, so this might be a tricky situation for Team Trojan. We shall keep an eye on how they choose to play the rest of their race. 442, a couple more pit calls in now the safety car is done. 442 is in for a mandatory stop. This gives the lead back to Emax Motorsport for 346. The driver with the belts. I think that's going to be a change of drive. I think that's a change of drive. It might be Charlie Bigman going back in, so out he goes. Right, a black and orange flag is out for somebody. It's not often you see that come out in sport these days, but black and orange flag is out. Race control tell us who it's for. No, they don't. No, we can't see the back of the board either to see what happened, to see who it is that's got the black and orange flag. I guess all we can really do is look around on our cameras and see if we can find a car that's got a piece of bodywork hanging or something. Another reason it could be sometimes is that if the car's making excessive noise, which it can be, although what would need to be damaged for the Citroen C1 to be made to have such damage that it would be breaking the noise limit, I'm not quite sure when they're basically the quiet. Apart from the screech of tyres, they're the quietest cars you'll see all weekend and hear all weekend. So it's probably due to a car that's got some kind of hanging damage, whether it's a bumper or it's a piece of trim or something, but whoever it is and whatever car it is, we'll have to try and find out. Whilst we try and figure that one out, Rob, more news from you in the pit lane.
Well, we've got the Team Trojan car 319, that's just come into the pits. I've got a very tired Chris Freeman here. Chris, how was that first stint for you? That was a very long one.
Yeah, it was long, but I suppose the safety car's out because we've had probably 2 or 3 safety cars, so it gives you time to get a breather and that, and just regroup. And I got caught out in one of the restarts. We went, I think the leader went really quick early, and I'm like, dropped back. But luckily there was another restart, so I was on the next one. I was waiting for it and ready to go. So yeah, no, it was a good stint really.
I'm sort of guessing by now, but I take it that's you done in the car, so the hard work comes for your second driver, Adam, that's out now.
No, it's Johnny with us.
Oh, it's John. Well, I apologise. Yes, it's John.
Yeah. Johnny's just finishing it off now. He'll go to the end, and hopefully we'll see how the safety cars go. If we can try and get in before, and see if we can get a stop out of the way.
Absolutely. So you've had a run of brilliant results in this series this year as Team Trojan with yourself and the sister car. Have you got that bit in between your teeth after you had a bit of a downer at Croft?
Yeah, I suppose at Croft, we came testing at Croft, but in the week we were fast, and when it come to qualifying and the race day we were slow. So it was, a bit up and down, but the lads in the 508, I think I remember that number, but the young lads, they've been really flying this year. They've won 2 or 3 races. Me and Johnny have just managed to do the last couple of rounds, because we've been doing other stuff and that and been busy with other things.
Superb. Well, I'll let you finish your drink off there. So yes, that was the Team Trojan there, Chris Freeman. Fantastic for talking to us there. The race is certainly hotting up, isn't it? Back to Scott and back to Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from our leader there, erstwhile leader, we should say. So race continues, work to do for that car, and it's the little car out front at the moment. Bless you, Scott.
Excuse me. I put my microphone up, so I hope you didn't hear that too much.
We've got to wipe the screens down now, is it? So yeah, it's ironically the 2 cars that were first and second on the grid that have come through after 2 hours and 8 minutes. Absolutely incredible work from those teams. With the 455 in 3rd place at the moment. Graham Wilkins in 4th, I think, 310, and we've got Graham Wilkins in the Scuderia Polo Rosso car. They were 3rd on Anglesey. That was a great meeting, Anglesey. Superb weekend away, loved it.
That was excellent. That was a brilliant weekend all around, that one. that was I know that was quite an enjoyable weekend for all those that attended in the C1 race in terms of doing the into the night race. They thoroughly enjoyed that race in terms of the race, what they had and how that played out. And that was quite a popular winner as well, of course, when we had the CSC, the Cunniffs win in the CSC Racing FDL packaging car. That was quite an enjoyable win for them. And I think there's a couple of teams, I think Scuderia Polo Rosso were also just as happy, if not even happier than the winners, because they scored their first podium, and they did. That was something which they were very excited about, given the effort that they put in as well. So all sorts going on there.
Worth checking out facilities on Anglesey. It's a great track to go to, but also if you're doing an into the night race, don't make the mistake that I did, which was leave your refuelling. I'll do it after the meeting, and then the race finishes at 11 o'clock and nowhere was open. So it was a little bit of a panic for the following morning, but so don't do that.
Oh, rookie mistake, Richard. Rookie mistake.
A rookie after how many years? To be fair, I hadn't been to Anglesey for about 15 years, so
yeah. Then again, I suspect that within races, endurance races, suspect that certain teams and drivers have done worse. So
I'm sure they have.
In any case, which probably cost them a lot more as well. In terms of where we are with positions again, just a bit of a sequence shaking out. The 347 cars back into the lead now, because we've had the pit stops, not just for the 510 car, but also 508 car, but also now for the James and Jake Littleton car. Now I'm suspecting, because Jake's been out there for quite a while, with these next couple of stints, next couple of stops are going to be James getting in to do his thing in the car. That's 508 now with whichever that was. 508 that currently has Adam Willis at the wheel now. So Charlie Bingham has had his turn. So has Austin Monday. Adam Willis' turn, and I guess it'll be whoever wants to take the last stint. The black and orange flag is going. It's going back. Going back out. I'm watching the marshal. Either he's trying to pin the flag to his sort of marshal posting to get people to get the driver to see it, or he's simply just trying to hold it out because it's looking quite windy and quite blustery out there at the moment. Again. Let's look at our timing screen to see if there's been any information yet to tell us exactly who it is. Right, here we go. Right, so the car that has the black and orange flag currently is car 462. So 462 currently has the black and orange flag. It's been shown. That's the AASP Motorsport car. That's the other one. So AASP not really having the brightest of days today. They've had a couple of spins and incidents with their 320 car, and now the 462 car is going to be called in for basically sort of a technical issue, which is forcing the clerk of the course to tell them to come in. I don't know if we can get a shot of the 462 car somewhere on circuit where possible, not to come away from anything that might be an important pass, but the 462 car might want to have something hanging off it or something about it, which is the clerk of the course in particular is not happy about. So I have to wait and see. 338 and 449. So that's a 338 car that's gone back out again. That's the car which has included Jeremy Crook, which is back out after its troubles. So 2 visits to the pit box today, and that car appears to be back to some kind of full strength. There goes 418 back out the pits, and right now there's 462. A good job in picking that one up with our camera team. I can't see. Is it a right-hand wing mirror, I think? I wonder if that's it, possibly as a safety reason, maybe, if it's hanging off. It's the only thing I can see.
That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only thing I can see wrong with that car, unless it is making, for a C1, excessive noise, because you can get black and orange flag for that. I suspect that possibly, on the grounds of safety, that they're calling him in because that wing mirror is hanging off. And I suspect that they're obviously requiring them to come in so they can actually change it. No, not change it, but at least refix it back on properly so that it's hopefully stay on there, which I'm sure will probably either just require a combination of some industry strength gaffer tape and some tie wraps, and they should be fine with that. Whilst I'm sure that ASP discuss what to do next with that car, let's hand back over to Rob down in pit lane, who has his next feature as we've got a car grass track here. We'll get back to that in a second, but whilst that refines the track, it's car 361 back onto the circuit after it's gone wide at Ritchie's. Rob, down to you in pit lane.
I've actually got Jake Little with us. A front row start for you guys. You really are up there in the mix. How was that first stint for you?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, for me, I think I came out quite near the back because we pitted as the safety car came in. So I just was overtaking loads of cars, which is great fun. So yeah, really good.
Fantastic for yourself. So what's the plan? You've got Senior out in the car at the moment, so is he taking the car to the end?
I think that's the plan, yeah. I think we've got to do one more stop, so he'll do a quick in and out stop, possibly sooner rather than later to avoid safety cars, and that'll be us to the end.
I'll tell you what, you guys are on red hot form though. 2 great wins at Croft as well. Brands Hatch are really on the pace. Are you just really suited to this racing?
Seem to be. I think it's a good car. It's nothing to do with the drivers, just a good car.
Just a good car. You've certainly got a good team backing you as part of the Emax Motorsport. Just tell us a bit about what Glenn Finn and his team bring for you guys.
Well, I started racing with Glenn in 2019 in the C1s, and we've gone from strength to strength. Now race winners multiple times, second in the 24-hour race, and they're just a great bunch of guys, so it's just a pleasure to be with them.
Fantastic. I'll let you go get yourself a refreshments there. So that was Jake Little there of the Emax Motorsport car. Guys, this really is turning into a 3 or a 4-way battle with Emax Motorsport and some of the other front runners especially. I fancy a bit of Team Trojan as well. I don't know about you. Back to you.
We should say as well, whilst listening, Rob, shout out to the 2 mechanics behind who were sort of monkeying around behind. One was very elegantly balancing a roll of gaffer tape on his head, and the other one had his mouth gaffer taped up. So kudos to them for adding a bit of comedy to that interview in the background, unbeknownst to Jake Little behind him. So I'm sure he'll thank his team members for that, or not. Yeah, the 361 car, just as we were moving off to that interview, was just running back onto the track after it ran incredibly wide. I'm certain that by the looks of things, they are still potato fields in the background. I think, if not wheat fields of some kind. But yeah, I remember I would have been 2 at the time. But I think if we talk about drivers not having great memories of Snetterton, but for those who remember BTCC 1993, the start that they had here for the race they had here wasn't the best in terms of the pilot that they had, but it wasn't. Ironically, it's not that pilot which is most memorable for me on that first start. It's that, and then when they get the exit out of Richie's corner, and then Paul Patrick Watts. Oh, was that somebody off the road? That was Oh, it is 445 off the road. So 445 off the road. Look at it. It's one of the Emax Motorsport cars. It's quite back. Not that it matters. It's down the order in 46th position, but it's quite significant that it's gone off quite far. It looks like quite a fast off. It seems it's actually had to go on quite a lick to be off at that route. Now, given that the camera didn't catch it, the other question could be: did they jump or were they pushed? As in, did they do that themselves by going a bit too quickly into the corner and lost control, or were they helped into that position by somebody when they shouldn't have been? So that's quite key. The other question it also poses as well, given there are 5th and 6th positions have just gone in to make their next pit stops, is that it's quite far off the road into the barrier. It's essentially where its position is at the end of a rather long straight where the cars are approaching at speed. So, is that going to warrant a safety car or not? I'm not 100% sure, but you think it will do?
I'm nodding away. I think that's got to be, isn't it? We're getting thumbs up, which is a great sign to see. But you don't want to leave the car there because it's gone there. Another car could go in as well. And car against car is not good. Car against tyre wall is bad enough. Having a trial group might have to get out the other side. The regulations are changing now, aren't they? You have to be able to get out of either side of the race car now, or from next year.
Okay. That's probably, in many cases, even though the driver is moving around, it might be one of the simple reasons as to why I think, as you rightly presumed, that the safety car has once again been scrambled. So for the 4th time, the safety car is out here at Snetterton. I think we can get some more information on either an interview or what's going on out on the track. Rob, down to you for some more info.
Bit of information about the way this race is panning out in terms of pit stops. Now, don't forget, guys, you can get a load of dummy stops in. So I've got my trusty iPad here with the TSL running. JW Motorsport, they're in the box seat in terms of leading the race, but they've still got 2 stops to complete. So their pit crew have got to be so efficient in getting out of the car, back in, team goes in, buttons their drivers up and back out on track. And they've got to do that twice. So really, for me, the guys that are really in charge of this race, 2nd place, Team Trojan, Adam Willis, they've got 1 stop left. So for me, they're my winners so far. Back to you.
Got his crystal ball out there.
Oh, it's bold prediction time, isn't it, with 40 minutes to go? So
actually, it's good analytics because he's actually analysed what's going on, and I was trying to have a look as well. He could well be right. Here comes the grabber to sort out the car.
Yeah, I think the first task is quite simply to move him away from the barrier so that the poor guy can get out, because, as you say, the way he's gone in, is that it seems it's enough in which he can't actually open the door. And as you say, it's probably not wise to try and climb out by the passenger door when you never know what might happen next.
What is it about Marshall's post that attracts cars? We had the Porsche last weekend at Brands, and it is a worry, isn't it? It's not a nice thing to see.
Yeah, there's another one that comes to mind which I won't even talk about out loud, which is just doesn't bear thinking about, honestly.
But that's why you have safety cars, is because the car can potentially go anywhere, and particularly if you leave one there, it's why the organisers don't hesitate to get the race slowed down, sort it out for safety's sake, safety of the marshals, safety of the drivers, safety of the driver that's there, safety of the other drivers that might come through. You don't quite know what's going to happen. If that had been a more high-speed one, we can't actually see the angle of the car perhaps directly by that marshal's post, but because it's a fair way off. But safety is the absolute key, isn't it? And a big, massive thank you to the marshals that are out there in all weathers, and they do put themselves at risk being out there, and we do appreciate them.
Yeah, agreed. I think you couldn't have said it better in that sense, in that it is very much key that they, regardless of the fact they're volunteers or not, is that they all play an incredibly vital part in making sure that it's in situations like this that rather than having to kind of rely on probably halting things and kind of causing long delays, that we've got people that can recover cars like this and get them out as swiftly as they do, and they're very good at what they do in terms of the roles that they take on. And everyone has a particular role that they're best at when it comes to the motorsport paddock. Some obviously are skilled as mechanics and engineers, some are skilled as marshals, some are skilled as more on the media promotion side of things, but everyone kind of plays their part to ensure that a race meeting runs as smoothly and professionally and as enjoyably as possible as well, because of course it's not just a business for some people, but also it's fun for a lot of people to go out and actually race, neither just because it's part of their career or just because they want to fulfill an achievement in any cases. Certainly fulfilling all of his dreams so far as pit reporter with Rob Lewis, so I'm sure we'll be able to get a hand down there and see if he's got some more news or who he's been able to convince out of the garage to have a chat to. Who have you got, Rob?
Well, unfortunately, I've got the remnants of the Red Sky Racing C1 behind me, so unfortunately you can see here on the left-hand side, I'm just going to try and work around the team while they've got the bars and everything out ready. You can see this right-hand chassis leg here. You can see it's nice and straight on this side here. That's nice and straight. But where it's impacted, when it's impacted the barrier there, it's impacted and bent the whole rail in. It's actually ripped the rivets off the side there. So what the team are doing, they're trying to get the radiator out as well. They need to replace that and just make sure they can try and straighten this car out, because don't forget, folks, we've got another 3-hour race tomorrow. The other thing to think of as well, in particularly with a frontal impact like that, you've got the exhaust right at the front, you've got the engine, the gearbox, you've got to check all of that, make sure, because a nasty shock like that, a heavy impact into the Armco barrier like that, really puts a shock through these cars. So unfortunately with the Red Sky Racing, I think the team are going to be working into the night as they're still trying to get this radiator ripped out from the car. They're having a bit of an issue there. What I am going to try and do as well is speak to team Scuderia Polo Rosso. How are we doing, guys? Now, you had a pretty good event last time out when we saw you last on the live stream at Anglesey. How's it been for you today?
We're doing good, steady, I would say. Yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Fantastic. Now, there is a bit of a story we do want to tell you about what happened at Croft. So, you're battling in the race with other cars, into the final hairpin, you go off track, carry on the story from there. What did you collect?
So it's no secret, but we collected a cone. There has been many jokes made post-race, I would say, and we're all going to buy Frank a cone for Christmas, I think. So yeah,
I think so. But apart from that, have you guys feeling confident into the weekend? You've actually got a new driver out with you as well.
Yeah, Sean's joined us this weekend. He's out in the car at the moment. He's doing really well. He's getting in some good lap times when he can. He's been under safety car for most of it so far. He'll be in shortly for a pit stop, change a tyre. But yeah, he's doing well. He's doing good.
Fantastic. So the plan for you guys, are you aiming for that podium, or are you just trying to get a solid top 10 finish and then push forward to tomorrow?
I think today top 10 will be good. We're going for a top 10 today, and hopefully tomorrow with James and Frank in the car we'll do a lot better. But we'll see what happens.
Fantastic there. I'll leave you guys to it. We've got a keen driver in the background, but I'll let you get refreshed. But yes, the thing to remember, guys, this pit lane is, we've got the safety car out at the moment. I have some sort of feeling that when that safety car goes in, this pit lane is going to be very busy. All the cars are bunched up, they're all ready to go, but a lot of these guys have got their stops to make. And hey, if you're on a 2-stopper already, you've only got one more to do, so you may as well make hay while the sun shines. Back up to the commentary box.
This is going to resemble Challenge Annika, isn't it, basically, with him running up another pit lane? This is going to pretty much be a replication of that.
He hasn't got the jumpsuit, though, has he?
No, he needs the jumpsuit and the long blonde hair is what he needs. So we need to get him a jumpsuit and a wig.
Yeah, a little bit of, going off piste, as I often do. Annika Rice and I shared the same driving instructor, my godfather, funny enough. Both taught to drive by the same person. There we are.
The more you know.
Totally non-interesting fact. Sorry about that, Scott.
No, but I have the same thing where random things like that just pop into my head and I just insert it into the conversation. You can tell it's one of the safety car again because we're talking about anything, everything and nothing. So 35 minutes left to go in this race, and again, it's still JW Bird Motorsport. Again, as I think Rob rightly predicted, there's probably going to be a lot of teams, so we get another wave around of cars here. So another few cars to try and pick up the leaders, which is JW Bird Motorsport, and the safety car observer doing a grand job of waving them past.
Poppy time, isn't it, on the side of the car as well? I have to start thinking about getting poppies out.
Yes, indeed. One of the places in particular you need to do that, of course, is Race Remembrance, which is coming up on the 11th to 13th of November. BRSCC, very privileged to be running and looking after that again once more with Mission Motorsport. That should be another fun event once again. I'll be making my first trip to Race Remembrance to go and see that for the first time, which I'm very much looking forward to, because I haven't been to Anglesey several times but never been to the Race Remembrance. I didn't get a chance to go last year, but I'm very much looking forward to this year's, which should be quite a fun, different fun event. It's how I describe it is it's not a race around it's not a race with a remembrance service built into it. It's a remembrance service with a race built into it. It's a remembrance service first, because if anyone doesn't know about the Race Remembrance, it was created in 2014 by the guys at Mission Motorsport, and it's been done for the last sort of 7-8 years or so. Couldn't do it for COVID reasons for 2020, but they managed it for 2021 backwards, and it's where they get. It's a race which helps raise money for all the work that Mission Motorsport does with their armed forces and everything else, and then on top of that, it's that they have a race that starts on Saturday and goes across. Then they kind of pauses Saturday night, gets back going again Sunday morning, but then they pause everything on Sunday morning to then hold a really wonderful remembrance service where everyone gathers in the pit lane together and remembers the fallen soldiers that both past and present on that side, and then have a fantastic weekend. I'm getting the signal. We'll tell you more about that because I'm getting the signal to throw down to Rob again, who has some more conversation or insight for us. So Rob, down to you. It's your time to shine, I'm sure, once again once these guys head into pit lane.
Okay, guys, I've got Alistair May with me, the Quattro Formaggio car that we saw in the top 5 for quite a vast amount of this race. Unfortunately, is being hammered at the moment. Alistair, what happened, mate?
Chris had a bit of an incident, got collected in somebody else's accident, and yeah, made a bit of a mess of a car.
How bad is it? Will you get back out today?
Not today, no. It's bent the roll cage slightly, and my door's scrap. So we're going to call it a day and then go for tomorrow.
But apart from that, Chris is okay, yeah?
Yeah, a little sore, but fine. Yeah, he's all good.
So let's look at the positive side of things. So that first stint by yourself, I did get a chance to have a chat with Chris before you came in. How was that first stint for you?
Yeah, it was good. I was lucky with getting my 2 safety cars because then I could get back onto the lead pack, and keep with them. Yeah, it was good. You get your head down, have some fun.
I was just speaking to some of the other drivers. Now, obviously, regardless of the fact that you've got the likes of Tom Ingram, Jade Edwards, brilliant racing drivers here. You've got Nick Beaumont and Phil House in the JWB car behind you. You've got some top drivers in this field. How good does it feel to be up there competing with them?
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. Where else can you go and race against pro drivers?
It's certainly a superb series for that, isn't it?
It's brilliant. Couldn't fault it.
Well, fingers crossed. I'll let you go back and get some repair work done there. So that was Alistair May with the Quattro Formaggio team. I'll hand back to the commentary team with fingers crossed that they get a better result tomorrow.
That incident got me thinking. I'm going to pose the question. Do you think that the Quattro Formaggio car had anything to do with the 445 car going off the road?
Could well have done, couldn't it?
Because they've come in with an issue, and it's not long after. He said the words of Alistair May there was he got caught up in somebody else's accident. and it was something that happened quite quickly. And I have a feeling that in some cases that how far off the road the 445 car was, it now starts to make me believe based off of the back of that conversation. And I don't want to put two and two together too much.
I know you did say at the time, did they jump or were they pushed?
Yeah, it makes me think that given that they were that far off the road, it kind of makes me feel a little bit that they didn't quite get there on their own, because, you know, all right, these cars aren't necessarily, you know, tortoises, but they're not exactly they're not Ferraris either. They're not the fastest cars out there, but you still carry lots of momentum on the run towards Richie's corner, and there can be a bit of easy sometimes miscommunication between drivers going one way and then the other. So I wonder if I wonder if possibly it was an incident which started with the 445 car, as I said, getting involved in his own incident, and it left with the Quattro Formaggio car relatively with nowhere to go, which then was what saw it contribute to where the car ended up at Richie's corner. If any of that last sentence just made sense. So again, I'm not clerk of the course. We didn't see it on the cameras, but it's just it's me kind of putting two and two together, either making 4 or making 5. It's one of those two kind of. But I just had a feeling it's a short thought shot through my mind, thinking it's around the same time they've come in after the back of the safety car, whether there was a link, unless there's another incident that happened out on track that we're not aware of, which involved them, and unless there's another car that's out there wounded and had a problem. So we'll have to wait and see. But ultimately, the situation that we still have is now, with just about 30 minutes to go, I think you're absolutely right. I think he's absolutely right. Considering that there are teams out there that have only made 1 pit stop. So this is going to be quite a bit. This is going to be more packed than the roadside services on a Sunday night after they're going back off. This could be more packed than the Spa at McDonald's down on the outside of Snetterton on Sunday evening after this race meeting's finished, because this is going to be quite the situation. We've still got cars that have been coming in and pitting, I guess, either out of necessity or just because they have to, because they need fuel or they're running low, which of course means they're serving the penalties. But so they're not going to catch the back end of the queue because the lights on the safety car have gone out, which means we are back to racing once again with the JW Bird Motorsport car 347 getting underway. What I'm sure you'll see is several cars jumping to the pit lane with the safety cars we've seen in the past. JW Bird is not one of them. They carry on across the line and take the green flag, and we're back underway with just under half an hour to go in this second to last race of the season for the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. So they make their way up towards Richie's for the first time. And of course JW Bird have got this advantage of having quite a bit of a gap at the moment, so this is working out well for them.
But still 2 stops to go. Trojan have got, leading Trojan car's got 1 stop to make. Trojan in 5th place has fourth position, has got 2 stops to make. So at the moment, the top 2 stoppers, if we can consider that as a separate class, you've got the 508 Trojan car, 2nd place overall, but top one with 2 stops. Then second in the 2 stoppers is Toff, 339 5th place, and then 449 JW Bird in 3rd position. So are we looking at there, the 2 stoppers, as potentially our podium finishers?
It's a good point, potentially, yes, I think that, yeah, as Rob, I think, is now rightfully saying, has rightfully said, Team Trojan are pretty much, I think, the ones in the pound seat, because they know they've only got to make 1 more pit stop, whereas the likes of JW Bird, as we say, Manpower Motorsport, the 2nd Team Trojan car, they've all got to make 2 more pit stops, and a lot of other people, but there are 83 people in the top 10 that haven't made a 2nd pit stop yet, so this is going to be crucial. In the pits is 346. So that's another one of that's Emax Motorsport in 346. And this is their last pit stop, so this could be quite crucial. If they could get themselves some quick laps in there, possibly overhaul some of the other teams that have taken 2 pit stops already, there's a real chance. I think it's safe to say they will pass the 3 1-stoppers at this point in time, so they will rise up a little bit. Whether or not they can catch and pass the likes of Toff, the other Team Trojan car as well, possibly Oakley Motorsport Track Toys Racing, it'll depend on their pace. They currently hold the fastest lap of the race with that car, with Jake Little, 2 minutes 39.261. And a couple more cars just triggering the pressure pads. One car very wide there as he cuts the shot. There is the 566 car. I think that still has Jade Edwards at the wheel. 5, 6, 6. Yes, Jed Edwards up into 11th place now, and they've made 2 stops, so they will move up. So I think that car's probably looking at a top 10 finish, the Mac Tools racing car. As for the OPC PR car, back in 21st position at the moment, so I think the safety cars haven't quite worked out for them. But bonus for them is that they've made all 3 pit stops, so that might well work in their favour a little bit in terms of moving up in front of some of the cars which are on the same lap as, or which they could possibly get as high as, if they're quick enough, maybe about 10th position if they can work it out. Because as they look at all the cars ahead of them, in terms of how many cars they still need to make at least one more pit stop, there is 3 cars immediately ahead of them which don't need to make any more pit stops, and then they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 5 or 6 cars that haven't pitted yet. But I think, as Rob's rightly predicted, the pit lane is becoming an absolute hive of activity. The Escargot Racing Team car 45 is heading back out again. Of course, rudimentary French means that, of course, escargot means snail in French, so hence the play on words for the team name. So Jada pit right now. Team Trojan then, for their final pit stop, have just come into the pit lane, as have also Manpower Motorsport. So this is possibly a critical, potentially race-winning pit stop if things play out that way for Team Trojan. I was about to say one thing and then remembered the rule. I was about to say what these guys probably need to kind of catch up a little bit is a safety car, but of course I remembered that's not going to help them, because of course the safety cars are potentially preventing them from pitting, because they know they're going to get whacked with a 6-minute time penalty, or at least a 6-minute stop, or 6 minutes extra on their pit stop, due to the fact they're pitting underneath it. Stop-go penalty board going up for somebody? It is, and it's for car 445. For a pit stop. So that, I think the car that's that was in the barrier, I think has been recovered. Okay, well that's odd, because car 445, which is still showing us on the edge of the road and not back in the race again, has now just been handed a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. But they're not currently running, so I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to do that unless they do get it back out in the last few minutes and then bring the car straight back in again. That's going to be an interesting thing. Unless, if they can't do that, I'm sure that the 3 minutes will probably get added onto their race time if they can't do it within the race for some reason. Either way, so the final 8 team waiting with bated breath for the Fury Field to finish. He gets almost pushed into his seat, into the car, kind of was pushed down on the helmet as he gets strapped in. The Q tag system at the end, where the drivers have to go and kind of scan their tag against the sensor, means that they will then pick up possibly to see who is currently in the field. So about 24 minutes to go left in this race. The Team Trojan car hits the sensor, or puts the tag up to the sensor, and away it goes, and out of pit lane it comes now. So it will now rejoins. 507 has rejoined with its new. So 508 has rejoined with its new incumbent in 9th position. So it has now got the potential. It's now actually at the moment. Ooh, that's interesting. So it's now come out behind the Emax Motorsport car of James and Jake Little, and that's interesting. One car going very wide is the car that went off earlier on. That's the 3... What's that one? That's the 3 Spark Racing Team car that's just gone off the road. Running wide off the road, at least, it looks like. I think we've got some more activity down in pit lane. What I'm sure is a very, very busy pit lane. What has been a very busy pit lane. I'm sure Rob needs to sit down for a second, but before he does that, he's got some more interviews and more insight for us. Rob, have you caught your breath back yet?
Right, before we get to the nitty-gritty at the top half of the table and sort out the podium winners of this race, I wanted to tell this young man's story. So this is Finley Edwards, and this was your first race, was it not?
Yes, it was.
So you're 18 years old, this was your first ever race in a car?
Yeah, it is. Just went from karting last year, pretty much.
How was it for you?
Really fun, actually. Started P45, then went up to P40. Didn't lose any places either. Got a new PB as well, so it's brilliant.
So what's the plan for you going forward? Is it just carry on with the C1 racing, build up the confidence, build up the seat time, and maybe move on to something a bit quicker, or what's the story?
Most likely carry on with C1s and just see where it goes.
Fantastic. Well, so you took the middle stint, so obviously you're done. That's it. You're done now. Back out tomorrow. Are you thinking you might get a bit brave and start the race, or even take it across the line?
I might finish it. Never know. Just see what the team wants to do.
Try and see what happens there. Well, I've got to shake your hand. Well done there, mate. There we go. First ever race, 18 years old. That is the future of C1 racing. Back to you guys.
Nice to see a teenager out of bed at this time of the afternoon, isn't it, really? It's well done, mate. Good on you.
I'd like to think that teenage attitudes are changing these days. I'd like to think, but they're interesting enough. So, yeah, in fact, the fact that now it's that battle again between Emax Motorsport and Team Trojan has been reinforced by the fact there's been another new fastest lap of the race taken yet again by James Little, 2:39.133. So even at this late stage, when it's getting a bit cooler, it's working out for them. This is intriguing because also one team that's got to make a third pit stop is Mac Tools Racing. J-Deb was still at the wheel, and that means that if she's got to hand over to Josh Cook, Josh is only going to get about 21 minutes of driving time, which is quite, I guess, maybe not as much as he was possibly hoping. There is Jade, just heading her way through into Richie's corner once again. I should mention we've completed 52 laps out in the lead, so we've got a few more laps to go. We may or may not breach 60, maybe. But, of course, the safety cars have slowed things down a bit with 4 in total throughout this race. Through the right hand they go. Some more pit lane shots here of activity going on. And 506 is in. That's the Patrick Watts racing car. 506. Orlando Lindsay at the wheel of the 507 car. The 506 machine has had Amy Watts driving. That's Amy, of course, who made her Mazda MX-5 debut earlier on today. Back in something a little more familiar for herself, which is the C1. Car not having the best of days, though. 28th position. And in for its third pit stop. It's 3 laps down in the order, so not quite the day it was hoping for, I'm sure, for the Watts clan down there. There's the other Trojan Motorsport car. That's Trojan Racing car 319. Now they currently lead, but now they've got a dilemma. They still have to make 2 more pit stops in just under 20 minutes, which is going to push them down the order a bit. That's going to give the lead back again at the moment to the JW Bird squad. Also making their third pit stops late in now is Sam Roach in the second JW Bird car. So JW Bird's cars are running second and third. Then Track Toys in fourth, also making a pit stop. Oakley Motorsport also pitting. So the biggest benefactor of all of this, I'm surprised if the Manpower Motorsport car doesn't pit in either at this one. This should all bring the Emax Motorsport car of James and Jake Little back into at least, at the moment, third place, because Team Trojan 319 had not made their next 2 pit stops yet. Neither was Nick Beaumont in the 347 car. So at the moment, this should push them back up to third. And then once Trojan and JW Bird then pit, Manpower Motorsport stays on, so they're not going to pit just yet. There they are in the shot, the 466 team. That's the car with the, I think, Ram Racing on the side of it. Yeah, it is. So I don't know what relation they are to the GT team, which is, of course, contesting for the driver's title in the British GT Championship this weekend with, it looks like Ian Loggy with quite a good chance of being able to wrap up the title just himself solo. He's had a couple of co-drivers this year. The 508 car makes his way down straight, but is now sat in 9th position still. But it will pick up a couple more places. Mac Tools Racing is in as well also. This will be, I'm sure, Jade Edwards handing over to Josh Cook. Josh will get his sort of 18 minutes in the car before the checkered flag. And then, yeah, the JW Bird car of Sam Roach is in for his last stop. Oakley Motorsport, as we said, are in. And as we anticipated, Team Trojan are holding on to that lead. Here comes 319. Right, this is crucial. This is the first of their 2 mandatory pit stops they still need to make. So we have to keep an eye on it. There is the Mac Tools Racing car. And I believe, I'd like to think it's Josh Cook, unless it is just Sylvan and Jay driving it. No, because Josh would have been on the drivers from the session if Josh hasn't qualified it. So we'll get a definite handle on if it is. But it looks, I think it looks like him. So we'll see. 319 then, making the first of its 2 crucial pit stops. JW Bird Motorsport also in as well. And when they came in, they had an 86-second advantage. Then again, it's a 90-second advantage that Team Trojan has over Emax Motorsport and James and Jake Little. So they're going to have to, even though they're going to have to turn this around pretty quickly, they still have to realise they've got one more stop to make. So it's not really going to work. It's a valiant effort, but I can't see them winning this race, honestly, in the next 16 and a bit minutes. When it comes to the HUTAG, as you can see, just clear there. As soon as the light flicks from red to green, the sensor's picked up the HUTAG, and that sends a signal to the timing system to then change the label on the drivers.
It's great, isn't it?
Competing. It is quite a good system. I'm quite surprised that other endurance championships in the UK, particularly ones like maybe Fun Cup or maybe Enduro Car, don't. Yes, they did. I'm not sure what Enduro Car does, but it's tricky if other endurance championships don't use that same system in many cases, because sometimes, unless you get start drivers from people, you don't exactly know who's in the car at any one time. So you have to rely on either teams giving passing information to someone who's a media delegate for the championship, who can then pass it on, and you get it directly from the teams or whoever's from part of the championship that can get that info. But the way in which the C1s do it here, particularly with the tags, so you can then track with who's doing what, it's quite a smart system, which I quite like, and it's quite a strong one to do. I thought for a second there was another incident going on there with some quick camera movement, but thankfully there hasn't been. Just a bit of repositioning.
Spent many a day back in the day in endurance races or long distance races, going out and checking crash helmet colours to see who changed cars, endurance races, and you know, now with the tech we've got, thankfully that's a thing of the past. But it used to be very, very hard work and of course frequently you get it wrong, and then you get an angry driver saying, "You said it was so-and-so in the car." But unless people let you know, you can't tell.
Yeah, that's very true. When it comes to commentator, for me, as much as I know they provide excellent racing, when it comes to identification, I struggle with bikes and with karts, because with a car, I'm very good at identifying a car through colours and numbers, and liveries, or how a car looks in terms of its design. I don't mean to say anything disrespectful when I say this at all to any cars or bikers, but it's just from my perception. When I look at a car or look at a bike, generally the design tends to look roughly mostly the same sort of design principles for all of them. I'm not saying they all look identical, but they all look very similar in terms of how they're typically designed, and how a racing bike looks very similar to all others, and in terms of its general layout of how you sit on it and where everything is, and how it's designed and styled, in the same way that in some ways a car is as well, with the fairings and all the trim on it around it. So therefore, and also because there is not as much bodywork on top of it, you've got little spaces on the vehicle, whether it's a car or a bike, to figure out where the numbers are sometimes. And truthfully, I'm more knowledgeable about cars than karts or bikes. I'll have to put my hands up and admit that. Whereas with cars, at least, it's easy because they're bigger and bulkier, and there's more space for different colour schemes and liveries and logos and all sorts. For me, visually as a commentator, it's easy for me to identify and pick out teams and cars and what have you from just the liveries and such, because for me it's just easier identification. But I have full respect for anyone who, like my very good friend and colleague Jake Sanson, who commentates a lot on cars, particularly CIK, FIA stuff and all sorts, and the level of identification that you need to have, it's based on many helmet colours, and also if there's a particular team or if there's anything on the car at all, which there's not that many pieces of bodywork on a car to figure out who it is in many cases. So I have big respect for bike and for cars and commentators to be able to figure out identification on certain vehicles when there's not that much space to do it, whereas I'm very happily ensconced with identifying cars. I'm much more knowledgeable about stuff on four wheels than two in many cases. I'll happily mention that. Again, with 30.5 minutes to go, should probably get talking back about the race in many cases, because this is how it's playing out. Particularly now we've got the Manpower Motorsport car in for its final pit stop. The Team Trojan car has carried on. Now its pit stop was 24 seconds. No, the gap was 24 seconds. But I suspect that they're probably going to lose more than 24 seconds when they have to make their last pit stop, which I'm sure will be any minute now, I'd have thought. It didn't go back into the pit lane the last time they went past it, so they're not going to do that. This now brings the Track Toys, now that Manpower Motorsport making their pit stop, it brings the Track Toys Racing number 467 car back up into fourth place. The Team Trojan car, which would simply be a dark horse to possibly be in the pound seat to win this race, is currently in fifth position. But it is lapping the 239s. Its last lap was its personal best, 239.918. So it is motoring out there a little bit, but not as quickly as Emax Motorsport, because James Little has put a 239.651 in, so he's actually lapping 0.3 quicker than Team Trojan's 508 car at the moment. In terms of any other ones that we need to pit, the only car that's the two cars that are in the top 10 that still need to make a last pit stop are the leaders, Team Trojan 319 and Jelly Snake Racing with Liquimolly. That's with Cannings at the wheel right now, 463. They need to make a third pit stop as well. There's a smattering of other cars that still need to make one last pit call. The majority of the top 10 has pitted, and therefore is good to run to the end, bar any issues or further safety cars. And then that should be it in terms of possibly the order. It depends on who comes out from where, and also how good people's paces are to others. There's a penalty going out for car 304. That's a stop-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. So that's speeding in the pit lane or not doing the tag or anything else. That's the Auto Park Racing car with Elban at the wheel. So 304 start. So that's the Tony Elban car driving with Trevor Hurrell, and they started back in 35th position. So they're currently sat at the moment. I'm finding them in 31st. They're a couple of places up from where they were towards the beginning of this race. But you can see now that the shadows are starting to lengthen. Of course, because we're getting to later parts of the afternoon. It is currently 4 minutes to 5 at the moment. Of course, the evenings are drawing in closer and closer, and days are becoming shorter and shorter, which is quite critical in terms of gap. Now, what's intriguing here, I've just noticed the gap has gone. Has it gone? No, it's gone down. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone down to 20 seconds from 29.
Yes, that's the Jake Little car on quite a charge at the moment, because he knows that potentially, that I'm sure they know, or they've relayed it somehow, that the Team Trojan car's got one more stop to make. So that's going to be quite critical. What this now does is where Team Trojan ends up, ultimately, it sounds obvious, but ultimately it depends on how quick this last pit stop is.
Yeah. They're going to lose more than 20 seconds, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they'll lose 20 seconds just driving down the pit lane.
Yeah.
That'll be the simple thing. It's how quickly the stop has to be, whether or not they have to take any fuel on. And I don't think they'll change the driver. I think the driver's in the flag. It's whether or not it needs fuel. If it needs fuel, of course, then he might well drop outside the top 3 and not be off the podium. And that means it would then promote, well, it would give Emax Motorsport the lead. It would give Nick Beaumont second place, and it might well give the... I thought it was going to be Track Toys, but Track Toys are in again for another pit stop, so that's, I think, maybe an unexpected one. I don't think they expected to be in for another pit stop, so unless they did have one more pit stop, and that other stop they had was a quick penalty one of some kind, I'm not sure. But I was about to say that the Track Toys racing car was possibly on course for a podium finish, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. So it looks as though in their place it might well be I think the 508 car. So it could be the two Team Trojan cars ending up together again, as they were on the grid earlier on, as they were in the opening stages of the race. Bit of a tussle going on here between that 568 and the Manpower Motorsport car, which just made its final pit stop. And I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I think the 568 car was either trying to defend and then decided once the Manpower Motorsport car started tearing past, it was going to get a tow down the pit straight, which it's doing right now. So Manpower Motorsport come back out from their pit stop in 14th. So that's Andrew Godfrey at the wheel. The 568 car, meanwhile, with the Martini logos down the side. See here, this is 450. This is the Emax Motorsport car, which started at the back of the field and has now managed to charge its way up. Where's it now? 450. It's currently, it was about 15th place. It's lost 2 spots already. Lost a bit later for its last stop.
Another fastest lap for James Lickman.
It is.
It's this late stage of the race, yeah. That's something, isn't it?
It's a rapid one as well, 2:38.564. So I think he's making a point that whenever the Team Trojan guys do finally make that stop, that this is the case of not just, is Emax Motorsport going to get itself into the lead? There's obviously 3 or 4 there making their stop and go penalty for pit stops. But this is also, it's not a case of if they're going to take the lead, it's a case of when, but also how big's the gap going to be how big a lead gap are they going to have over Team Trojan's 319 car, which undoubtedly will drop down to, I think, off the podium. If it can be a quick turnaround, it will have to depend on what they do in this final pit stop, and then how quickly they can get it back out again, because the gaps It's currently 18 seconds between Team Trojan and Emax Motorsport. Then it's another 15 seconds back to JW Bird. Then a further 28 seconds back to Team Trojan. They're their teammates in 4th position. So that's roughly, that's what, 33, 53. That's about a minute. It's just about a minute between 1st and 4th position.
Yep.
So they need to have a pit stop in total, which is less than a minute. There's a black and white flag also going out for 477. There's 2 cars being warned. Had 2 warnings now for track limits. That's 447 is one. Sorry, 477 is one of them. That's the Team Godden car in 19th place. The other one is 531. 531 being the DSC Motorsport car, which has currently got at the wheel of it. 531 currently has at the wheel of its car Billy Selheat. He's been showing that with Matthew Cousins, so those 2 cars being warned for extending track limits just a touch too much. There's the 347 JW Bird car, lights fully ablaze. And it now makes its way out of Brundle and Nelson, back up towards the right-hander at the bomb hole, right at the compression. I love the way that certain race cars, the way they go through that compression, where it just floats and glides its way through. You get some cars that are that quick that will just go down almost like and just slap the bottom of the compression and a bit of sparks as they rub the underbody of the car against it. But it's quite a fantastic corner. I think I remember that corner before when they were saying about redesigning the circuit back in 2010, 2011. The one thing stipulation they gave was you can do what modifications you need to, but don't you dare touch that corner, because leave that corner as it is. Because it's one of those pre-existing corners which is staying as it was. 498 and 304, whilst I was looking out the window, both been making their mandatory, completing their last stops, and out they go. 319 are finally in. So 319 then for their final pit stop. Already dropped down to 3rd place, and you're absolutely right. It's James and Jake Little are back into the lead. They're looking for now their 3rd win in as many races. Nick Beaumont is up to 2nd place now. They've been on the podium a couple of times already in the last couple of races. But now the big question's got to be, are their teammates going to be able to get past in quick enough? In fact, yes, they are, because they've just gone through on the screen. So the pit stop, it seems to be maybe more than a regular pit stop, and the 319 car is already heading up towards the fuel tank sensor to kind of scan itself out, which it has done now. So it comes back out, not just in 4th, but in 5th position, because now Patrick Scharfegger has gone through in car 417. So has also the, it comes back out in 5th, so it has come back out in P5, but the 417 car's really made some progress. 417, which is that Patrick Scharfegger is. So the CSC Racing FDL packaging car, Patrick Scharfegger, up into 4th position. So he's had a good run so far, CSC. I think he's obviously taken over for one of the Cunniffs who's sharing that car with him. So gap is currently 15.4 seconds between Emax Motorsport and JW Bird Motorsport. And it looks as though that means, I mean, lap time wise, they're very equally matched. They're both doing 2:39s. It's just that the Emax car is about a 10th quicker at this point. So I don't think there's going to be, unless Nick Beaumont decides to go Super Saiyan and go through. Oh no! And that's gone over, I'm afraid. That's the Racing Lines car that's off the road. Now, I have to admit it, that's probably going to be a red flag and race declared, I think. We had this at Croft. We had a car go off the road and it was declared with about 4 minutes to go. But a car late in the race off into the barriers with a similar incident. I think it was towards the end of the race that we had in April. We had a car off here at just about this very spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, look at how the right rear part of the roof has dropped in. I suspect it's possibly going to be a red flag, we think, because that car's in quite a dangerous position, and there's no point putting a safety car out for the last 3 minutes because the race will just finish on the safety car. So I suspect...
Yeah, they'd be in that order, wouldn't they? So
yeah, I suspect this is going to be red flag, red flag and checker flag at the same time, declare a result. Ironically, James Little sets a new fast lap of the race.
Wow.
Right at the end here. They've got the drivers out of the car, thankfully, so that's the main thing. I'm watching the Marshall's post on the start and finish straight to see what move they're going to make. Whether or not they're going to cover this simply with double wave yellows because the car is up against the barrier. Wait and see. That will simply mean that cars are just going to take care and there's no overtaking.
Yeah, there's the argument that most of the cars have done a lap, so they'll have seen it there. They'll know it's there. They'll see the yellows. Are we using the lights as well, the yellow lights.
Yeah, there will be safety car boards. There will be flags and I'm sure lights around the system as well. I think they tend to put the lights out or use the boards, particularly if they are throwing the safety car. But at the moment, there's been no movement from the. Usually, if there's movement from the marshal's post, it's because there's movement from race controls to what to do. They are sort of rummaging around looking at something.
It's less than a lap to go, isn't it? So,
I guess another argument could be is that it's up against the barrier right on the inside at a point where cars are going to be braking before they turn in anyway. So it might well be that it's not deemed to be an immediately dangerous position. If the car was maybe half on the circuit, like half on, half off on the grass, then that would be a different story because it's all actually on the racetrack. The fact that the car is actually up against the barrier on the grass at a point where it's going to be quite difficult for, I would perceptibly guess, any other cars to try and collect it. It's probably the reason why they're allowing this to carry on to the end, possibly, and just covering it, I'm sure, with at least double wave yellows, or at most double wave yellows rather than a safety car. So our leaders are making their way, if this is them, down towards... Yes, it is. So there's our leaders then heading up towards the start of the last lap of the race. And Max Motorsport, again, it's that strategy book from Glenn Finn, the almighty black book of C1 Racing Club strategies that has played out beautifully for the Emax Motorsport squad all the way through this one. So they make their way up now towards... the last couple of corners to start the last lap of the race, and this will be them on course for their third win in as many races. They won both races at Croft, and now they're about to do it again. So at the moment they seem to be the kings of the 3-hour race. They've got the strategy down to a T. The last lap board goes out for them. Down the pit strip they go past our commentary box position. I'm sure the camera might pick up as to what's happening with the car that's come off the road if it's just been covered by double wave yellows. We'll see as it goes past here with 330. And whereabouts is it? Yeah, it's up against the barrier on the grass. That's probably the reason why, because there's cars not going at full speed through that corner. So I suspect because of that, they're just allowing the race to continue. If they need to, they'll cover it with a yellow if they have to. They have to make sure no one's overtaking or taking too many risks. But it's actually further through the corner into Richie's than I suspected it was. It's you're pretty much at the apex already. But yeah, there it is again. And as I mentioned, that car has definitely had a rollover of some kind. You can see a little bit of dirt that's just up against the barrier there, which probably means it's hit the barrier some way or somehow. Rather unfortunate. Timer has now hit 0, so we're going to get checker flag, as I mentioned, this time by. And it is going to be 3 different teams on the podium for this one. We're going to get, of course, JW Bird Motorsport with second, by the looks of things, Team Trojan in third. And it has been one of those races, Richard, where there's been eventful parts. We've had safety cars, we've had plenty of busy pit stop sequences, but in the end, Emax just proven that once again the cream rises to the top. They started pretty much around sort of second or third on the grid, and they've just kept, again, it's that strategy of endurance races like this. Keep your nose clean, keep a good, decent pace, get your pit stops done, and then ultimately they've put in a fantastic performance that's allowed them to be in a position here where they're just corners away from taking their third win in as many races.
Yeah, they've done absolutely superbly, haven't you? You can't argue with that result pedigree, can you? Double at Croft, another one now, and they joined Team Trojan as having been having won at 2 different venues this year as well. So yeah, superb day for them, and they'll be looking to continue the weekend in the same vein tomorrow. So you're saying the grid tomorrow based on the finishing positions today?
Yes, I believe so. That's how we did it at Croft before. So that will mean that these guys will essentially pick up pole position for tomorrow, which will be quite handy. But as James Little makes his way up towards the bomb hole for the last time, he's got one of the back markers as one of his cars that was sharing the glory. But it's been quite a decent race so far. Plenty of entertaining points, as it tends to be with C1 Racing Club. And of course, they can go to tomorrow looking forward to the last hurrah, the final race of the season. But Emax Motorsport are about to do it, has now 3-time winners in 2022. They'll go for the 4 tomorrow, but tonight they can celebrate prematurely, at least for this one at least. Up to the checker fan they come, And after dominating both races at Croft, they're going to start the weekend at Snetterton in the best possible fashion. Checkered flag in the air, and the penultimate race of the C1 Racing Club Silver Lake Endurance Series of 2022 is won by Emax Motorsport 346, James and Jake Little, their third win in a row. What a race it has been for them so far. Chasing them down all the way to the end in quick succession is JW Bird Motorsport, again back on the podium. It's Philip House and Nick Beaumont with another great drive in that JW Bird car. Across the line is its runner-up spot for them. And while it won't be the race win for Team Trojan, they will at least get a car onto the podium as well, because it will be the number 508 car which will cross the line in third position very shortly. A few more cars will come through and take the flag, one of which is going to be the OPC PR team car, of course, with Tom, which had Tom Ingram at the wheel. I don't think it is Tom driving it, he had his stint, and that car will come across the line in 19th position. But there's our third place team. Across the line will come Team Trojan to collect another piece of C1 silverware. Charlie Bingham, Adam Willis and Austin Monday cross the line to take third place and the final step on the podium in that race as well. Rich is now going to rush over to do his duties for the last MX5 race, where we get to provisionally crown our first champion of the weekend. Of course, that'll be the last race of the season for the MX5 Clubman Championship. We'll give you some of the connotations to where things sit after the race 1 results, and to what we have on the points table. Of course, everything that is subject to official confirmation, but we'll get to that when we get to the race. A few more cars across the line, and it's fourth place for CSC Racing and FDL Packaging. Patrick Scharfegger brings the car across with the Cunniffs in that car as well. Fifth place for quite long time leaders 319. They had a good strategy up until they had to make their 2 pit stops towards the end. That is the 319 car. Team Toff has done a good run so far. They're silent but deadly up to P6. Really good run from them so far. And also, I'm sure Patrick Watts will be happy with his team car getting 7th. So P7 for Orlando Lindsay for them. P8 goes to JW Bird. That's a really good result, actually, for the Roaches. That's for Joe and Sam Roach. What a drive they've had. Brilliant job from Joe and Sam Roach. P8 for them as well. And 9th place for Mac Tool Racing. And I think possibly, I don't think Josh Cook was here today, which is a shame if he's not, because it's still an excellent job for both Sylvain Rubio, who had a great opening stint before he handed over to Jade Edwards. So Sylvain and Jade have done their team proud. 9th place for them is a great result for them all round. And P10 is Fighting Talk, with Chili Stone coming across the line as well. WRC Developments 11th. And then Oakley Motorsport in 12th, followed by Manpower Motorsport also. We'll probably have a proper full rundown of the results very shortly, but already we've got cars that have been, I think, pulled into the pit lane via the little service road at the exit of Palmer, because they're not all coming back into the pit lane, probably because we've got our final race of the day getting set to run very, very shortly. They've got some recovery to do of the stranded C1 that's down at the Ritchies. But here's then the results of the race then. So Emax Motorsport take their third win in a row by 16 seconds from JW Bird Motorsport in second place. Team Trojan a third from CSC Racing FDL Packaging fourth, and Team Trojan rounding out the top 5 with their second car. Team Toff in 6th position, then Patrick Watts Racing, JW Bird Motorsport, Mac Tours Racing for Sylvain Rubio and Jade Edwards of Fighting Talk in 11th place. WRC Developments are 11th, ahead of Oakley Motorsport in 12th, Manpower Motorsport 13th, then Scuderia Polo Rosso and Jelly Snake Racing rounding out the top 15, then Track Toys, Silver Lake 2, Team Golden, OPC PR with Tom Ingram, and Emax Motorsport rounding out the top 20. Then it's Snell Speed Racing 21st and WRC Developments, MLP Developments, MH Racing, Escargo Racing, Truff Racing, Emax Motorsport, BPC Tuning, PWR's 506 car, and SM Motorsport in the top 30. And still they come through. The second CSC Racing car, followed by the Team Hard in 519, AF Racing, McLaren 0 to 60, and I was going to go through the rest of them, but the names have already been wiped off the screen because we're getting ready for our last race. But there is the classification as you scroll through. That's all the drivers that were in the cars when they finished, and we'll be able to have a look through that. As that finishes scrolling through, we'll be able to hand over to Rob Lewis down in pit lane. He'll have, I'm sure, a very happy trio of crews after what was another fantastic 3-hour race for the C1 Racing Club. So, Rob, for the final time today, we'll hand over to you as we can have a chat to our top 3 for that first C1 Racing Club race of the weekend here at Snetterton.
Thank you, Scott. What a cracking race that was. And I'll tell you what, I've got a very happy man here. You must be thrilled. That's the 3-peat, 3 in a row.
It is indeed, yeah. I didn't think we were going to get there. I thought the safety cars had ruined us after about an hour, but we came out at the end and at the front.
that Emax team are rather good, aren't they?
They look after us really well, don't they?
Fantastic. So same again tomorrow. Obviously you've got the front row start now. You're in pole. So tomorrow, same again.
Yeah, hopefully Jake will start tomorrow though, so I get a bit of a rest for a bit longer. But yeah, hopefully same again. Will be good.
If you carry on like this, I think Robin will have to organise some prize money for the amount of wins in a row or something.
Oh, you talk? Is he watching?
We'll have to talk about that. But yeah, I'll shake your hand there because that was a fantastic win again there. A three-peat. Now let me just get, if I could just grab Nick Beaumont over. Nick, it's not quite the win again, but what a fantastic race that was for you guys.
Yeah, no, it was great. You know, we raced these guys at Croft nose to nose, and exactly the same again. Safety car, unfortunately, just caught us out. I think we had a nice little lead until the last safety car. It let a lot of cars through. It took a long time, and unfortunately, we lost that little advantage that we had. Otherwise, I think we might have been slightly the way around.
So the upside to this, you've got the front row start again for tomorrow. So what's the work that goes into it tonight? Do you plan maybe a different strategy, try something different?
No, I think the strategy we had was as good as we could have done. You know, realistically, I think that it's great to race against these guys. You know, they're quick. It's nice that we drove away from everyone and we had the pace and we raced nice and clean all the way through. So it's good to race them. You know, maybe they win tomorrow, hopefully.
Fingers crossed there for you, mate. Either way, well done. I'm going to shake your hand there. Fantastic race there, Nick. And hopefully we will see those guys fighting back at the front nice and fit. Now, we're hoping somewhere here we should have Adam Willis, who finished third in the Team Trojan car, this lovely Dayglow car here. I'm hoping Adam's here somewhere. Hang on, if we could possibly run over and grab him. Bear with me, bear with me. Bear with me, bear with me. Let's just grab Adam.
Yeah, I didn't.
Live stream. There we go. I have found him. A rather reluctant third place for Adam Willis. Adam, it's good to see Trojan back on the podium today. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was good. A bit warm, but it's normal, isn't it? But yeah, it was good. It was good. I say the safety car messed everything up a bit. No one knew where they were really, so it's quite difficult.
It does change things really. With this is the only series where you cannot pit under safety car, so it kind of changes the dynamic for you guys, doesn't it?
Yeah, we didn't know whether to go early, like a few did, which looked quite good early on because the safety car came out. But yeah, we just stuck to what we sort of know, and yeah, ended up P3. So. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, so the game plan for tomorrow, what's the plan for you guys? Are you going to change anything, tweak anything?
We'll strip the car tonight and have a look, see if there's anything, you know, that needs replacing, and ultimately we want to try and change the order of the podium somehow, because this was a sort of recurring theme from Croft. The same top three in this order, I think. So, yeah, we want to try and be at the other end of the podium, really.
There we go. Well, hopefully a change in the status quo. As you can see, before we do get run over here, I'm going to have to hand back to the commentary box. It's been my pleasure to cover the C1 series today. But don't forget, tomorrow we've got another thrilling 3-hour race for you guys, and I will see you then. So back to the commentary box and Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much indeed, Robin. And once again, fantastic job as always on the C1s. The race, the sun might be going down here at Brands Hatch, wrong circuit, not quite there yet, that's next weekend. It's Snetterton, but we still have got one more race to go, and it's the important one because it is our first Mazda Championship decider, provisionally, of course, because, of course, all results are subject to official confirmation and remain provisional until declared official by the BRSCC as well. So, the final race of the season for the 2022 BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship sits like this. So earlier on, John Pethick took his second win of the season in as many weekends. He took also the fastest lap of the race, took 101 points. Second for Declan McDonald, saw him take 98. Chris Dawkins took 96 points, finishing in third. He finished first on the road, but a 5-second time penalty pushed him down to third place. And as for Harry Storer, the still defending champion, because things can obviously change quite a lot, he finished in 7th place. So it was a 101 point score for John Pethick, 100 plus the win, 100 for the win plus the 1 for fastest lap. It was 98 point score for Declan McDonald, 96 scored for Chris Dawkins, and 88 score for Harry Storer. Of course, again, as I say, all these maths are provisional, but what we have worked out here, as we go to the grid, We'll go through that in a second. We'll keep you on tenterhooks. So John Pethick then starts on pole position for this final race of the season with Declan McDonald alongside him on the front row. Chris Dawkins third, and then Jack Warrior in the leading Go For It racing car in the field at the moment, fourth fastest. Nick LaDoyle and Alan Hawkins then come next on row 3, followed by Harry Storer and Michael Pearce on the fourth row as well. So Harry Storer got some work to do from 7th. He's going to keep himself in any kind of opportunity. He needs a lot of luck to try and hold on to this title. John Greensmith and Neil Chisnell round out the top 10. Good to see Johnny Greensmith back in an MX-5 this weekend once more after his Donington cameo. It's then Jamie Turner and Kevin Bird on the 6th row of the grid. Jamie Turner in 11th, Kevin Bird in 12th. Oak Richardson, who is again one of our handful of guest drivers in the field this weekend. He starts 13th alongside Jake Stiles in 14th. Shay Pearce and Rob Greensmith 15th and 16th positions. Rob Greensmith starting firmly mid-pack. It's Aaron Danapala and Tim Storer on the 9th row of the grid, and rounding out the top 20 as we come through to the end of the grid. Should be William Bream and Del Pace. I think there's been a couple of changes since the end of that race. So it's then 21st for Chris Thelwell, 22nd for Tom Cannon on the grid in the 11th row. And then 13th, 12th row of the grid is Peter Williams and Peter Bell on 23rd, 24th position. Row 13 should be Russell Halley, because he's been demoted a few positions, possibly with a post-race penalty. And then we've got Simon Browning on 26th position, Jason Aisbert and David Sculler on the 14th row of the grid. And then we round off the last few positions here to round off the grid. Simon Privet and Charles Boniface. And I think that's the 30, because we only had 30 cars start the race. I think we had possibly 2 withdrawals, and we each had 32. Oh no, there's a couple of cars in the back here. So Graham Rumsey, who hopefully should be on the grid if he can make it. And Guy Studdart as well, who starts back in 32nd. So 32 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. They'll be heading off onto their formation lap very shortly. I think it's been a bit of a halt just for the recovery of the C1 that was off the road before, but as the cars now head away off onto the formation lap, this is how, all provisionally of course, how it sits. So, coming into the weekend, it was, if I remind myself, the points were as follows. Coming into the weekend, Declan McDonald was on 1,174 points. The next best was Harry Storer, 1,157. 1,146 for John Pethick, 1,441 for Chris Dawkins. Add the results from race 1 in, this is how it provisionally stands. So Declan McDonald then currently now leads with, we believe, 1,272 points from, that will be, let's double check that to make sure. Yeah, it's 98 points, yes. So from John Pethick with 1,247, Harry Storer with 1,245, and Chris Dawkins with 1,237. So Declan McDonald is in the pound seat here. He essentially is in the driving seat, no pun intended, to essentially walk away provisionally with the Mazda MX-5 Clubman title. The battle mainly is going to be probably on for second and maybe second, third and fourth, because there is now 10 points in between it. So it really will depend on results swinging one way or the other in order to make this work. Ultimately, what Chris Dawkins needs, he needs to try and outscore essentially John Pethick by 10 points, which means he needs to hope that he can win the race and also hope that John Pethick finishes no higher than, let's think, it's about 6th, I think, because he'll outscore him by, I think it's 100. I'm doing live maths in my head here, so bear with me a second. I think it'll be because ultimately he'll need, I think, John Pethick to finish 6th or lower if he wants to get himself into second place in points. Harry Storer, if he wants to hold on to, if he wants to get second place, he needs to beat John Pethick. He needs to beat him by at least 3 points, because John Pethick has, because they'll have a tiebreaker on wins, because they've both got two wins each essentially from them. Harry Storer is from Silverstone, and it'll be 2 for the season so far for John Pethick, 1 at Donington Park and 1 here at Snetterton. So the championship contest will play out, but what we'll do is, obviously, I've got my spreadsheet here with all the figures that we've got from the spreadsheet on the BRSCC website, so I'll be able to fill those in and try and fill in the points positions as the race goes on in order to work those ones out. So cars make their way around onto the formation lap for the last time. Of course, if you're interested in getting involved in a Mazda MX-5, of course, then the best way to do it, the best way to go about it, is to get involved and get in touch with the championship coordinator, Emma Palmer, who will be sort of be more than happy to talk to many new prospective drivers. I'm sure there's a lot of different teams that run, plenty of teams that run hire cars, not just in the Clubman Championship, but in the Mark 1s, and also, of course, if you're interested in the SuperCup as well, lots of very tough competitive drivers in that championship as well. Making their way now around into onto the grid now for the last time. Now, we shall wait and see how this plays out. Essentially, it is advantage McDonald, but you have to remember, you cannot drop scores from either of these two races. So ultimately, it comes down to whoever. Basically, the Declan needs to have a trouble-free race, is what we're saying. Essentially, he needs to basically make sure he doesn't get any issues. He needs to obviously finish and get the points he needs to hold on. He needs to make sure that he doesn't drop some 20. Let's quickly work this out for a second. He needs to make sure that he doesn't drop. What's the gap now between himself and John Pethet? He doesn't drop 25 points. So he's got to make sure he can at least make sure he's scoring at least 25 points. So at least 25 points in order to hold on to this. So brace yourselves, everyone. This is it. This is the final race of the season for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. It is where provisionally the title will be decided. It's going to be either one of four men: Declan McDonald, Harry Storer, John Pethick, or Chris Dawkins. Who's it going to be to settle the title and take the number one away from Snetterton? The red lights will come on in second now. John Pethick on pole on the left. Declan McDonald, championship leader, on the right. One last time. Here we go. Decent start from everyone involved so far. Good launch from the first two rows down towards Ritchie's for the first time. And it is Pethick who holds on. McDonald sweeps in behind Pethick, but he's under a threat from Dawkins down towards turn one for the first time. And lots of moving and shaking going on here. As we see, that looks like, oh, and off the road already has gone the 70 car. I think that is Michael Pearce, I think, has gone off the road. So refinds the track pretty quickly, but it is into the hairpin for the first time. Pethick who leads, McDonald second, Dawkins third. It's then Jack Warry in fourth position. I think it's also been quite a good start for Harry Storer. He's up to about fifth or sixth place, I think, so we'll wait and see how that plays out. A few more cars scrapping for position. 264 with William Bream there, amongst others, as they jostle for position. In towards the left-hander at Palmer and down towards Agostini for the first time. So let's see what order they're in this time by. Is there any change? Well, at the moment, it seems as though we've got Chris Dawkins attacking McDonald down the outside into Agostini. He needs to do that to try and chase after John Pethick. He knows he might not be in contention for the championship. Or it's a slim chance for the championship, but he needs to go after John Pethick to try and get him to possibly try and get in front of him and go after any chance of getting second place in the points. It looks though he's on course to possibly get third and a step on the podium, on the championship podium, but he needs to get after John Pethick to try and catch him and pass him, stand any chance of possibly trying to get a few more points back on him in second place. McDonald possibly taking a slightly more cautious approach. He did say at the end of his first race he was feeling quite relaxed, wasn't going to take too many risks. There's a bit of a touch there, I think, between Harry Storer and Alan Hawkins, as the Hawkins 722 car with a big twitch on in the middle of the apex at Williams. Now down the back straight they go, up towards the Brundle and Nelson complex for the first time. So Pethick leads. It's now Chris Dawkins in second place. Declan McDonald in third. That's for Harry Storer. Let's see where he's taken out at the moment. Fifth, sixth, seventh. He's in eighth. So eighth position at the moment will get him 86 points. So it's only the first lap, I know, but looking at where if things were to stand as they were right now, this at the moment would be, if things were to stay as they were this result so far, with Pethick leading, Dawkins second, McDonald third, and in Storer back down in eighth position, this would provisionally give McDonald the title by about, roughly, just about maybe, it's out on the fly, 1,368 points compared to 1,347, so that'd be roughly at about 29 points. Change for the lead. Up the inside here goes Chris Dawkins looking for the move. Up into Critchies he goes, and into the lead he goes. He's looking for a victory to round off the season as best he can. Now, if he wants second place, what he has to hope now is that Pethick starts dropping back and actually drops back to as far back as maybe sixth position, because he needs to drop back to try and bring that gap down even further. So the gap is 8 points at the moment between John Pethick and Chris Dawkins. In fact, actually, if he did drop back, they were level on points. In fact, he needs to try and get him dropped back a few more places, because even if they're level on points, Chris Dawkins would take second place on countback of race victories. So that would certainly work in his favour. But now the numbers change again, of course, at the front. So if we now go back to changing Clubman, watching the top two as they come in, you can see the sun starting to set now. There's been a change for third as well, because into third place has gone Jack Warry. So that's now Declan McDonald down to fourth on 94 points. So Declan McDonald 94. Chris Dawkins has now gone to 100 points in the lead. It's now 98 for John Pethick. For Storer, he's still in 8th place at the moment. So how does this change the standings? Watching here, as you see, that's Nick Ladoy running a little wide. He's now under threat from... really under threat, in fact. In fact, that looks as though it's... yeah, Declan McDonald now just... you can tell he's being ultra relaxed. I think he's just trying to get the result and finish the race and stay out of trouble. But I don't think he wants to relax too much, because obviously he wants to get a decent enough result to round off the year. He won't even finish on the podium. And how subdued would that be for him to take the title? It'd be ultra cool about it, and to finish off the podium and literally just bank the points that he needs. Jack Warry's looked quite quick in the few meetings that we've seen him so far this year. Good to see his pace is coming on in good form. There's also Johnny Greensmith had a really good start as well. So Johnny Greensmith in 6th position. I think he's running as a guest this weekend though, so this might actually benefit Storer in terms of giving him a couple more points. But again, of course, all the results will remain subject to official confirmation and will provisional until declared official by the BRSCC. Some feverish workings on the calculations and for the full points table. The main thing we're looking at here is, of course, the front runners in terms of how that's going to play out in the order. Chris Dawkins with the fastest lap of the race. That gives him an extra bonus point then, so that's 101 points from this race. McDonald, of course, is down to 4th. Storer is down to 9th, so that now puts him on to 84 points for this race. Possibly, if Greensmith's running as the guest, that'll put him down to 86. So how does this change things now in this race? 9 3/4 minutes then. It still puts Declan McDonald provisionally on 1,366 points compared to 1,345 for John Pethick and 1,338 for Chris Dawkins. So there's 7 points now, but for what we're currently calculating at the moment, provisionally, between John Pethick and Chris Dawkins at this moment. Side by side here, I think that's between Oak Richardson and Jake Stiles as the top two turn their way out through Agostini. And I think McDonald's just allowing himself just to drive at his own pace, and if other cars are going to try and challenge him, he's not going to be too... it doesn't look like he's going to defend them too much, but it would be quite nice, even if he finishes off the podium, because we've got the time to do so, it would be good to at least get a word with Declan. Of course, we've got to get to the checker flag first, and all things being well. But it would be nice to have a chat to Declan to see how he feels about... should he be successful, provisionally wrapping up the title. Watching here this battle going on between Oak Richardson, Aaron Dallapala and the minty MX-5 of Jake Stiles. So Oak Richardson's car been patched up a little bit at the front, so we'll see how that one plays out. Top two are breaking away. This wonderful autumnal sunset in the background, wonderful backdrop to this final weekend of the season for the Mazda MX-5 paddock. We've got quite a bit of a celebration going on tonight in the hospitality units. I'm sure there'll be quite a way for the teams to enjoy it. There is Harry Storer. Now he's behind Neil Chisnell. I'll bring up the timing screen so I can see where he is right now. So Storer now currently showing in 9th, but he's behind Chisnell now. So I think that drops him down to 10th. So even he's possibly resided to his fate in the championship and just wants to get the points to try and secure as strong enough a result as he can. So this drops Harry Storer down to 10th. It now puts him on 82 points. No change in the fastest lap. Jack Warry now takes, well, as I say that, it changes. So this puts Dawkins back on 100 points because it takes the fastest lap away from him, and Jack Warry takes it over instead. This is Donny Greensmith trying to squeeze his way past Alan Hawkins. Manages to get the undercut through Ritchie's, and through he goes. That now puts him into 5th position. So 5th place now for Johnny Greensmith. As they make their way now up the pit straight towards on the short straight towards the Palmer. Hold on. Oh, is that a car around? So I was looking at my timing screen and it looks like this car's gone around. It's possibly Jamie Turner, I think. Car number 9. Meanwhile, Declan McDonald's been getting assaulted from all sides here. There's all sorts going on here. He doesn't want to drop back too far, but he wants to get himself a decent score to try and wrap this one up properly. But he's got 5 cars all stacked up behind him, possibly trying to make their way through. That's not going to help Declan either when he's got Alan Hawkins trying to dive up the inside. Here comes Johnny Greensmith on the inside line. This is going to be very tough for him until, but Declan, he's still feeling he has to defend here, but he's trying to play it cool a little bit in terms of getting himself towards the end of the season. So this is going to be very fascinating to see how this one all plays out. Oh, there's been contact there just off the screen, so that's been contact between both Johnny Greensmith and Alan Hawkins, so that will certainly help out. That will certainly help out Declan McDonald, take off the pressure. Change for second also, because we've now got John Pethick has now dropped back into third because Jack Warry's got through. So there's all sorts going on here. Jack Warry up to second place. How great would it be if Jack Warry got a victory in this last race of the season? So this now means that Declan McDonald remains fourth. His next challenger now is Neil Chisnell. And he's had a blinding lap. He's gone from 9th to 5th in one lap. He's got past the 2 cars that went off, which is Hawkins and Greensmith. And he's also got past Kevin Bird and Nick Ledoyen. So in one move, which is incredible to see. Out of the final couple of corners. Pethick now moves on to 96 points, as I mentioned. Stormer still on 10th place with 82. So at the moment, the gap between Pethick and Dawkins now sits at 6 points, but it's still 6 in Pethick's favour. Where sets a new fastest lap of the race. He's going for it. He was some 6. In fact, let me look at that lap time again, because it looked like he was significantly quicker than Chris Dawkins at that point. If that was the case, that was some lap time from Jack Warry. Let's look at it. Yeah, goodness me, he was 1.4 seconds quicker on that lap, was Jack Warry. Jack Warry absolutely flying out there at the moment. Is he about to end the Clubman Championship season with a potential race victory? He's got to get around Chris Dawes first. It won't help Chris in his battle for second of a championship, but at the moment, it looks like by 6 points, it's going to be John Pethick who will take it provisionally. Harry Storer, of course, will fall back to 4th. But at the moment, still in 4th position. It's still the points he needs. Up the inside he goes into the complex at Agostini. Jack Warry has gone through into the lead. He was there briefly, but on the undercut, on the exit of the hairpin, back through goes Chris Dawkins into the lead once more. So it momentarily changed. Momentarily, Chris Dawkins was on 98, and off the road goes 991. Who is 991 off the road? That's off there. That's the Simon Privet in the NHJ Motorsport car. Now then, that car's stationary at the moment. Hopefully they can get it going. Otherwise, is that either going to be covered by double wave yellow, or is that going to require an early red flag? And is that going to bring a premature end to the final race of the season? Can he get that car going again? Hopefully he can get it refired. Probably just taking a moment to recompose himself. Top 2 have broken away from John Pethick in 3rd place. Declan McDonald is some 5 seconds back in 4th. But he's holding station. He's got Neil Chisnell to his inside, I think, into Brundle and Nelson. So it might be an imminent position change here for 4th. We look in the background. Through goes the top 3. Is there a change? Yes, there is. So up into 4th place has gone Neil Chisnell. So this now changes the points situation again, but only by 2. So it takes 2 away from Declan McDonald. So his now tally would move on to 1,364 points. But it still puts him with quite a cushion of some 23, let's have a look, 21 point cushion still so far, provisionally of course, over the 2nd place man John Pethick. Across the line they go. Dawkins, Warry, Pethick, top 3. Warry again was 2/10 quicker on that lap than Dawkins into the right-hander. Now looks though I'm hoping that Simon Privet has managed to get the car restarted. And look at the gaggle behind Declan McDonald. He really is taking it casually. He's being attacked from all sides here. He's got Del Pace scything up the inside of everybody. Nick Ledoyen going around the outside. You've got Kevin Bird in there too. Oak Richardson, the recovering Alan Hawkins and Johnny Greensmith, and Jake Stiles. Declan McDonald driving without a care in the world. He's thinking, I'm going to become provisional champion in a few moments' time. You guys do what you want. And they are doing what they want, because Oak Richardson gets squeezed out wide by Kevin Bird. Couldn't quite tell for a second what was going on because of the glinting sun in the camera. But poor Eric Richardson gets shuffled back all the way to the bottom of that pack of cars. He's now down to about roughly 12th position. So talk about end of season play between the between the drivers in the Clubman Championship. They really are having quite a time of it, as Declan McDonald just now fends off from Del Pace, who's looking for one of his best results of the season. So McDonald then came across the line in... He came across in 6th, but he's got back past Nick Ledoyen, who now is quite occupied with Del Pace going around the outside. Here comes the seething mob from Steel City MX-5, because Kevin Bird and Johnny Greensmith are on their tail, and he's also Jake Stiles in the Minty MX-5, so all sorts going on here. There is a lap and a half to go in the season, and I suspect bragging rights are at play here between this lot in particular. There's Oak Richardson recovering after he was rather rudely shoved wide on the exit of the hairpin. Definitely end of season work between these lot. But the leaders make their way in towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson for the second to last time this year. And Jack Warry is pushing as hard as he ever has. Dawkins knows he's under pressure, but he usually rises to the occasion and holds on. There's Neil Chisnell in 4th place. What about 5th downwards? It's still McDonald. 5th will do it provisionally. Down the short straight, they're all over each other. There goes Johnny Greensmith up the inside of his teammate Kevin Bird. Likewise, Hawkins on Jake Stiles, who goes round the outside, gets the twitch on through the bomb hole. And now is to come out of Murray's onto the pit straight for the second to last time to start the last lap of the season. We are only 1 3-mile tour around the Snetterton 300 circuit away from finishing the MX-5 Clubman season and provisionally crowning our second champion. So, what dramas, what events are going to play out in this last lap? We're looking at the last lap times. What's Jack Murray's gap now between himself and Chris Dawkins? Well, the last time by, lap times are pretty much identical. Dawkins had to do a personal best to try and just keep himself in contention, but he was still a fraction slower than Jack Warry. So Jack is less than half a second behind going on to the last lap. Is Jack going to be able to make his way past in this last lap, or is Dawkins going to get his elbows out and use all the experience he's got to get his 6th win in 8 races? Into the hairpin. McDonald has one hand on the trophy provisionally. He's got one more lap to essentially get the job done. There we see Harry Storer, who's dropped down to 15th. So he really has dropped out of contention in this last race. So 15th gets him 72 points. So they're side by side for the lead, exiting the Agostini hairpin. I'm not sure if he had to sit back in line there for a second, because there might have been a move going on which Dawkins wasn't particularly happy about. Possibly where he tried to make a dive somewhere and then couldn't make it stick and had to settle back into second. What it has done is brought John Pettit back into place. This top 3 is by no means certain by the time they get towards the checkered flag. A little wide there from Jack Warry, but he might set himself up for a good run down the back straight. He might get a good run onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Pethick is keeping close in 3rd. Chisnell is 4th. What about 5th backwards? It's still Declan McDonald in P5. He's got a few more corners to go to hold on to this huge gaggle of cars that continues to get bigger and bigger. There's the second group, that headed by Aaron Danapala. And also in there too is Shea Pearce and Harry Storer back in 15th. He unfortunately will be outgoing as champion for this year. The number 1 will have to go to somebody else this year. Warry, meanwhile, is giving it everything on the last lap. He wants to try and end the season with a win if he can. Can he steal a victory on the last couple of corners of the season? As for Declan McDonald, P5. Del Pace and everyone else stacked up behind him. They all want the photo finish moment. Meanwhile, here come the top 2. John Pethick watching on, but I think it might be enough for Chris Dawkins to turn into the Murrays for the final time. Who knows what a full season could have produced, but it's going to be his 6th win from 8 races here this season. It's been a wonderful second half of the year for Chris Dawkins, and as he comes to the checkered flag, it's the final race win of the season for Chris Dawkins in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. He's delighted with that. 2nd for Warry, 3rd for Pethick, 4th for Neil Chisnell. But now we look back to the man we all need to look for, because 4th is Neil Chisnell, and in 5th position it will be enough provisionally, we think, on official confirmation to give Declan McDonald provisionally the 2022 BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman title. He has done it. That 5th position with 92 points compared to the victory for Chris Dawkins and the 3rd place for John Pethick and 15th place for Harry Storer in the end means we've got him on 1,364 points compared to John Pethick on 1,343, Dawkins on 1,337 and Harry Storer on 1,327 in the end. Well, how about that? Didn't even have to break a sweat to take the provisional title. Incredible stuff. And so as the rest of the runners make their way across the checkered flag, it's been a wonderful season for the MXI Clubman Championship. Some really good support, really solid grids, some fantastic drivers up and down the field. Even had a couple of BRSCC staff members getting involved, like Luke Souch, Paul McCurley and Greg Graham, all taking part at Donington Park. They've been part of the fun. But I know that there's one team and one person in particular who will be delighted with the result, and that's going to be Declan McDonald. I think it would be great to have a chat to not just our top three, but to bring Declan in as well and just to talk about the season he's had, because he came into the season not even essentially looking to do the full year. He came into it simply just, as he said to Richard John earlier on, simply just to get back behind the wheel of a race car, to kind of get back for the feel of it. And as the results started to come, he was still thinking, I might not do the full season, might not do all of it. And even then, he wasn't even certain to come to this weekend. And I remember talking to him at Donington Park, and he sort of said, well, surely you want to go to Donington Park and win the title. And he went, maybe. So how casual a driver can you get for someone who's just wrapped up a title? But that's one of the most casual ways I've seen anyone wrap up a title. It's brilliant. So the results on the final race of the season then. Chris Dawkins takes the victory, Jack Warry in second place, and John Pethick in third, Neil Chisnell fourth. And fifth place, we think provisionally, gives Declan McDonald the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Clubman title. So congratulations to him provisionally. Next, Del Pace sixth, Kevin Bird seventh, Jack Stiles in eighth, and rounding up the top 10 were Chris Dawkins and Oak Richardson. It's Johnny Greensmith 11th, Aaron Dallapala 12th, Nick Lador in 13th, Michael Pearce 14th, and Harry Story in 15th position. Then Shea Pearce was 14th, Michael Pearce was 16th. Then it's Rob Greensmith, William Bream, Graham Rumsey, Russell Halley, Jamie Turner had that spin earlier on, then Tim Storer, Chris Thelwell, and then the rest of the results here come to Williams, Cannon, Sculler, Bell, Privet and Browning, and we lost Jay Aisbit towards the end on that result as well. So for the final time today, I think we can hand over for one last time today, and for the MX5 Clubman Championship down to Richard John here, who can have a chat to our top three, and I'm sure also our new provisional champion, Declan McDonald. Let's hear them down in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, just looking around for everyone and gathering them up. Scott, Chris Dawkins is here, our race winner. Many congratulations, Chris. A little bit, you didn't seem too upset after the first race, but I could tell there was a bit of frustration, but that's all been put to right now.
Yeah, I mean, first race self-inflicted. There was something we did on the car set up. I hadn't realised I'd buggered it up. But we made an alteration and it was a lot better. I think tyre wires had done too much damage in the first race, but anyway, nonetheless, it lasted a lot longer, and it was good racing. I missed a gear 3 or 4 times in the same bit, and some guy blew his engine up, dropped a load of oil just coming out on the left-hander, and we were all a bit all over the place, and we all caught up. Of course, once you all catch back up again, you're all, everyone's in their tow. But it was good racing. We were quite close at the end. We went for a move at the lead and got tagged, but I managed to hold it all together and managed to get back in front. So yeah, no harm, no foul.
That's a good way to round things off for the season, really.
It is. I just wish I'd got my backside in gear earlier in the year. I think I've won more races than everyone else now, so that's a nice thing to take away. I need to lose about 5 stone. And then come back next year and hopefully, start the way we finished.
Hopefully we'll see you next year then. Well done, Chris. Always good to see you. Cheers. Thanks for entertaining us over the course. Let's have a word with Jack Warry. Jack, congratulations. Hope I'm getting your name right. Jack Warry?
Jack Warry, yeah.
Good to see you. Congratulations. And fastest lap in that one as well. Really? So, yeah, and he got into the lead and had a nice battle with Chris.
Yeah, it's good to race with Chris. Well, we had a little bit of contact in the end, but I let him back in afterwards. It was my fault. I had a little bit of contact, so I let him back in afterwards and we finished first and second. So there's no arguments there, and we're quite happy with each other then at the end. So quite happy with that. Very happy.
I remember your name from when I was commentating on the championship quite a few years ago. So is it something you dip in and out of, or have you been an ever present?
Yeah, in and out. Usually only a couple of rounds a year. So I've built my own car now, so hopefully I can do a few more rounds now. So fingers crossed I can do a bit more of a full season next year.
Well, that would be good to see you. And the Clubman side of it works, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. It works for me. It works for everyone. It's a championship not based on skill, it's more on sort of budget. So the people in this one, maybe a smaller budget, but the speed's just as good.
Jack, brilliant race, great to meet you. Congratulations on that second place and fastest lap as well. And we've got John Pethick around. Is John still here? John disappeared? Let's get John over before we have a word with our champion. John, I'm going to put you over to this side just so that we can get the best light. Track in the background, well done. And another great podium for you. And Peter in the championship, I think, potentially.
Yeah, I think we think so too. Probably made it a bit more boring than it needed to be, but I had no intention of passing the guys ahead of me, really, unfortunately.
It's, you know, that's what you need to do, isn't it, at this stage of the season? You have all the racing up to this point, and then you start to think, and you just respond accordingly. That's the mark of a champion.
Yeah, thanks very much. It certainly is, I suppose. But yeah, thanks to my dad and my family, and to my sponsor, Armstrong Vehicle Services. It's been fantastic this year. I'd no idea I'd get second this year in the championship. I didn't think I'd get a top 5. So yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah.
So you've got to go one step better next year. I hope you'll be back with us.
I will be. I think I'll do okay, but you never know who's going to turn up, do you?
As long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and I certainly have.
John, thanks for entertaining us and chatting to us. Many congratulations on P2. We're going to see if we can grab a quick word with Declan. Sorry to interrupt. Declan, can we get you over? Declan McDonnell, who we have to say provisional, which was a bit of a spoiler, but our champion.
Thank you.
Declan, many congratulations. What a pleasure we've had watching the Clubman's races this year. And it looked like a measured race from you last time out.
It was set out to be that way, and then it kind of went a little bit pear-shaped. To be honest, I didn't drive that well at all. I made quite a few mistakes. There was some oil went down at Palmer's, and I had a really big slide on that, and that kind of spooked me a little bit. And then I probably missed 4 or 5 gears in that second to thirds, and I kept getting 5th under the bridge as well instead of 3rd. So it's definitely not the best I've ever driven.
Was that nerves? Was that worrying about this?
I don't know what it was. So I knew where I'd got to finish, so that was kind of in my mind. Perhaps it was, I don't know. But what it was I was just doing whatever was underneath me, trying to do the best with it, and probably a bit of tension coming into it as well. So, but happy days. And I've got to say a massive thank you to James Tucker. He has done a brilliant job with the car all year. The car is absolutely brilliant and on the pace, and that's totally thanks to James. What he knows about setting that car up is second to none. So, thanks to James. That's one for him.
With the other things you've raced, the other championships you've won, how does this compare?
It's a great little series. I mean, it is what it is. It's cheap motorsport. It's a Clubman series. The driving standard is good. The guys at the front are pretty quick. They could probably hold their own in the top 10, top 15 in the open class. So it's plenty fast enough. And the cars are absolutely mega to drive. They're such good little race cars for the money that they are and how much it costs to keep them on the road. They're just really, really good cars to drive. So it's been a good year, and made some new friends and enjoyed racing with them. It's been great.
By your own admission, you said over the course of the season you were just in it for a few rounds, but you kind of got sucked into it.
100%, yeah. I mean, it was literally just the first 3, and then the Brands round clashed with Joe racing at Croft, and then it was. Well, the Brands race was on the Saturday. Joe's got 2 races on the Sunday, so we ended up doing the Brands race. And then once I'd done that, I was kind of drawn into doing the whole season in a way. So, it's been good.
Glad you did. We've enjoyed watching you, and thanks for entertaining us over the course of the year. Many congratulations, Declan McDonnell, our champion. Thank you, Declan McDonnell, our champion there. Top 3, superb racing from the Clubman. Remember, the BRSCC have the MX5 Championship outright, which runs over 2 days, 3 races per meeting. The Clubmans, if you want to do those, 2 races over 1 day, so it's slightly less expensive in terms of travelling. You can do the 1 day and then go home, which these guys are going to do. I suspect a lot of them are probably going to stay overnight, enjoy a little bit of hospitality, and probably come back and enjoy the racing tomorrow. Talking of which, what have we got for you tomorrow? Plenty of Mazda action. We've got the SuperCup finale, the last 2 races for them, the last 2 races for the MX5 Mark 1 Championship. We've also got another 3-hour C1 race, and we've got our good friends from the Classic Modern Racing Club coming. They're already assembling actually over in the paddock over there, so we've got that racing to look forward to. I hope you'll be able to join us again. We're going to be kicking off at around about 9:25, just before then, if you want to get the rundown on the points and everything else, but moving up to that time. And before we go tonight, though, great pleasure to hand back to Scott Wilbus in the commentary box to wrap things up. But from me in Parc Fermé and Victory Lane, it's bye for now. Over to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Pleasure, as always, to have you on the mic, and looking forward to more of the same tomorrow. So, that's one Mazda Championship provisionally settled. Still 2 more left to go. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Championship, where it looks as though it's going to be Fraser Fenwick versus Steve Foden all the way to the end. Of course, Fraser just has a very similar situation to what Declan McDonald has, just to try and score the points he needs to get it done. Meanwhile, MX-5 Super Cup, that's a lot closer. We think, we need to crunch the numbers on this one, but given the fact that Will Blackwell Chambers outscored Colin Biceps by about 8 points or so, we think that the gap is now up to around about 12 points now between them, so we'll have to keep a tabs on that. We will crunch the numbers on that, see exactly where things are, and we'll be able to give you proper updates on that tomorrow. But as Richard rightly said, we've got more racing action tomorrow. There are 2 more races for the MX-5 Championship and for the MX-5 Super Cup, and their seasons will then conclude. We've also got racing course from the Classic Modern Motorsport Club, where they bring their Southern Division that brings their Super Saloons and Tin Tops to play. They've got some wonderful machinery in that, including a Rob Burley's Ford Escort WRC, a Mitsubishi Lance Evo 10. If you're an Aussie V8 supercar fan, there's a Holden Commodore V8 supercar in there as well, courtesy of Alex Sidwell. That's one of my favourite cars on the grid. It's in the racing tomorrow. I certainly want to look forward to see that booming V8 around Snetterton's long straight. Also, we've got racing from the Silver Lake C1 Racing Club, from their final race of the season for the last 3 hours. And things finish off with something a little bit different. We've also got a one-off invitational non-championship Mazda MX-5 endurance race. It's a mini endurance race, 40 minutes, solo or 2-driver entries, pit stops involved as well. Should be quite a fun way to wrap up the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship, Mazda MX-5 season with the BRSCC. It's been thrilling so far, all the way from the start. Let's see how it continues tomorrow. So, for myself, Scott Woodwis, and from Richard John Neal and everyone here. Again, thank you to all of our officials, marshals, teams, drivers, medics, everyone that's been involved in getting this weekend as smoothly as it has been so far. We look forward to more of the same tomorrow. But from all of us here at Snetterton, thank you very much for watching. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notifications so you can be notified when we go live tomorrow morning. And join us tomorrow when we settle off some more provisional champions here at the BRSCC at Snetterton. But from all of us here, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.